ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Saturday of the Don River Dash 2025. 7 years. This race has just been growing and growing, and it is an absolutely stacked pack of races here this weekend. I'm joined by none other than the myth, the legend, Josh Curran.
Morning, Dan. How are we this morning? I see you've got your party shirt on. You are ready to rock and roll. I was saving the party shirt for Sunday because that's when we crown the king.
You've missed out. Every day's a party day in Bowen, my man.
Absolutely. Beautiful weather here. The sun is out. Slight little breeze. Great conditions for racing. I'm excited for what we are going to have here this weekend at the Custom Lithium Don River Dash for 2025. Every year this event just keeps getting better and better.
There's putting something in the water, you reckon?
I tell you what, mate, it is fantastic. The real winner of this event, the town of Bowen. And we were lucky enough, we had Dean on yesterday.
Dale,
sorry.
Yeah, yes, absolutely. Dean too.
Dean
was racing.
I'm sure one of them was a Dean. Dale, yeah, the local representative. He was so, like, every time I talk to that guy, he is amped about what.
And has been on he's been a big motivator for 7 years doing that. You're absolutely right, Josh.
And it's just fantastic. You know, got a ride with Clayton Chapman yesterday as well. Really got to experience what this event is all about. But we are
talking about, Josh, what it's all about right on screen. This is what's so cool about this race. Ladies and gentlemen, I know you hear us toot about this every single year, but these guys are literally meters from the front gate of the showground lined up on the bitumen. If you unload your car on, let's say, Sunday, the week before,
you've been here for a week,
you've been here for a week, you've been in Bowen, you've been down the beach, you've been enjoying the local festivities, and then your car doesn't even have to get loaded up. You do not put it on a trailer for this event. It is so unbelievably good, Joshua, and these guys are about to take off in the town of Bowen. I'm telling you, they are in town. They're going to race down into the river, and then they're going to be doing their 3 hot laps here this morning. 3 laps today, 3 laps tomorrow. Total of 6 makes it the full race, and then we're doing the motorbikes afterwards. Now, ladies, I talked about Dale, Josh. There we are right there on the live stream. He is going to wave the green flag, and there is not a more deserved man either. So those guys are ready to go, but it is going to be a reverse grid too, just so you understand what's going on. They're going to be we don't like this word slowest to fastest because that's not really necessarily true. As an example, some of these side-by-sides are very, very fast. So, but it's classes, if that makes sense. So everything's broken down into classes. Again, I know we harp on this. We won't go too crazy, but you can see on the roof 762. That's going to be a Class 7 style car. So all of those vehicles, you know, which is essentially production four-wheel drive. So the roof numbers will indicate classes if you're looking. And, you know, we'll go through them, and then we obviously get to the unlimited type buggies and trucks, which are going to be the fastest here today. I think you'll see either a truck or a unlimited buggy on the top spot. But again, we've got
really,
some of the
it should be Kent Battle.
You would think so, but there's some good racing there. Yes, you're saying last off the line.
Yes.
I was saying who wins here overall this weekend.
Yes.
But listen, I guess we've got to say, in the very recent years, man, some of these side-by-sides, the new Can-Amp Maverick, as we see the green flag, ladies and gentlemen, I'm getting excited because we are about to drop. Now, I will say, bit of a, that guy down there, get out of here. No, because the other note here is that it is actually a ceremonial start from town. You will not see them doing the Baja style smoke the wheels off the line because that's not actually a thing. This is the ceremonial start. When we get some great drone footage and heli footage, you'll actually see the start-finish line where they pass under a timing marker up on the bank. But other than that, Josh, the whole race is in the Don River.
Yeah, a 50-kilometre loop. We essentially a big circle up and down the Don River. What are we looking at here, Dan? Probably right in front of us. We're about 70 metres wide, 60 to 70 metres wide here in the...
I'd actually say wider, Josh. I reckon if I had to jog that, first off, that's a long jog.
Especially in the deep sand.
You're deep, mate. Hey. Anyway, listen, but you're right. I reckon that, if you've got to be honest, I reckon that's getting closer towards a drag strip wide. I'm going to say 300 metres wide.
Whew, I like it. But yeah, having a great chat to Kyle yesterday from Red Nut. He said Red Nut Racing, he said one of the things he really enjoys about this race is the multiple lines that are on offer all the time. And that is one of the cool things we're able to do here, the ceremonial start, a reverse grid, just something a little bit different.
our Class 5's off the line. We saw the Mr. Sheet Metal car. Again, every year this live feed gets better and better. More cameras, more angles. I'm loving it. But they are essentially our door slammer trophy truck style. So those actually have a tin roof and opening doors. They've got a section of chassis. But other than that, V8s, long travel suspension. They've got the big shock absorbers, all the gear. So then we go to our Class 6s, which is essentially our side-by-sides. They're going to be the Can-Ams off the line now, the X5s and the X3s and the Pros and bits and pieces. And you can tell the difference with them. The new ones have those wild, radical upper arms, and they're a very interesting bit of gear, and they've been winning races outright, as have the Pro Rs from Polaris. So, again, that's a competitive class that has some factory backing. Going to be very interesting to see where that goes in the very near future, because I guess, Josh, we'll do the apology as always that we do now. We used to call them rolling roadblocks. We used to call them golf carts. They are anything but now. They are very serious bits of race equipment, and they do not slow too many people up now.
Yeah, they really have become a competitive form of racing, and I think the big thing there is that there's that inter-factory competition there with the side-by-sides.
It breeds competition, doesn't it?
Absolutely. So that what we're talking about there is the Polaris versus the Can-Am, and the factories have really gotten behind it as well. It's almost kind of like the old Holden versus Ford debate at Bathurst.
Well, it's funny you say that. That was the exact words that came to mind. It was the race on Sunday, sell on Monday, right? And that's very true. If you win a Fink or you win a Don River Dash, you've got the car to beat later. And talking about that, Josh, just if you bring up on screen there, you can see the Can-Am with the upper arms there. So we'll actually have a little look. Oh, yeah, Joshua, this is the technology we're running with this weekend. So Josh has highlighted there that the upper arms are very, very different on this model Can-Am to get that Ackerman and all that caster camber correct, and they've done a lot of work. It's an unusual look. There's no question. You can see a really good shot of it there next to Dale. But, it's going to be very interesting to see. You can see the upper spindle and all that sort of thing. So how they go this weekend. It's a very new design, and it's very fast is what I'm telling you. And you can see it as compared to the other Can-Am that Dad pulled up there behind, that that's not a thing that didn't have those crazy upper arms, had a much more, let's call it triangulated A-arm front, like a double. So, yeah, very cool. So, again, that's Can-Am's older model X3, not the Pro. So, again, side-by-sides. And we've got them down in the sand here now, Joshua, and has the camera flicks to it, which is fantastic. So that is our little Class 7. Again, that would be, let's call a spade a spade. These boys are doing it tough. That is our limited class down in the sand. And you can already see he's getting rounded up by a few of these little side-by-sides. But that is essentially a stock Pajero. Would have a little bit of motor mods, probably some off-the-shelf. So it's quite limited. You're only allowed to run stock suspension pickup points and stock shock absorber pickup points. Now, as you can imagine, racers love working the rule books. Oh, Josh, they put a jump right in front of us this year. Fantastic. This year, this has always been a very interesting little spot. Oh, and one of our Class 5s, Joshua, is powering pretty fast through there, the Navara. So they've had a good run. As soon as they've hit the sand, they've got a bit of pace up.
I believe that's the 589 of Matt Gardner.
Yeah, Matt Gardner, that's exactly right. And this is the Mr. Sheet Metal truck.
Yes.
Look at this, Josh.
507. We got a race already.
Bro, this is out of position because I'm going to say that Mr. Sheet Metal's going to be one of the faster guys here this weekend. Here you go. I'll say that he has the potential, if it goes good for him, to run inside the top 15. Oof. And that's a big call, I know, but that is a well-sorted truck. I will caveat it with this. When you're running a not a production, but a Class 5 truck that hard, you do tend to have failures.
Absolutely.
Mr. Sheet Metal pushes them hard. He's a rally man. He's a winch challenge guy from back in the day. So
the big thing for these Class 5s is they're going to have to make hay while the sun shines. They're
Correct.
out first on the track today. One of the things that we heard from the bike riders and the car competitors is the track is going to seriously deteriorate. It's 100% a sand loop. So, we know the way this track's going to cut up. So our Class 5 boys, they're out there pushing hard early this morning, trying to get a good little couple of laps banked into the back pocket so that they can, what's the right word I'm looking for here? They can softly tiptoe their way around the track as it gets a bit rougher. Because
Josh, something that I heard this year over and over from all the competitors that I was talking to when I wasn't on the live stream walking around lost. Sorry, team. But anyway, the moral of the story is that what I did hear a little bit of is that it was very rough coming into this year. But I think that that's because of now the level of pre-running, right? We're in the same boat as Fink. Guys are coming up here that want to win it now. They're coming up in March, April, as soon as they can get into the river and the river's not got water. Because, again, if you're not local, and we're not tight locals, but we've been coming here a little while, this river floods. So where we are right now is underwater. Come the rainy months, up here in the tropics. So, you know, they can't pre-run all year. That's not an opportunity. That's not an option. So as soon as the rain's gone, these guys are getting down into the river and they're doing their pre-run laps. And there's guys coming, you know, from all over Australia to essentially win this race.
Well, absolutely. We've got some Western Australia competitors, South Australia competitors. That's the level of competition. We were talking to a couple of bike riders from Mildura as...
Yeah, absolutely. Sorry, Josh, I didn't mean to cut you off. Just while it was on the live stream, that is a side-by-side with a truck body on it. Quite cool. Was here last year, has been doing a bit of racing, but just wanted to point it out. That's not a Raptor in some other position. That is actually racing in side-by-side because it is a side-by-side under there.
Very cool. I like the something a little bit different, you know what I mean? Like stand out.
I hate to say it, it's probably a mild disadvantage to put more wind resistance on your side-by-side, right? But it looks very cool.
Yes, absolutely. Also very uniquely identifiable as well. But it is cool. Like you said, it looks like a little compact Ford Raptor Ranger.
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah, so some cool stuff out here. And look at those shots, Joshua, as we look down the power line run there. Again, that's looking back towards Bowen, towards the east. That's actually the showgrounds. You can see all the cars parked up. So that really gives you an idea of how close we are to Bowen here. We are racing in town. And a big shout out to all our sponsors. They'll be flashing up over the course of the weekend. And you'll notice how many is like the Bowen Rail Company, Abbott Point Operations. Like the government are truly involved here. You know, it's a great event and it's just growing year after year. Grandview Hotel, Josh, we look after the Grandview Hotel, I'll tell you that.
And I tell you what a great story. We did have a chat to the Custom Lithium guys yesterday as well. Come up last year in a sponsored vehicle, Jack and Amy Midwaters, and now love the event so much that just got on to Mick and said, how do we become the naming rights sponsor for the Don River Dash? So that's the type of event that we're talking about here. So if you are listening along on the live stream and you're not far out of Bowen, there's plenty of time.
Now, Josh, I'm throwing you under the bus a little bit here because you have your phone up with the details. Now, that's on, where am I looking for that if I want to know all the race numbers and race competitors? It's just on Don River's page?
Yeah, I just found it on Facebook, Don River Dash.
Yep, excellent. And now I'm looking at the 1062. Is that a brand new Razorback? Because it looked very shiny. Little Class 10 car.
Yep, brand new Razorback. One of the first ones that the Chapmans have.
Is that Mick Marson racing as well, 1032? Is the big fella racing this weekend?
He is, mate. So that's one of our race committee organisers, I guess you'd say there as well.
One of the OGs.
But yes, so that's Mick off the line. But yeah, having a chat to Clayton last night. That is one of the first Razorbacks that has been produced by the Chapman family since they've taken over Razorback racing frames. But how good are the sights, the sounds here in the Don River as we see a vehicle at our drop into the creek there. So that's a sort of essentially give you a bit of an idea of where our start line. So when you see them all lined up running down along those power lines, that's not actually a timed section. That's just a ceremonial, a parade start. And it's such a great idea by the organisers.
Look at that footage, Josh, as it floats down, all that drone shots that the boys here put on. Again, those side-by-side, you see, that's a JSW machine, so that's going to be a fast vehicle, no question.
Yeah, Ross Jewell there in the 648.
Perfect. Yeah, and again, you can see as they join back in that big sand berm. Had some of those. Unfortunately, Billy Getty's not here this year in Hellboy or any other truck that he's had the chance to wheel the last couple of years. Always entertaining, and a big shout out to Bill, probably at home running the cows or something like that.
I hear the rumour is the way he got thumped by Kent Battle and the performance that the buggy put down.
Yep.
And the way the track roughens up. A lot of the truck boys are a bit nervous.
Well, I hear the real problem is that the buggies just push the trucks too hard and they break all the time.
It is.
That's the real problem.
It is a problem for the trucks that they need to get on top of.
Oh, my goodness. Seeing as we've all been destroyed in all the championships this year.
Yeah. I can feel the hate mail.
Just kidding, guys.
Feel the hate mail.
But it is cool to see. And a little bit of water sitting around here this year too, Josh.
Yeah, absolutely. I tell you what, something I'm interested in keeping a bit of an eye on there. That drone footage that we just saw before, that is actually the entrance to the Don River where they come in. So a hard, accelerating, long straight. Interesting to see how that section of track is going to hold up throughout the next 48 hours of racing. Because one of the interesting things, we talk about the cars chopping up the track for the bikes, but also I tell you what, the bikes do chop up the track as well. So
they even change the rut, don't they, Josh? Like,
yes.
It gets a real single line on it. And, it's interesting to watch the ruts sometimes.
You always got to be careful of the ruts. They will get you, particularly when there's a bit of water around, a bit of moisture involved with the ruts.
Correct. Always a dangerous time. So, but see a couple of those Class 8 cars off the line too, which is absolutely unreal because a lot of those guys, Josh, are winch challenge competitors. So we now have a real crossover between the winch guys and the off-road racing guys. Man, as a Brenthal gets off the line, there's some cool stuff. Is that a little Class 10 Brenthal, is it?
Yes.
Yeah, right. Very cool to see that car as well. Because, again, it just doesn't make sense that was on its own in that line. Maybe they didn't make start line. Might have been fixing something before they got off the line. Now, again, remember that we are actually on corrected time. So this is a reverse grid. Mainly, call a spade based on classes, not necessarily on where we think that these guys are going to race. But the event committee have essentially tried to put them in an order. But I would be watching, particularly today, some of our Class 5 guys are going to be finished and down the Royal well before the rest of the guys. Same with some of our little 10 cars. They are very fast little cars. Now, Josh, that was that Razorback going past that we were talking about, actually on screen at the moment. And we were talking about that. Oh, as Mick Marson gets it going there as well. He's going nicely. But what I was going to say is that what's cool about that, again, we talk about it all the time, Australian-built vehicle. Those guys are doing jigged chassis now. Like, they've really stepped up the game to make those Razorbacks, a real piece of gear. And the cool thing about that is, much like the Elements where you go and talk to the Habies, like, they're racers. So Chapman's are racers. So, so now and it always was the case with the Razorbacks, but, you really can talk to these guys, can't you? You got in trouble, you go and talk to the Chapmans. Well, they can really assist you with getting it sorted out.
Yeah, absolutely. And I believe one of the great things now with the jig built, CNC bent, everything like that, if you have an accident in your Razorback, I believe you can just rig up and give them a list of parts.
That little single seater got a little loose over that jump. That's the JK Racing one. The green Jimco? Got it gathered back up, but just come off that jump a little bit awkward, let's say.
Now, this is one of the things you're talking about in front of us, these little jumps that have been built as we see the first of our Class 8 competitors, the big yellow school bus.
Again, a truck that does WTC. They bash this through the trees on every other weekend, and now here they are out here having a race at the Don River Dash. It's something quite cool to see these crossover vehicles that can do a number of different things.
Yeah, I believe LS-powered GQ wagon there. And that's what we're talking about, this section they're coming in. Last year, I recall it actually, I don't know whether they dug a bit of sand out for the council had or a little bit of, maintenance or even the way the track floods. There was actually quite a large drop-off and then...
Almost like a rocky section.
Yes, yes, that's right. Now with the river flooding, a lot of sand has been replaced, so it's one of the cool things as well, the track conditions regularly chopping and changing here, so that's why pre-running proving to be extremely important.
Now, Josh, one of the really cool little vehicles here, the 3RZ powered Hilux Tundra combo thing with a solid front end. So it's actually a Class 8 car, that one. Got a front diff in it, got four-wheel drive.
As the 146 of Ian Baker off the line and the 833 there, that's Christopher Wyden. Now, just having a little bit of a look at the numbers as well. The 828, the yellow bus that we're talking about, the driver on record there, Tanya Gibson. So it looks like a great female competitor here this weekend as well.
Yeah, that's very cool. Again, number of Class 8s all coming through together. Oh, Josh, and this is the, look at this, 2 IFS cars. I was going to say that's the Davy built four-wheel drive car. Now, they'll be running in 11, which is unlimited class, and that's because they'll have a 7-litre motor or, a 400 cube LS-based motor in it. A lot of these four-wheel drive cars do prefer, and same with the trophy trucks. Let's call a spade. They work well with the 7 litres due to the fact that they've got a little bit more weight. Now, that's not on the buggy dorks for you buying the wrong chassis to race, but, hey, we'll deal with it. So, class 11 with the 7 litres. Good, keep a good eye. Wow, Joshua, look at that Can-Am down in the river. It is smoking. Yeah. Damn,
literally or fast?
No, fast.
Yeah, cool.
Very fast.
As we do cut to it, see there a little bit, like you said, that a little bit of dust already kicking up.
Yep.
It seems like the wind has dropped off a little bit.
Which is nuts when it literally had a shower of rain yesterday, correct?
As the trees moving right there. A little bit of rain last night as well while we're at the showgrounds, but what a beautiful day here.
Yes.
As we enjoy the sights and sounds here in the Don River.
Wow, listen to that little side-by-side. He's upper on the gas. That centrifugal clutch. So a lot of these vehicles have CVT, with the belt. And, now they're starting to go to these manual transmissions, Josh. Again, they're only getting faster and faster. So going to be very interesting to see how that all goes in the future.
Yeah, and you hear the sound difference there as well if the sound is coming through our mics. The first side-by-side, that being a Polaris Pro R, a naturally aspirated, I believe, 2.2 litre.
Look at this Maverick. Holy moly, boys. These things are flying now. Hey, that is a fast little race car. I'm expecting that to be, a good race pace there. Again, once we see the likes of Smoothie and Comiskey and Battle, we've got 2 battles here this weekend too, Joshua.
We've got a winning battle.
Which one's that going to be?
Seaton.
That's cold-blooded, my man. But Kent Battle, the reigning champion, but younger brother Seaton getting a V8 Pro car, and they're going to be holding on, right?
Now, I believe there's a little bit of competition there as well already. Kent said that the Brinks Performance 6-litre has been in, raised the RPM, got another 600 RPM out of that thing. So for those that know the KB Brinks Performance 6-litre, she's already got plenty of RPM
stout.
in her.
Very, very stout. Yeah, actually, hey, that's something we got to mention up around here. And I know there's a lot of good engine builders. We're not hating down South Team, but, man, Barbagallo's up this way. He builds a nasty, nasty motor. And Brinks, there is a number of guys up here. Hendry's are here. Oh, no. Right in front of us, Joshua, we've actually got and I think that's blown up. That is oil outside of the tailpipe there. That's a bit unfortunate right there. So I know you can't see it on our shot right at this second, ladies and gentlemen, but unfortunately one of our little, that must be a 10 car, Josh, guessing by the position it's in. Down in the river. As soon as he's hit the river, he's only gone maybe 2 kilometres. Hey, look at this footage, Josh, of what this big 11 car coming down. Again, this is a 4-wheel drive car, independent front end. I would actually call this an Ultra 4, guys. So, ladies and gentlemen, it probably runs with our pro cars and our trophy trucks, but unfortunately, again, it is really an Ultra 4 car. It's designed. Actually, Josh, one of these went internet famous for that crazy jump at that race down in Brizzy the other weekend, right?
Yes, absolutely. I know the one you're talking about. As we see a bit of a pass happening here already, a Class 8 and one of our Ultra 4s. Geez, look at the action there. We got broken down car, we got a Class 11 and a Class 8. But gee, the big performance of that Class 11 there, getting it done and dusted. But how good are these high drone shots as we see some of our Class 10 cars? Give you a bit of an idea of the water that is on the track there. But not just a straight run. Sometimes you get the vibe that it's just a straight run down the river, but we see the twists and turns here. These beautiful drone shots at the custom Lithium Don River Dash.
Well, then, Josh, you can even see over on our right, just for as a layout. So that's actually all the motorbike pits over there. And then just past them is where we are in the commentary tower. And then all the spectators, they've got a VIP area here right in front of the jumps. They're handing out cold drinks. We've got... Now, listen, Joshua, I know you haven't been down in sample shop, but there's hot coffee, there's burgers, there's ice cream I saw down there. So I hear there's even some Asian treats and stuff down there. So there's a real variety of everything down in these vendors here today.
Massages? Is that... No, sushi is what you mean.
Sushi,
yes,
that's correct. Definitely not Luke Hester. Righto, again, we've got the footage. Dave Laughlin down here as well. Now, this man has to be one of the most raced racers in the last 2 years. He never stops. He's even had a few big, let's say, failures.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think just gets it turned around. This Ursig built little honey badger.
I think a honey badger is the appropriate name.
Yeah.
Particularly for this one.
A crap.
Yeah, absolutely. It is battle proven.
Yep.
It's hard to put down.
And it always looks good. Like, it doesn't look, you know what I mean? Like, it's a good-looking race car. So, very, very cool. Oh, here we go. So, that's the commentary box, and we're flying down through the VIP area. You can see all the cars parked up and checking it out. We've got the vendors down there selling food. Decent little lineup already getting there. Burgers, coffee, like you said, sushi, all sorts of stuff. Great view. And again, ladies and gentlemen, what an awesome position. You can also get your iPad out. Now there's, Don River Wi-Fi and all the other stuff. Obviously, we're close enough to town. Telstra will work. So if you're up and down the river, make sure you jump on the live feed and you can keep up with all the action as well as using your own eyes in the river. There's farmers down here. They've got gazebos set up on their land, and there's a couple of different views. Have a look at that too. That's racing right in the Don River. Aaron Phillips about to be off the line. Now, that wasn't Aaron Phillips. It was the car lining up. But again, Phillips in that new car. That's a Brenthal, obviously, Joshua. So coming out of our side-by-sides and now racing.
Yeah, stepped up.
Oh, now, and that's the Jimco too, Joshua, the Old Faithful.
Yeah, that's Rowan Williams.
Yes, so she's done a few Ks and been very competitive over the years.
Just recently converted from a turbo VQ to a naturally aspirated V8 as well, I believe.
Kent Battle would be proud. Another V8 car out there racing. Now, Josh, that's got to be, is that a rush truck there?
Yes. Yeah, I'm pretty confident the 444. That's Damien Saunders.
Yes. I think he converted to a Rush a couple of years ago.
Yes.
Great truck, though. We're talking about Rush trucks. I reckon we got another one here, too.
Yes.
Got a slightly unique body line. Very squat, very low.
Well, what a great, class we have here in Class 4. Not just the standard geezers or anything like that
So Josh, sorry mate, I'm not meaning to pull you up, but just to fours. Now we're going to think that all trophy trucks are the same, but fours are limited to 6 litres, aren't they?
And two-wheel drive as well.
Two-wheel drive, that's right. So if you see a truck that looks like a truck and smells like a truck, but it's in 11, it's because it's either four-wheel drive or got a big motor. Happy with that answer? You look deep in thought. Not sure. I think as soon as they go over 6 litres, they've got to be an 11. Because they run Joey Bulmer's car in 11, and it's a 7-litre racer. You still look deep in thought here.
Well, I'm just trying to run some calculation in my head what size motor is in Brent Smoothie's car. Because it runs in Class 8. I believe it's a 7-litre.
Yeah, but Class 8 might be different. Because it's four-wheel drive, not two-wheel drive. 11 is once they go up in two-wheel drive, so it must be unlimited two-wheel drive. Are we happy with that answer now? Someone on the live feed is screaming at their camera right now. We got another one smoking in almost the same location. Old 60. Now, who is 60?
That is Daniel Godfrey.
And it sounds very unhappy through our little live feed there. Does it even smell a little bit unhappy in the live feed, or is that something else that we can smell? It's not the delicious, warm, hot burgers that are for sale over there. It's something that smells a bit like oil. Now, another one of those buggies running through there.
So that's
holy moly. Is that young Western or older Western?
Should be Cooper Western.
Yes.
Going off our start list.
I didn't mean that disrespectfully.
Driver on record.
Oh, yeah, and Kevy Knott. Now, out of interest, Kevy Knott gone to a V8. Is that a recent addition? I really should be all over this. I'm asking you a lot of questions, aren't I? Remember you had a turbo car for a little while?
Absolutely. Relatively recent, I would say.
Nice.
Yes.
Yes. You think a lot of these guys, Josh, are going V8 for just reliability?
I think now that also the ability to step up to a 7-litre rather than a 6-litre.
Yep.
Parts more readily available. Say you could buy an iron block 6.2 litre or something like that and
Absolutely.
Squeeze some pretty decent performance out of it.
Yeah. It's much more achievable to get the 800 horsepower reliably, isn't it?
Yes.
Whereas really, though, at a 6-litre, the 800 was on the jagged edge. You were doing, 3/4 of an inch lift cams and titanium retainers and all the stuff and revving them to, 9,000 RPM. And now there was companies doing that reliably. Carrison did it very reliably. JB, talking of, too slow, mate, too slow. Talking of the 9,000 RPM. Yeah, have a look at that. Williams car going very nicely through there. But I suppose that's the real problem is, unfortunately, off-road racing tests absolutely every part of a car, right? So that's the Smoothie all-wheel drive Mason. So, listen, let's call a spade a spade. That's one we need to watch out for. 4-wheel drive, 7-litre. He's a competitor. It is his first time here, but that 847 is a real bit of gear.
Absolutely. We were talking to him last night. It says, see, just north of 1,000 horsepower out of the Joe Gibbs motor.
Also, I don't think we're telling any lies here that no one knows. Like, that would be $1.1 million to buy, right?
Probably even more. Probably even more at this point in time.
There you go. So, that's what we're talking about here when you start talking about these top-level competitive cars. There's the Killer Customs car going through there. He's had that one a little while, hasn't he? But, again, he's been a little bit plagued with, let's call it issues. Hopefully he can have a good run, because it'd be nice to see him have a good run.
Yeah, a custom in-house built truck as well. Another one of our great...
That's Hillbilly Racing in that turbo car. I hadn't seen them for a little while.
2JZ.
2JZ, that's
couple of overnight parts from Japan.
Now, Brett Comiskey.
Yeah, another one of our great...
Down through. So that's a Brenthal all-wheel drive truck. Again, 4-wheel drive, 7-litre. It has an X-Track gearbox in it. Now, listen... No, it doesn't anymore.
No, they had too much drama with the X-Track. Just before Fink this year, they switched back to switched to an Albans.
Yes, there you go. Because that's what I was about to say, is they seem to be on top of whatever was going on with, and that makes sense. So we're not knocking anyone, but they were having driveline dramas. They seem to have it back on boat. Well, now, Seaton Battle, Josh having a good run there, setting the pace nice and clean early.
Yeah, good run there. And I think really the change back from the X-Track to the Albans was basically just local support. Albans being an Australian company, there was someone that they could go and talk to relatively close by.
Now, Josh, is this calendar in the... Oh, no, that's a different car, isn't it? That is a racer. Trying to pick which racer that is. That might be the import carbon that came in the same time as Joey Bulmer's, right?
Yes.
Yep.
Is that the 1111? Yes, John Madison, I believe.
Yep. Here's Calendar's Razorback, and I was going to say, who is that?
Westline.
Of course it is. The boys from Westline will be on a charge. They have been... Holy moly, Josh, have a look at this. They're going to take Calendar. They've obviously got the old red eye flying pink... Oh, I don't know where I was going with that.
Pink eye?
I don't know where I was going with that, ladies.
I don't know what you do at night, mate, but that's between you and... Jesus.
Anyway, Westline, what I'm trying to say, Josh, is over the last 3 or 4 years, Westline have been on a absolute charge. Keep a good eye on them.
And now it looks like we do see the Smoothie machine.
Yeah. Now, has he got Travis Robinson in the passenger seat?
That is the story.
So if Travis Robinson is in the passenger seat, do you think he's ever going to say lift?
Now have a look at this drone. This isn't a drone footage, lads. This is live footage out of a helicopter. The live stream event, the live stream crew here up at Don River Dash continually change the game. Right. They're like a YouTube-built 79. They are game changers.
Listen, there's Mick Marson's old car, and we're going to stop calling it that because this is now a Calendar car, isn't
Drew
it?
Calendar.
Awesome. So the 32, not to be confused. Look at this. The helicopter's actually struggling to keep up with Smoothie, isn't it? That is on point. You might say he's on Abbott Point operations. And the Grand View did I not call it? Mr. Sheet Metal, first one through.
Yes, so that's...
He's going to be hard to catch up this time. Like, I'm telling you, he's running pace inside Again, I know I keep stepping back a little bit. Like, that's a top 20 pace he's running, and he's right at the front. He's got clean air now, and he's got like Talbot Cox is here now, Joshua. Like, and that's crazy. We haven't even talked about Talbot Cox this weekend. You know, the multiple-time Don River Dash champion, local. He knows how to get it done here, and he has the right bit of equipment under him.
And the right mentality for this race, where it is improvise, adapt, and overcome as the racetrack changes.
Now, on the screen, Josh, great shot. Sorry, I didn't realise you were watching it as well, but that is the bottom corner, isn't it? So, you know, this is something that we haven't seen previously all the way down to the bottom corner. So you're getting the gist of what's going on here. He's come down, turned around, and this is Clayton Chapman going the other way. Holy moly. Again, multi-time. Bro, how much power has that 2J got?
All of it. But
the 15 is doing about 150 mile an hour.
But I tell you what, hot on his heels, and you can hear the RPM, that 31 machine.
Bro.
Throwing flames. Getting after it.
We got Roro in the commentary box with us, Josh, and he is absolutely pumped. Kent Battle is in the house. That is our reigning champion. And chasing two previous champions. Damn, this is a race. Great footage. Look at that. So that's the full turnaround now. Mr. Sheet Metal, Michael Ranson doing the U-turn there, and he is headed back to the west now, all the way out in the soft stuff, Joshua Curran.
Yeah, how good are these drone shots? We got drones. We got cameras in scissor lifts. We've got helicopters. We've got it all happening. And we've got two idiots up in the commentary box having a good time as well. So we hope you are as well. But I tell you what, these shots are just fantastic. You really get an understanding. You see the large wet patches.
Yeah, water. That's what I was about to point out. Now, one of our first side-by-sides is back here in the stadium area as well, Josh. That's going to be one of our new Mavericks. Yep, she's got the new suspension in her. So right in the house. Yeah, I know you're looking around. We can hear something in our ears that we don't really know where it's... Is that out of the helicopter?
I think so.
So that must be Smoothie's truck that we can hear running along beside a helicopter, maybe? Oh, it's in cab. Yeah, right. Very, very cool. Nortrans hasn't been off the noise
time
for the last 20 minutes. Have a look at this. Yeah, this is brilliant. Josh has actually literally taken the glasses off and just stopped talking. He's that into this. We are having an absolute cracking time here. Yes. Pointing out the very big statement that Kent Battle loves to run. We're having a great time here in the commentary box watching all this action. Again, brought to us by all the amazing sponsors that up and down the event. So Mr. Sheet Metal on the way back, he is leading the race at the moment. Going to be interested to see if this Maverick, because again, these are real race cars now as we keep talking about. Oh, and have a look at that terrain. Kent running down towards the west now. You can see those farms and roads and bits and pieces. There's all sorts of, again, another Joshua coming back. Coming in for a pit too, so this will be interesting. So I would assume that some of these cars, they won't be able to do the 2 laps. So there'll be a couple of these teams that are going to take fuel. So again, a lot of these guys built for short course. Sorry if I went quiet there. I was just having a listen. I think the motor's okay. It just sounded like it had a little miss in there, but I don't believe that's the case. So they're doing a hot fuel stop for the 629 at the moment. That's what's going on. And you're going to see all the motorbikes do this. Now, Joshua, we are back in the helicopter.
Yeah, fantastic.
Get to the
footage
chopper.
Here. Yeah, Arnold Schwarzenegger up there in the chopper doing his job. But yeah, how good are these shots? We see Smoothie, but look at the stream, the gaggle of cars heading back the other way.
Gee, there's more water down there than I thought this year, Josh. That's going to be interesting to see how that plays out. One of the competitors did talk to me about they actually ended up with a misfire, and they were actually, it was Muir. I know this for a fact now. I was thinking who I was talking to. So Dave Muir was talking to me about having to waterproof his car a little bit. Gee, and you can see the closing speeds. Have a look at that WTC truck, and not knocking it at all, but compared to the pace of Smoothie, Josh.
Yeah, there's a big difference there, isn't there? But that's one of the great things about this racetrack. Plenty of opportunities to overtake as we see Kent Battle still battling a little bit of the dust there. But fantastic to see these chopper footage. Like you said, we saw look like Smoothie coming up on the Class 8. And also Drew Callender just in front as we see a side-by-side. That's the 669. That is Sean Daggan. First lap under the belt. Heading off. 5 more to go, brother. But now we start to see the side-by-sides, that group, come through, as that is the 647 as well.
Yeah, it's going to get crazy here in a minute, Josh. The 647 through, as you were saying, and there's going to be a real pack. You know, Class 7s, Class 6s, all the 10 cars that are going to come through in a minute. And all of these guys racing for class honours as well as outright honours, right, Josh?
Yes.
Yeah, there's a lot of bragging rights within Class 6. They're not worried about who Smoothie's racing. Now, listen, there's a car pulled over there as well, Josh. I'm trying to work out what on the live feed. And that's the blue Rush truck, I believe. I don't think it's Killer. Oh, again, Smoothie on the pass. Again, getting around that racer truck now, racer pro car. Gee, that just shows you how fast that car is, right?
Yeah, that's right. That is a pretty stout little 6-litre there. And I tell you, the other big advantage, the way that truck is putting its power down with four-wheel drive, as we see Kent into some of this wet area here as well. You see the boys just getting the hand up there to cover the visor as they smash through the water. Look at the pace these guys are carrying through the water.
Yes. Now, Josh, there seem to be a few cars. Now, there'd also be, obviously, official cars down there. They've been hard to tell because they are using side-by-sides and that. But I wonder if this water is going to be an early attrition rate for a few of the cars that are not, let's say, fully set up, fully tested, fully organised, like, 605 through now. The Hectic Boys, they came with a full team this year, as they always do. But there's a fair crew. And again, this in-cab, and you're seeing cars going the other way, Josh. Like, it's so cool to see the different terrain. So we're down at the turnaround there, and that's Chris Weston. No, sorry. Cooper Weston going the other way. He is really on the gas this weekend. He's driving very well.
Yeah, and you would have seen there a couple of little cones in the middle of the road there as well. That indicates the middle of the track here, the middle of the river, was actually used for recovery. So that's great as we cut to Seaton Battle, making his debut here at the Don River Dash.
Josh, how crazy is it that you're making your debut at the Don River Dash and you're sitting there and you're running the pace with the big dogs? Like Seaton Battle, that's a great race pace, right? I'm not just making this up because he's a mate. That's a good pace.
Well, Seaton, an excellent motorbike rider, and motorbike riders do tend to adapt to four wheels at the cage. Yeah. They've got that eye for detail, that eye for a lap. But I tell you what, we've got plenty of action happening here at the finish line. We've got Can-Ams, we've got Polarises.
Yep. No, as you were saying, we've seen it a number of times. A lot of the good guys, like Billy Geddes is a motorbike rider, right? Or was a motorbike rider. Toby Price comes from bikes. A lot of those guys that ride bikes. Well, even Shannon Wrench, motorbike rider, went to buggies. And I think, like you're saying, is that ability to read the line and get the fastest line through the berm. And you can almost see it with the way Seaton's running the lines, right? Yeah. Seaton had that amazing footage on the first on. He actually won the first on, didn't he, on motorbikes?
Yes.
And then he had that crazy year, I think it was the second year, where he hit the dog.
A stray dog.
A stray dog. How does that happen when you're leading?
You talk about how the holes in the cheese have to line up for you to win a race. You don't have to be fast. You have to be a well-prepped car.
You have to dodge the dogs.
You've got to dodge the dogs.
Almost like dodging the ruts. So, Smoothie back on screen here now. Yeah, that truck's going well, isn't it? And I suppose even down to Josh, it's a little bit of an advantage for him that he hasn't had to run, you know what I mean, the positioning that he took off in. If he can make good run today, because they shuffle the cars tomorrow, don't they, to corrected times?
Yes.
So, just so you guys are aware, if he runs the fastest time here today, he will be at the back come Sunday morning start, which again, you're with a fast pack, so that'll already work. But I'm just saying, at the moment, if to pass a couple of 10 cars and bits and pieces is an advantage for him with his closing speed. Yeah,
absolutely. I think we did see him closing in a little bit there on Seaton as well. So, like we said, reverse grid start. The cars are expected to be able to pass as the first of our Class 10 cars.
Yeah, and that's the All Boys, so that'll be good. Those boys have run a number of different classes and they've stepped up into that Class 10. They've been running 10 for a little while now, and it's a great little car that really suits their racing. So it's good to see those boys out there.
As we see some of our side-by-sides down at the western end of the river, I guess you'd say. This is our western turnaround point.
No, I'd call it the eastern. It's now near the ocean, bud. Is that what we're talking about?
Isn't it that end?
Yep. I'd call that the eastern. That's the ocean, Bruss. He's still pointing in the commentary box, guys. If you're pointing towards Alice Springs, that's west.
Cocaine's a hell of a drug.
You're still struggling with it, aren't you? Race up. That's down the river. Down the river. Down the river. Up the river. Oh, we've had a big rollover, ladies and gentlemen, right in front of the crowd. Big one. One of our side-by-sides. I actually cannot see from the dust now. They're still going, and there's plenty of the right where we are. There's what's the wording I'm saying?
Plenty of officials.
Officials are here. Mick Marson is just coming through that crowd as well. Unfortunately, over the first jump in front of the crowd. Now, they are out of the vehicle. So that's the first thing, ladies and gentlemen. They are up and out. So that is a fantastic thing. I wonder if there was contact there because there's actually 3 side-by-sides that have pulled up out of the dirt there. They're running out to check. But we look like, listen, again, I can't stress this enough. Everyone is out of the vehicle. So I'm not sure about any footage of that. But is that Clayton Chapman on our screen now, having a good run? But I will reiterate the accident. It was a big one, Joshua. And that's one of those things, I must admit, the side-by-sides, because they're, let's call them ballish in shape or square, they do tend to do a wall and sand flicking. And so that is but they are out of the vehicle. All 6 of the people are out of cars. And I'm not sure if they're going to get back and go and racing in those other 2 cars.
I think one of the big things with the side-by-sides too, that they're so competitive and similar in pace that, these guys will have probably been racing each other for the whole 50-kilometre lap already.
And I kind of feel like old mate was on his tail, and I wonder if someone zigged when they should have zagged, that old game. And it happens to the best of us, but...
As we cut back to the chopper, we got Smoothie here again, the 847 on a pretty good run. I tell you what, now this gives you a bit of an idea. We were talking about before, Seaton still holding pace there just in front of Smoothie, so a great run there. But I think we will see the big Mason Motorsport all-wheel drive round him up in the not-too-distant future.
Wow, Seaton's actually attacking those water sections. He's actually opened that gap a little bit, Joshua. Now, don't get me wrong, I totally agree. Obviously, the faster truck is the Mason at this point, but that is impressive to see Seaton attacking that water lines the way that he is at this point.
Well, I think we talk about that's that bike riding experience. He knows every nook, every cranny of this track.
And they've been here for a little while. Well, they're almost local, aren't they, out of Townsville, the Battle Boys? And again, you see the different options here, Josh. Like Smoothie's got lines, hasn't he? He's got things that he can do, although they're obviously running the race line. But look at this closing gap of that big Mason now. Gee, this is some banging footage, Joshua Curran.
Absolutely.
Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you're as excited as us. We never get to see this sort of thing. Even at the big races like Fink, you don't see this sort of thing. The Don River Dash is turning it on. Huddy and his crew. And I tell you what, they didn't get him.
Yeah, and like you said, that aggression. We see the multiple lines start to come into play, but
that was a disadvantage there.
Yes.
Yeah, they've dropped some placing there.
Seaton opening it back up again, and this is the challenges of the reverse grid. You might be that slightly
Joshua
faster car.
This gives me Dust to Glory's feeling.
Yeah,
this.
Absolutely.
When the Honda A team racing the Honda B team, have a look at this. The buggies versus the trucks. And on that weekend, the buggies won. No, that's not true. Anyway, listen.
But look at that. We see one of our Class 8 competitors as well getting involved there as well.
Well,
obviously,
he looked like he was ready to head for the rocks.
Yeah. He was looking for his ground anchor.
Boys, we're going to drive the hard lines.
But the Smoothie Cattle Co. chopper.
Yeah.
Filming Smoothie and see all the S's. I tell you what, you see the banking there of the chopper.
Yep.
Huddy up in the chopper, doing a great job.
So, sorry, mate, I was looking up the track. Was that our turnaround there? They've done a full U-turn and headed back up now.
Yes.
And they're on their way. Now, the other guy that we're obviously looking out for, Josh, is Talbot and Kent Battle. Can't be too behind there, right?
No, as we see the Revis Rover as well, the 762, our only Class 7 this weekend, brave enough to take on the track. So mad credit to these guys pulling in for a pit. Maybe a little bit of a rest or relaxation. Or what the hell are we doing here in a Pajero?
Yeah, what are we doing?
No schools around, obviously.
Now, out of interest, that's very good. Oh my goodness. Anyway, there was some great footage there, and it did show how the Mason worked in the tight stuff. That you can see is right on the back again. So pretty darn impressive. That's a good line there from Smoothie. Have a look at that. And that is how it's done, ladies and gentlemen. And interesting, you can see once you get that jolt of pace right, Josh.
Yes.
Like the Mason darted past.
Well, I think what Smoothie was able to do there, get up onto the back of Seaton and then sort of tuck his nose up there and sort of get the priority line as well, get the optimal racing line there.
Yes, absolutely.
And Seaton obviously realising the slightly faster car just let him on through there, but made him work for it. And that's what you've got to do.
Yep, absolutely.
But great to see a lot of our Class 6s here. We're starting to see a lot of our 10 cars, our Class 1 cars come through as well, as that's the 160 machine there. That is Darren Angel.
Now, Joshua there, 3.5 litre naturally aspirated. Spend as much money as you want on the motor. They, 6 stacked and all sorts of stuff, but a lot of VQ 35s in that class that have been very competitive over the years. And it's a real race class. Like, those guys are talented drivers, and the Class 1s, it's something to look for, right?
Well, absolutely. We've seen them, top 10 prologue at different events where, lots of horsepower is required. We see those Class 10s and Class 1s up there, as the McCosker, the 46, powers their way through there as well.
Now, Josh,
the 48, I believe
the little
that is.
6169 going again now.
Yes.
Now, let's have a real quick chat about this. A little bit rattled because he's just seen a big roll in front of him, right? You got to sort of click out of the gear.
Yes.
Stop thinking about the accident that happened in front of you and get racing again.
Yeah.
It's actually happened to us in a race car, and it is a little bit of a hard thing to shake, isn't it?
Absolutely, but that's one of the great things there. They were the first car on the scene there, so they pulled up, assisted in getting all of our drivers of the rolled over vehicle out, and now they're back on the road and moving. Now, this is one of the great things as well.
And they'll get corrected time, right?
That's exactly where we're going. Our race officials, very liberal with the corrected time. If they were stopped for, 5 minutes 50, they'll definitely get that time back as the 1:04 comes through as well.
Because as officials, we want everyone to stop and render assistance.
Absolutely.
We're racers, sure, but listen, we're people first. No, Joshua. No. Smoothie stopped on track. And that doesn't look like they're pacing to change a wheel or something, Josh.
No.
That looks like that's broken. Oh, my goodness. That is heartbreaking for that car, because obviously we had that pitched as a winner, right?
Oh, it's definitely going to be a competitive car. There's no doubt about it.
Yep. Hopefully they can get that back and sorted and race it again tomorrow, because, again, we are doing laps here and we've seen it before, but first lap, not what we wanted to see for those guys, because, again, that is a real bit of race car kit, and it is something that you have to see to believe, right?
Oh.
And we saw out of the helicopter but that
well,
brief
we're hoping
glimpse
to get
of
it. Hope to get it back coming this way, so we could enjoy the sights and sounds
noise,
up close and
that
personal.
Joe Gibbs motor, 1,100 horsepower of a V8 naturally aspirated. Joshua, it doesn't even roll off the tongue smooth. It's such a big number that I can't understand it. 1,100 horsepower.
Yeah, it's fantastic. That we are seeing top-notch quality machinery here in Australia. I think Mick touched on it last night, where he said, 15 years ago, there was maybe one or two $200,000 cars in Australia. Now there are multiple $1 million cars in Australia. Kevy Knott.
Yep. Great sounding motor in that thing too. Great turned out car. Another element that's been around for a little while, but really doing some Ks now. Well, that's actually the Baja element too. It's been over to Baja, hasn't it?
Yes.
Say yes. I'm sure it's been to America. McCosker car going the other way fast. Now, that's a Mark 5 Southern Cross, Josh, or a Mark 6. Again, I'm sure someone in the comments can school us up with that information, but I'm sure it's one of those Australian-built chassis. Again, big shout out to all of our major and minor sponsors and everyone around, Tourism and Events Queensland, all those guys getting on board. Aaron Phillis goes past now in the 40. The Brenthal. And Killer Customs in his custom-built two-wheel drive trophy truck. Little squeak out of that, Josh, as I went past. Unusual noise. Almost sounded like brake squeak or like a bearing squeak of some sort. But anyway, moral of the story is I'm hoping, because again, I've had a rough run a few times, the poor boys. Those things happen. But I tell you what, it's floating at the moment, so that's what we want. Now, what are we looking at here? We've obviously got, there's the calendar car. Then the True Line car. And the Westline car. Nick Cummins.
Yeah,
that's
good.
Obviously the Brenthal, Josh. As I'm looking at it, I should know that. They've got a geyser.
Yeah, upright tyres, mate.
Yeah, correct. There you go.
The two upright tyres.
So 2 down, 2 up. Don't look at me like I'm silly, mate. Yep, so all the way down. Yep, that's the end of the track there. They're headed back towards the west now, going up the river into the lands. Jamie Knight, I love this truck. Australian built, Yokohama. The boys from Gundy, the Niter.
Well, talking to Niter last night, he was like a caged animal, wasn't he, though? He got rained out at Gundawindi.
I thought he'd be busy just signing autographs, handing out stickers. My kids have got them.
I was going to say my two little girls very wrapped on the stickers they gave out last night. So, talking about a family-friendly event, I couldn't wipe the smile off their face. They woke up this morning and the first thing they asked is where was their sticker of the monster truck.
Yeah, nice.
As we see, Seaton Battle.
Oh, yeah. And
Talbot Cox. How good is all the action that we're seeing here, as we also see the 15 machine in the dust, which means we shouldn't be too far away as well, as that's the 34 of Red Nut.
Yep. So, yeah, and we're keeping a good eye on where Kent Battle is. Is that who we're looking for?
And that's the
calendar
in the 32 machine. Gee, a lot of our pro cars all stacked together.
Yep.
As we got the helicopter footage here chasing Clayton Chapman at the moment. We're seeing that 2JZ performance.
Now, big light bar on that one. I'm trying to work out. So that's the THQ car. It's a bit out of position of where I'd be thinking it normally was. It's got a miss. The 444. And there's the 44.
All the fours.
Yep. Now, this is the carbon racer that we were talking about before.
The 1111, I believe it is.
Yeah, but he's running a different number now, 50, yeah. Because they don't have to run that. And then I'm thinking that this has to be... We're really expecting Kent Battle,
James
right?
Sant.
Sant. That's exactly right.
Yep.
I knew as soon as you say it, I'd remember.
Yes. Yeah, and we should be expecting... Geez, I tell you what, that says that Talbot and Clayton...
Yeah,
on absolutely flies.
Yep.
But how good is the footage that we are seeing here at the moment? Now, just having a little bit of a look, a little bit of a shout out to Kai Wust, currently in the Mackay Hospital, crashed in practice. Very upset he can't race, mate. Unfortunately, sad to hear that you had a bit of an accident pre-running, mate, but we hope it doesn't let you down. As the 615 comes past with a bent roof number.
Bent roof number means one thing out here. One thing. That has definitely been for a tumble, that car.
Yeah, looks like it is sitting down a little bit on the left side as well. But, geez, what an event. It's all happening everywhere.
Josh, I'm starting to get a little bit nervous for our last champion. Kent Battle really should have been through if he wants to run with Chappies, right?
Absolutely. Needs to be through.
And Talbot.
Yes.
I can't believe we're not... mate, we're not forgetting you. It's a race, this thing. Look at Comiskey going down. Comiskey's just passed Jay. Oh, no, he hasn't. Look at this. Jamie Knight. Hey,
that
there's
Knighter.
double lines here. We haven't seen anyone run the Comiskey line out there in the wide. And it's a good line, Joshua.
Yeah, so that's an interesting one, isn't it? A little bit slower to start off with.
Yes. No, he's pulled him on the inside there. That's a fantastic line. I didn't even know that was a thing. So there you go. Talbot on the inside line.
Geez, and now look at the racing that we got going on here.
Bro,
dropping
they
off
just
down to the
someone over the side.
Yeah, well, I don't know if they'll push.
No,
yeah.
Yes, I know it's... Yep, Clayton Chapman on the move. Is that Kent? Is that White?
Yeah, it was White.
Has he? He's been passed before. We are very confused now, ladies and gentlemen. There's Seaton. Kent's car just came past, but did we miss him in the dust? Anyway, we're going to get to the bottom of this. I don't know what just happened there, but that was pretty wild. But Clayton Chapman on the haul, the 32 on the haul. These cars are moving. And see, in all of that now, Joshua, I didn't see... did we see Talbot? Anyway, there was a lot of action there very quickly that happened, and I don't know exactly where we all got to with that.
As we see Kai Camilleri as well there, having a good run too. I tell you what, that is the thing. When it comes in thick and fast, it all happens.
Thick and fast, absolutely. We'll talk about that. Hey, I've got Dale in the commentary box with us.
Not
here
Dean.
Again. Not Dean. Josh introduced you as Dean last night. Hold on, mate.
Yeah.
Definitely not. But listen.
I was down the Royal. Too many.
Too many down the Royal. It was 7:30 in the morning. No one was listening anyway. But, hey, how about this action, Dale? This is absolutely awesome.
It's getting faster. These guys, they're out there. They're driving for sheep stations.
Sorry about that, mate. Yeah, I hope everyone heard that. You said you were racing. We just got you unmuted there. It worked. But, mate, absolutely. There's more and more cars. There's more and more. There's helicopter footage. Like, looking at the live stream that's going on. And, again, I was saying before, one of the best things about this race is we're in Bowen. You can get your phone up. You can be sitting watching the river and watching your iPad. Now I know we're trying to get the kids off iPads, but in this day and age, we're the kids, right? We're allowed to use the iPad.
Absolutely, and these spectators are just loving this. They're
chewing it up.
Right beside the action. The dust is coming over the top of them, and they're just absolutely lapping this up.
Yeah, so many fantastic things happening. Again, straight out of the helicopter, it's just an absolutely mint event here in Bowen. And, you've had guys up. I was talking to Clayton Chapman, one of our previous ones. He's been here since Sunday. He goes, this is a holiday.
Yeah, and a few of them I was talking to last night were saying exactly that. They're going to stay on in town over the next week or so and have a break. And why wouldn't you? Beautiful place in North Queensland at this time of the year with the beaches and a welcoming community, and they absolutely love it. A lot of them have got their families with them as well.
Sorry, Dale, I didn't mean... But that was Kent Battle that just came past. I know you were seeing there was some very...
hand signals.
There was hand signals coming out of the car.
Navy.
And obviously it's to the pits that they were driving past.
Well, tell you what, you might be quick.
Yeah, I wonder what it means, what they were trying to... But there was something going on there. So, sorry, Dale, that was what
you're right.
Josh and I were fascinated by there. There was some clear jet, and it wasn't rude. There was no fingers.
No, it wasn't a rude
It was like numbers or something, and we were trying to work out what was going on there. And it's weird because they did some weird lap back thing there that was going on. So, not really sure what was going on, but hopefully they hadn't... Because last year's champion, we're fascinated by how that's going. Clayton Chapman a champion, Talbot Cox a champion. So we got some real killers here.
Oh yeah. And you could see when I was starting them this morning on the start line, you see their faces and they're serious.
Yep.
And they were G'd up.
Well, it's funny because don't get me wrong, it's still an absolutely fun, fantastic event. It's changed over the 7 years, hasn't it?
Absolutely.
A few of the guys were here for a good time. Now it's very, very, a lot of these guys are coming and training and compare their pre-running on motorbikes. Like, it's gotten to that level where this is legit.
Well, you see it, those big transporters come in now, that are similar to the V8 supercars. They're coming in there with their full teams and you see what's going on at the showgrounds and the little workshops they're setting up there. It's become much, much more professional. There's no doubt about that.
That is so good. And the whole town feels it.
Yes, yeah. Oh, look, absolutely. The thing I like about this event, though, because of the different classes, is you've got a Pajero over there in a class of his own.
Yep.
He's just living life like you wouldn't believe. And then you've got these guys who are almost professional and are just going around here, and you got the whole everything in between.
And it's competitive in the class, right?
Yeah.
Like if you get a trophy at the end of the day and go down the Royal and celebrate your class win, that's just as good.
Absolutely.
So, yeah, I totally agree. That's what I mean. Like sometimes we get caught up in the overalls, and I understand why. They're the big dollar teams, right? That's the V8 supercars.
That's right.
But there's also comps going up and down this order, and it's going to be very interesting to see how it plays out.
Yeah, look, I will be interested to see the results from this today, and I'm sure it's getting faster. We're just commenting downstairs about the speeds on that back straight there.
Yep.
They're fairly into it.
Yeah, and well, Dale, the other thing is that something that's amazing, and we've only seen it the one time, I didn't realise, but there's another line further over. Brett Comiskey was out on the far side of the river, whereas obviously we're watching Kent come down now. He's running that inside line. So, there's and Brett Comiskey actually ran a faster line on the outside and overtook someone. So,
yep.
That's something that I think, we go to a Gundy, a Finca, any other race, it's one line racing. Like really, you're getting off the track to let a pass go. There's multiple lines. It can be 3 and 4 wide, can't it?
Oh, look, absolutely. And when I was out yesterday doing that lap, on the bends in the river where the sand is really deep, and they're all looking for that bit of harder sand and a bit of vegetation for traction, and they're certainly going to change their lines.
Yeah,
no doubt about that.
And then the other crazy bit is all the rain that you guys have had, and I know it hasn't been crazy, but there's all those water lines through the middle. So that's an interesting tweak to the racing as well, isn't it? You got to pick your line through the water.
And how and it can only happen here in Bowen. Talbot Cox, one of the the top contenders, 3 hours on a dozer last night.
Unbelievable.
Fixing up the other end of the course to try and reduce that water hazard up the other edge. That's what they do here. They all buck in. They're
and Pat
all
McDonald, he's down in the river for hours, isn't he? For days.
I love it.
No, it's absolutely unbelievable that these guys all come together to make this race. And there's just all the event officials, they're passionate about it, right?
Just the vibe out here. It's, the chatter, the vibe, the enthusiasm.
Well, I was going to say, how is it in the VIP tent? Pretty good?
Look, fantastic. Absolutely. They're just loving it. They just think they've gone to heaven. They're here on the Garden River. The dust is coming over the top of them. And they're right beside the action. And, they're thinking it's fantastic.
Yeah, perfect. Well, that's excellent, mate. Now, listen, from us, and we hopefully talked to you many times over the weekend, but it's just so good to have someone so passionate. You're in government. And you love racing. So, listen, that's what we want.
We're here supporting it. We want to grow this event. I was just talking to one of the councillors, and, this has become a signature event for Bowen. And growing year on year. So we really want to get behind it and work with the council and the organisers and the committee and just continue to grow it in the years to come. Tell you what, this is going to be nice.
Well, it absolutely is. And, you're coming towards the 10th year, you're about to have an anniversary.
I know. It makes me feel old.
No, amazing. I love it. So, that's awesome, Dale. And again, stick around and commentate with us. But we're watching some of the amazing action here. We've got, that's actually the old Mick Moss, I'm pretty sure it is the 32. Calendar's got it now. So, another car that's been right up the pointy end, and Calendars have done a bit.
Absolutely.
Gee, that side
lucky to walk away from.
Yeah, that's a big crash, isn't it? So,
but isn't it, a testament to the safety features in these vehicles that they could have that sort of a roll. And be cartwheeling down the track and then get up and walk away from it. And
the guys wear head and neck restraints now and 5-point harnesses. They've got the correct gear on board. A lot of the gear now is really, really good. We personally have had a big crash, and it was actually in the early days of Hans, wasn't it, Josh? You actually didn't have to wear them. We went, we'll wear them, and I mean, we're so glad now that it's a set stool. You got to have it. You got to have the gear, and it's impressive what you can. These cars, the engineering's come a long way from a bit of home welded pipe. These are race cars now. They're inspected, they're logbook, they're designed, and that's true of everything. Even we were talking about the Pajero before. That's got a logbook cage in it, it's a real race car.
No, look, it is, and getting in that car yesterday with Chappie and
I was going to say he got off the line there, didn't he?
He's got a bush.
I was going to say he stopped too, which is no good. That's the Calendar car there too. He actually passed them and then got a little bit loose going out there wide, so a bit of a shame for them.
I think he's got a problem.
Yep, and it is on the outside of the line, which is never good. I think it might even be down a little dip, and that's Jamie Knight from Gundawindi, the event organiser. That's another thing that's so good. Mick Marson's out there racing. Talbot Cox is out there racing.
They love it.
They love it. When you've got races by races, I think it is an advantage. You know what I mean?
Marzo's got his trophy ute being built in America at the moment. So
trophy ute, I love that. Absolutely.
So how is that different to any? Oh no, it's a special trophy.
Yeah. He's got Falcon lights on the front of it or something. He's got the AAU headlights, Josh. It might be a winner. Yeah, no, I love it. Here they're great races, and yeah, it's going to be cool to see what they can do when they come out there.
Bit of attrition when there's a few along the course that are broken down.
It's a tough race. I mean, I know we always talk about that, but I know the first year Billy Geddes came up and run the Hellboy truck, the red one, and he was saying how he never used as much fuel. He goes, I didn't really account for it. And, I think there's a lot of these guys, particularly with the first time you turn up and you go, gee, I didn't even realise that I'd, wear out the brakes that much. It's deep, thick sand. It's gritty. It's, you do bearings. You do things that you don't really think you're going to do.
Oh, it's harsh when you're going the speeds you are over some of that terrain and the rocks on this back section over here.
Yep.
It's harsh on those vehicles.
And then up this afternoon, we've got some amazing motorbikes because it's hard on the motorbike riders.
I don't know how they do it.
Oh, neither do I.
How they keep those bikes upright in this loose sand.
Yeah, absolutely.
At the speeds that they're doing. But telling me yesterday they're chewing a litre of juice every 800 metres.
That's insane, isn't it? Insane. Yeah, that makes sense. Well, was it, I think Dave Muir was talking about he has 320 litres on board. That's crazy, isn't it?
At $9 a litre.
Yeah, wow. That's not cheap, is it?
It's not cheap. It's absolutely, but they love it. They love it.
Yeah.
They wouldn't want to be doing anything else.
That's right. Yeah,
yeah,
you're right. That was that Class 8 that come past us, the bus. Yeah. I hope they didn't. I wonder if they needed a fuel stop, Josh, and they didn't realise they missed the. No, he's going again, so hopefully they've got it under control. But we have seen it before with the bikes, right, where old mates gone past and then they had to cut across and try to get into the pit stop. Sometimes when you're out there racing, you don't realise where you are exactly. Yeah, there's so much going on. You're in a race with another competitor. But again, great to see all these cars out here. Oh, it looks like, that might be, that's Chappie. A Razorback. Is that Chappie, is it?
Yeah. Yep. Now, interesting to note there in that at that turnaround point, there's actually an inside and an outside berm there, and it's actually flagged as two separate lanes as well. We see Chappie, a lot of our side-by-sides ducking to the inside there, but Chappie with that 2JZ power getting out and really railing that berm on the outside there to try and carry as much momentum as possible.
So that was up the river, Josh, all the way, he's up that way?
Yes.
Yeah.
Don't ask me which direction.
Can you just clarify? That's west, that's east, right?
Correct. So Goshen's just out here.
Hear that word, Joshua? Hear that word? Correct. You should use it with me more often. Oh, you don't. Here, ladies and gentlemen. He's going to be.
You look out.
Brothers. Anyway, the moral of the story is that, it's going to be some great racing, and that inside-outside line, all of that stuff plays into it, doesn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. They got to try and, pick the best lines for what works for their vehicles. Like you said, we saw a Smoothie taking a couple of alternate lines, and sometimes it might be the case of slower in, faster out, particularly that special Comiskey line we saw directly opposite the commentary tower. He lost a position to Jamie coming in, as we see the Red Nut boys, that inside berm there, so that's a little bit of different from Clayton there, but I tell you what, look at the cars right there behind them. Great drone footage here.
And obviously that'll be good to watch on the motorbikes too, Josh. That turnaround, if you're getting stuck behind someone, you can use an alternate line and all that sort of stuff. The fast guys will be fast around the big berm, right?
Absolutely. Yeah, and get a little bit of a break too. That's probably something for the bike boys, It's almost like they're just getting peppered the whole time when they're behind someone.
I'm not trying to cut you off, but look at the footage of the Westline truck just absolutely eating.
Yeah, they are big. They are out there today, really competing, those guys.
He's been on the gas for essentially about a minute wide open, right? Yeah. And like you said, that's 700, 800 metres a litre for fuel economy. That's crazy.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, the sand down here on this turnaround is so deep, and those heavier vehicles really lose a lot of traction down there.
Yep. Well, as we were just talking about, we've seen the inside-outside lines here. So that's Rowan Williams. And then is that the 32 machine? Is that Drew Callender there?
Now, Josh, is that what got us before? Because that almost does look a bit
100%.
elementy.
I was just about to say
Rowan Williams that was come through before, not Kent, and that makes sense why Kent came past later.
Yes.
Right, so we apologise, ladies and gentlemen. We're now on board with what happened in the flick of the dust that we saw. But yeah, Rowan Williams, great car, well turned out. Those guys are, I tell you what, they've had a little bit of a monkey on their back, haven't they? They've had some tough races.
Yes.
But hopefully they can have a few clean runs now and get some seat time, because that's what we all love out here, is the seat time of these races. Yeah, and obviously no update on Smoothie, Josh, at the moment. We haven't seen that truck again, and I guess I got to be honest, the helicopter's no longer chasing them, so I'd say that they've worked it out and they're back to filming. So that's the Killer Customs car, Steve Kildee. One he builds himself, Dale. Good-looking truck, hey?
A real industry.
Yep.
Real industry now starting to develop.
Absolutely.
Around this type of racing, off-road racing.
Yep.
And you're seeing now a lot of businesses and even a lot of these drivers starting their own business where they're building these cars. Michael Marson's classic case.
Yes.
Cane Farm's gone.
Yep.
Now building transmissions and making that a full-time gig.
And it's a really good thing. Like, Ronnie Schmidt doing it for a lot of years, and then, he does all the Fortons and all the other bits, and then you also get Michael Marson doing it as well, and, a new generation coming through of these guys. Lots of young fellas too now starting to race. Obviously, like we were talking about Rednut before, Joshua, and now what's happened here? Bogged in the sand. They got the tractor down there to pull something out of the water. That's a side by side. Is it actually bogged, or is it just maybe got water in the elect? Because it does. But they look like they're trying to pull it out, don't they?
Yeah, I think they're proper bogged.
I just would have assumed a four-wheel drive side-by-side would make it through there.
Yeah, she's fairly sloppy there, I guess. I'd say they've peeled off early.
And some of that sand becomes quicksand with water in it, right?
Yeah.
We've all been caught in that before up the Fitzy.
Yeah, well, we've been watching this river fairly closely over the recent months because we had such a long wet season. And there's so much water come down here, and I'll look at it. It's still there.
It's running, yeah. So that water essentially runs all year under the sand, or is it stops?
Pretty much.
Yep.
Yeah, there's a lot of bores along the river here.
Yep.
And it's when this river floods, it seriously floods.
Yeah.
I've seen footage of 5-7 metre waves.
Yep.
Oh wow!
Full flood of this river. It is an amazing sight to see.
Yep. Oh, now there's the Muir truck. Now, it's unfortunately not at race pace either.
No.
So they're having some sort of drama. And I kind of feel that's the first time we've seen it too, Josh, right?
Yes.
So, the McCosker car, the 44, I think that is.
He's having a real go.
Absolutely.
He's having a real crack today.
Yep, it's good. Good little Southern Cross car. Again, an Australian car that we're talking about. So it's cool to see these Aussie cars, and they're built as nice and clean as any other car that you can buy. Obviously, the American cars, particularly out of California, have been a big thing for a long time. The Jimcos. Well, there's a Brenthal. Yep. Have a look at it on the scene. The brothers. Yeah, and then you've got the Masons, you've got the Geysers, you've got all of those big brands. But now we've got the Elements, the South Australian boys. We've got the we're talking about. So
and great to see. Great for Australian racing.
Absolutely.
And that we're seeing this now right across the board.
Yep.
From construction to racing.
Yep. Razorback race frames now built in Queensland.
Yep. Chapman's. Yeah, that's exactly right. And again, a guy that all of these guys are racers too. I feel like, you can go and talk to them and say, hey, mate, I'm having this struggle, I'm having this drama. And they're like, that's something we've seen before. We've done that before. So, it's great to have that sort of ability and they know the Australian terrain.
It's the other thing I love about this sport is how supportive they are of each other.
Absolutely.
They all get it. You see all the teams all working together, and tonight particularly over there at the showgrounds, they're all with each other. Absolutely.
Dale, on screen, we've got a great shot of those two lines. Look at that.
Yes.
So Comiskey's up, and is that not Kevin Knott? I reckon that might be. Is on the line down.
Or Aaron Phillips. Orange at the front?
Oh, yeah, orange at the front. So a Brenthal. Two Brenthals.
Yes, Brenthal on Brenthal.
Prime. No, that's cool. And actually, I tell you what, Aaron Phillips, a very good driver, has always been. He raced a side-by-side for a lot of years, and he's having a good run against that big truck.
He is.
Because that truck, obviously, as we talked about, Albans, four-wheel drive, got the big motor in it. It's a 7-litre.
Yeah, War Speed built, so another Australian company.
Yep.
Great to see that, a lot of the races not just going with that click and collect from America, they're actually getting great Australian...
Click and collect. Is that how you get a Joe Gibbs, is it? You click and collect. You are a weapon.
Just drive through with the trailer on the back.
They drop it off.
One of them.
Yeah, they drop it off in the Pantech.
Yeah. You know what I'm saying.
I do.
Yeah,
I do know what you're saying.
getting Australian companies involved.
Yeah.
Talking to them about their wants, their needs, their desires.
Wow. Wow. Well, it's been a while too, like as in a lot of those companies come out to the big races, don't they? You know, you've got your engine builder and you've got like Carrison is one that always floats around to all the races, and there's got to be an advantage that your engine guy is in the pits with you, right?
Oh, absolutely. Your tyre manufacturers are here this weekend, and they're all here because they see the opportunity and the growth in the sport. So why wouldn't
well, even down to Custom Lithium, our major sponsor here this weekend. You know, they're here this weekend. They're checking out. They said they came last year for a look and they just were so happy with the event. So that's a great thing. And, you know, that's something that we use as four-wheel drivers, off-roaders, you know. Lithium batteries now are in almost every canopy, in every ute, in every truck, and you know, so it's great to have that support there, and you can go down and talk to the guys from Custom Lithium.
Well, you'd probably argue and say if it can survive 300 kilometres under the bonnet at the Don River Dash, it's good for 300,000 kilometres in your average four-wheel drive.
Anywhere else, that's right.
Great testing ground, and great to have those guys here. Those manufacturing buttons we're in right now.
Yes.
So great news to have those guys here.
Absolutely.
And that's probably a big thing. Like we said, it's an Australian company. They design and build, manufacture in Australia, and they're here supporting Australian events. Like, these are the kind of companies we need to get behind and support.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. Now, unfortunately, Josh, one of our Ultra 4s. Now, I don't think that's the Davimac one. It's the other one. That's an interesting statement, isn't it? But there's two, essentially, IFS independent front-end Ultra 4s here, and that's on the side of the road. Hopefully those guys get that sorted. And is that Talbot? Yeah, the Tropic Petroleum car. So he's sooting, isn't he?
Always fast. Yeah.
He definitely knows where top gear is.
He loves this course.
Yeah. Well, it's his kind of track too, isn't it? Like, you know, they have a really good race up. Have you ever had the chance to go up to the Burdekin race there at the Gun Club? Yeah. And I mean, that race is like, honestly, for a local race, it is unbelievable. I can't pitch this enough. If you're listening to me, get to Burdekin, get to Don River, obviously. But like, you know, the boys up here in North Queensland run national grade races every other weekend. Like, it's crazy. So there is a community of races here, almost second to none. I guess I'm saying I don't know where's better. I'm sure there is other great communities, but this is a great community.
Oh, and you see it. I said it last night, coming down the highway, all the utes have got a motorbike on the back of them, all the trailers are coming down, and it's a vibrant industry up here in North Queensland.
Absolutely. Hey, now Darren Angel passed us, Kevy not passed us, and I missed that. I think it was the 648, Josh, one of the side-by-sides.
Talbot as well.
Yeah, Laughlin. Talbot getting a little loose there on the boost. Well, not really boost. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
He's going. That's what I'm saying. That's cool footage. Have a look at that out of the helicopter, Joshua.
Yeah, it is.
You know, I'm excited when I start calling him Joshua. That's how you know. That's how you know we're a race car. Look at Laughlin holding off Talbot trying to chase him. And yeah, was that one of the side-by-sides, or was it? There's plenty of side-by-sides. The 613 passed as well. Look at the closing speed here. Wow. Talbot got that big Toyota motor.
Oh.
I tell you what, Laughlin not giving him anything, though. Josh, have they got race dashes in here? Are they running a push to pass? Or
no, I don't believe so. But yeah, this is going to be very interesting. Talbot's knowing this track,
Yep.
Talbot a bit bullish at times. He's going to poke it up the side
close.
there. That is fantastic racing.
That is good racing, I tell you what. And then you can see just that big motor. Barbagallo's a bit involved with that, isn't it? This is actually the old Johnny Greaves race car, way back Toyota. It had a NASCAR Toyota motor in it. One of the early adaptations of a NASCAR motor in Australia. And, you know, him and, again, these North Queenslanders, there must be, well, there's literally fuel in their veins, isn't there? Tropic fuel.
Absolutely. He's always chasing that extra bit of speed.
Yes.
There's no doubt about that.
No, so very cool to see that. Is that Kevy not going around there on the long side?
Yes, yeah.
And then Darren Angel.
Yep, so Talbot going to duck up the inside.
Yes.
Yep.
Looking for that bit of harder ground.
Exactly what we were talking about, that inside. And the inside line was the pick there, wasn't it? He did a great job of turning that around. And see, this is where it's interesting. Do you now adjust your line? You saw that one from the driver's seat. You're like, oh, we're doing it wrong. Hey, there's the Red Nut Racing car going the other way, Joshua. So that's good. They're having a good crack as well, although probably Kai Camilleri a little off pace. Drew Callender in the 32.
Now, interesting, mate. He has picked up the pace a fair bit there. His first lap probably a little bit slower than what we expected. But geez, look at the footage here of the helicopter as well, mate. Isn't it like there's not just ground action? There's aerial action happening as well.
Yep.
Like,
well, there's drones, there's helicopters.
Yep.
There's, like you said, fixed cameras all up and down the track. Yeah, I don't think there's too many places on Earth we get this sort of action. Seaton Pass now.
What a great shot!
Oh, look at this.
Yep.
The chopper in the air. Yep.
Yeah, this is nuts.
Absolutely.
That is the real Dust to Glory vibe.
Ladies and
Yeah.
gentlemen, we all just went silent. We're just like, we are in awe of this race and where it is.
Now this looks like Clayton Chapman.
Yes.
Talbot up that back straight.
Yeah, absolutely sorted past Kevin Knott. Again, that's a man on a mission. So Clayton now coming through this pack, Joshua. It's actually happening right in front of us, but there's also the helicopter footage of it happening. So again, keep a good eye. We've got the trophy truck of Killer Customs. We've got Dave Laughlin and we've got Darren Angel, and the car behind is Clayton Chapman. He needs to get past them fast too because Talbot Cox has now got clear air for a little bit, Josh.
Yes.
So look at this pack.
Oh, here we go.
It is the live feed. So this is the street car. And what we're talking about here, ladies and gentlemen, is Clayton Chapman is just out of shot on the left. So Dave Laughlin goes past, Killer Customs goes past, and there's Clayton Chapman
he's picked
out
a
in the
different
grass.
line. He's got
My goodness. Oh, did he just jump a creek there? Holy crap, ladies and gentlemen. Clayton Chapman and Adam Maguire. That is called the tricky line, that one over there. That's not even a line.
Well, interesting. That is what they talking to Clayton yesterday. He said they actually haven't done any notes for this race, not running a GPS or anything like that. They didn't want to get too entangled. As the Padge bogged.
That's not a great position to be in
I think
there.
he got within a kilometre of a school zone and the car just automatically shut down. No, we can't say that about Pajero owners.
Joshua.
Anyhow, I think, talking to Clayton.
They are veterans. We thank you for your service. Thank you very much, even if you do have to drive a Pajero.
Talking to Clayton, they said they were going for the eyes up approach. Didn't want to get too entangled in the
I tell you what,
GPS.
the eyes are up right now.
He's rounding
two at a time.
Look at this.
Absolutely brilliant.
He's looking for that line that's got a little bit of vegetation.
Yep.
I tell you, the old 2-for-1 special as well there right now.
Yeah. Well, Dale actually got to ride in this car, right? So he's had this experience. How good is that?
Yeah, they were saying it makes a huge difference if you can put a wheel on that bit of vegetation just to get that little bit of extra traction. And
Makes
that's exactly what he just did there.
Absolutely.
With those two guys.
Yeah, that's so good. Now, he's still running the Mickey Thompson tyres, Josh. So Mickey Thompson's 2J, looking for traction, making it happen. This is, wow. He's right up on the berm, was he? He almost went over the berm. The 63, the True Line car. Is that O'Donnell? Wow. And that's the Knott car, I believe. It's
Tom Darlington in the 63.
Right, darling. Actually, I did know that.
That picture doesn't get any better than that.
Doesn't get any better.
Ocean
Blue
in the
skies.
background.
Yeah, so good. Yeah, no, absolutely perfect. Man, there's racing everywhere here too, isn't there?
Now look at this. Look at that. Trying to get the inside-outside line. How good is this? This will give you an idea.
Yeah.
A little side-by-side, just able to bang up against that berm hard, use his four-wheel drive and pop out there. So that is a good run there. How good are these drone shots?
Yeah, can get right down on the car, can't they? And then the side-by-side. So that's about 110, 120 Ks an hour as it pulls away from the drone. Brilliant. Oh, no, side-by-side. I might not have been stopped. Might have been jammed there. A little bit of footage.
A little bit of a pause in the live feed.
Absolutely. But again, look at this beautiful farming country as you pan around. It's almost just nice to see the drone, isn't it? Just see it flying.
Absolutely. All the tomatoes that have been grown around Bowen, of course, Bowen in September, October, producing around 90% of tomatoes in Australia.
Unbelievable.
Right here.
Yep.
Bowen.
And you also, so obviously, let's talk, Bowen mangoes, obviously huge. That's a logical thing. Then tomatoes. You also do strawberries.
Capsicums, corn, beans.
Beans. Yep. I was
We're
going to
growing
say,
everything in Bowen.
we drove past. I'm sure there was people picking beans this morning on the way through.
Absolutely.
So
Zucchinis.
there you go. So Bowen, again, and it's lush country. Good, solid farming.
Obviously the 808, Justin Renew make his way through as well. They get a little bit of a hop, skip and a jump as well as he looked for that inside line. But it is fantastic racing here. It's almost like the the riverbank provides a natural amphitheatre.
And right along the length of this course.
Yep.
It's just cars, spectators, and that's the beauty of this course, is that everyone can get access at any point.
Yep. And safely get access as well. That's one of the things, the if you're out watching, make sure you're staying up on the top of the riverbanks as well, not down inside the riverbanks. We encourage everyone to get as close to the action as they can, but safely.
Well, the view's better up, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Like, you actually want to be elevated slightly, so, up on the banks is the spot to be. Down on the sand, ex-nay on the sand day.
Unless you are an official.
Of course. If you've got to
Or
go
a
and
racer.
race,
We encourage the racers to stay in the sand, please. Yes.
Yeah. You're right. That little 3RZ powered Class 8, Josh, it's still powering along nicely, so they're having a run in that little Toyota Tundra. Again, one of our Can-Am. Again, I can pick it from the front arms that that's one of our new Pro Rs or the Maverick Rs or the race one is what I'm saying.
Yes.
And then one of the Rush trucks going the other way. Now, we did see the Hillbilly Racing boys go the other way before. I haven't seen them come back, Josh. But again, there was a whole heap of action when Talbot come through. And I would expect them to be somewhere in that sort of area. Oh, the 44, those boys are having a good little run too. Cranking along again, another one of our Southern Cross cars, as Clayton Chapman is powering through this water. Now, interestingly, keep a good eye on this and where he is with respect to Talbot Cox too.
Chase is on.
Yes. That's Mick Marson that he's getting past now. Little single seat. Now, remember, Mick's in a Class 10 because he sold his car. Wow. That's how you pick up
look
passes.
At the water going over there.
Yeah, absolutely. And he sprayed that bus, unfortunately.
Get a bit of that into you.
But the problem is you just haven't got time to muck around when you know Talbot's in front of you.
Well, that's right.
Like,
he would have seen those passes that Talbot made.
Even down to he knew that he lost a little bit of time off the gas having to do those three passes. And Talbot didn't seem to hesitate at all.
No, when that opportunity presented itself on the inside line there, Talbot jumped straight for it, took it with both hands.
Now, Josh, is that a Starlink on the roof of Clayton Chapman's car? Sure looks like it to me. So there must be some data or acquisition or cameras or something going there. But anyway, I didn't mean to take you offline, but that looks like a Starlink on the roof. So
he's pushing hard.
Yep.
Like you can see.
Absolutely.
He's pushing. He's on the limit.
Yep. Yeah, it's very cool to see.
The chase is on.
Yeah. Bowen Rail also involved, as well as Abbott Point with the race, which is fantastic that those big companies get behind this race.
Oh.
And again,
that's been a real success story, the Bowen Rail company starting up and the jobs that it provides in the community and support. It's been great.
Absolutely unreal. So, again, I hope all that they do a lot to do with the Adani project, don't they?
They're carting all the coal from the Carmichael mine.
Yep, brilliant.
And you see those trains coming through, the orange trains.
Yep.
They're doing a fantastic job, and of course, much needed jobs here in the local community.
Yep. And they run it to the Bowen Port.
Out here to the Abbott Point.
To
the big coal loading facility at Abbott Point. And they're going gangbusters out there.
Brilliant.
They're doing a great job.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's a product that is they've really kicked some goals out there, haven't they? In the end, it seemed a bit false starty to start with, but it's a good thing for a lot of people.
Look, it is. It's being developed and it grows year on year as well, and that is a good news story.
Yep, absolutely. No, excellent. So again, was that Clayton Chapman leading the way with the helicopter? We've got none other than Shane Hutt up in the top there, Joshua, and he's got a bit of clear air now, hasn't he? Like, he's really checked out. Not sure who that was flashing across the screen.
Little bit of info in. Smoothie cooked a converter. So the sand, deep sand, being a bit of an issue here. So converter / gearbox issues there for Smoothie. That's why he was pulled over at that point in time.
Yep. Now, is it a Mason-Matic? I'm really asking questions. Is it a Mason-Matic or is it
I believe it's a Mason-Matic.
Yep, gotcha. So if you're wondering what we're talking about, there's a number of different things. And again, not while the race is on, but after the race is off, like, go and have a look at some of the Mason stuff and the things that they're doing. They're now running, Dale, I don't know if you're real, like, hardcore petrol head, but they're now running this new rear to diff. Like, a normal diff has one tail shaft to your Nissan Patrol, and these trophy trucks run the same thing. Well, they're now running two tail shafts back to like a gear drive thing, and basically the outer hubs of the diff are the drives to try to keep that traction, so it unloads it. They're doing lots of amazing things. Now, this is an older Mason, the one that Smoothie's got, and this is how crazy this technology is growing. When we say older, we mean like 2 or 3 years, not
Isn't
10
it
years.
amazing?
And you know, like there's new products and new race cars coming out, and these guys mace and build their own transmissions, but you know, some guys run the Albans, which is a great company out of Victoria. So, you know, Albans has been an Australian go. They've been doing V8 supercar boxes. They do NASCAR boxes. They do even PWR. Isn't it amazing that Paul Wheel Racing? Yeah. You know, and he's been up and floating around this area. Like PWR putting radiators in IndyCar, Formula One.
Formula One.
Which
they
is
actually,
amazing.
believe it or not, they build cooling systems for Red Bull and Mercedes.
That's right.
So,
absolutely.
There was a good podcast about that.
So as you were saying, it's just crazy that there's such an amazing, like Australia's seen as this small little well, it's not a small continent, but a small nation of people, right? But, you know, providing world-class products.
Oh, look, I see that all the time. Some of the innovation in this state is just mind-blowing. And I see that all the time, and it's a real credit to the advances that are going on in that space. And here it is reflected, you know, in this off-road racing with the technology advancements. And you walk around, as I said, around the showgrounds here at Bowen, and you walk past some of those the garages that they've put up overnight, and you see the work that's going on. It's incredible.
I think it's a real Australian thing, though, isn't it? To find, you know, just go wandering off into the bush. You know, I want to see what's over there. Like, it's a real Australian thing to have a problem and come up with an excellent solution for that problem. And, you know, it's some of the most world-class stuff that we will see.
Absolutely. Now, a few cars down here broken down in the line here as well, Josh. A few cars stopped in bits and pieces, so it's
a bit of a war of attrition today.
It is. I think it always. Don't you feel like it always is early on, and then we get a few guys that have got their gear sorted, and again, I feel like it's always a test, and you know, Smoothie will come back bigger, better, faster next year. That's what always happens. I would even be interested to see whether maybe possibly a Robinson charge comes now, because that was Travis Robinson in the passenger seat of that car. Apparently, we have was he wearing a mask? Or it was like the Stitch. Is that how that was going? Because I actually haven't seen him, but I'm told that he was there, and I suppose that's interesting because no doubt he would be very interested.
Talbot?
Might be Talbot. Few side-by-sides there running up the river as well.
Very quick around the corners in that loose sand, these little light ones.
Yeah, four-wheel drive,
absolutely.
Centrifugal clutch, yep.
Yeah, I think the centrifugal clutch probably a big thing. They're always in the right gear.
Keeps them wound up,
they
definitely.
Just ride the brake, mash the foot flat to the floor, and when you think you've gotten around the corner, just let it off and let it kind of slingshot out.
It's actually one of the funny things, Dale, when we were racing in a pro car, it was one of the things that you struggle with because, you know, you get on the big open stuff and you chase them down hard,
That's right?
That's and then all of a sudden you get into the trees and those little buggers, they'd nip off, wouldn't they? They're like, whoop, whoop,
Well,
whoop,
that's
and you're
what's
like,
happened here on this course. Yeah.
Well, I got a funny story for you, Dale. We were racing at one of the races and they go, when you go down the river and there's the straight there. And I said, where is the straight? And they made a straight between the trees and we were doing S-bends between the trees. So two different racing styles when they were talking about straights there.
The local knowledge.
Yeah, that's exactly right. So, yeah, it's good to see these guys. And again, you've got to use your advantages, right? Oh, yeah. If I'm in a side-by-side, I'm hooking the corners. That's what's happening. That looks like the Killer Customs truck again. So the big Class 4.
As we cut from the chopper to the drone.
Unbelievable.
How good is technology? As it also
That's
then
Talbot there.
Talbot there, yep. Now, which way is he travelling, Dan?
To the east. Now I reckon he's on his way back.
He's hit the corner and he's on the way back.
I feel so.
It looks like the 444.
THD Racing.
And Talbot on the hunt there. Looks like he's going to be chasing after Cooper Weston.
Yeah. Cooper having a good drive here.
Yeah.
A vehicle that's built out of the Gold Coast, out of their shed. So that is a Rush car. Rush buggy. Very similar, I'm told, Josh. Is this right? I'm told the front ends are quite similar to their truck.
Yes.
So I think chassis-wise, it's sort of like, you know, you either pick your buggy or your truck. Obviously, the truck's very, very popular. And interestingly there, you can see Cooper Weston must have some motor because that sort of pulled away a little bit, didn't it?
Away from Talbot Cox.
And let's be honest, Talbot Cox has some motor. So if you can run that sort of pace, you know you're doing well.
And unfortunately, in the background, looks like one of our Class 5s, the 589. That is Matt Gardner.
That's kind of hit me too, Josh, in the sense that I haven't seen Mr. Sheet Metal for a while either.
But on screen, we see Talbot getting it done as well there. Got that big Toyota wound up. Geez, and I tell you what, he gets a couple of cars here at BOGO 2-for-1 special.
Maybe three.
There he is. He's going to go fishing. Oh.
But gee, look at this, the multiple lines, that little side-by-side, just ducking up the inside again.
Josh, that's that Jason King car, single-seat Jimco.
Yes.
Is that? I'm pretty confident.
Gee, threading the needle at this point in time, left side, right side.
And trying to make the pass safely, right?
Yes.
Because, you know, it's no good if you... Oh, and the Pajero's going again, which is good. They obviously got that unstuck. Wow. That is tough work for Talbot, isn't it? It would be... he'd be concerned what's going on behind him. And it's interesting because, you know, we saw Clayton get held up before.
Yes.
Clayton will probably get those 4 cars on the open and get a good run, right?
Well,
that's how this works.
Well, that's the thing for Talbot as well. He doesn't know what's happening behind him. He doesn't know whether Clayton's being held up. And as we see Cooper push up the inside as well there.
And even push Jason Keane high. And look at that. That stopped all the momentum of that single seat, right? There's Clayton.
Oh, he's not far behind.
No,
He's almost got him in sight. He's almost got him in sight.
Yeah.
So this is going to be the interesting part.
So I'm just trying to have a look, Josh. Is this... I might have actually got that slightly wrong. They're just about to turn around because we talked about that rock section before the turnaround. So we'll keep a good eye. That it might be getting close to the turnaround.
Now that's going to be interesting because that's going to give Clayton a chance to see, and Talbot a chance to see where they're both at.
Yep.
This point in time.
Wow.
Or push it up the inside.
He's dropped that wheel out of that vegetation. He's looking for that traction.
Absolutely. Yep, that's a nice, neat pass. They've done well there. Again, Clayton and Adam have been racing together since they were, like, legitimately kids. So this is some real, you know, they've got trust together, haven't they? They know where they're going. Clayton, just an absolutely unreal, has actually been to the Australian Institute of Sport. You know, like Clayton, he's been, and again, this is crazy. We've watched him come through, Josh, haven't we? And, you know, from a little, I think I could say, pimply-faced little race car driver at 16 to now, you know, he's a dad, he's a family man, he's a businessman. Like,
but just loves it.
Yep,
the passion
loves
in that
it.
man.
Yep.
He's just out there with the biggest grin on his face. He's just in his element.
Absolutely. Well, he's actually in his Razorback.
In a Razorback,
yes, very good. Well, again, actually talking about the elements, haven't really seen Kent, haven't really seen Seaton. So that's a bit of a, particularly for us, a bit of a disappointment. Oh, and there's a car off on the grass there as well.
As we get to that turnaround point, the like you said, right now, but as you say, we haven't seen Seaton. Seaton pops up into our live stream.
Yep. Fantastic. So, yep, still going. That's the THR Racing boys going the other way.
Getting around the bus as well.
Yep. And Seaton will make the pass here on both, so this is where it gets a little wild, doesn't it? You're going pretty fast and the sand's walking. You're trying to find your line.
Yes.
A little bit nerve-wracking in those open-wheel cars.
I think that's a good point that you bring up there, Dan. It's not like bitumen racing where, you know, the track is smooth the whole time as well. There's sand ruts there, and maybe if someone else has pushed a bit of a rut, you think you're going straight, but then all of a sudden the rear end of the car steps out.
Yep.
As the McCosker boys.
You're essentially guiding the car, right? Well, they'd be in for their third, mate. I must admit, we probably have not been real. We're calling it. I would say that there's some cars coming in to finish their lap. That would be the first of our third car. Yeah, they're finished. Yep. See, even the 6626 might be finished now that I'm thinking about it. So I apologise, ladies and gentlemen, if we've been very excited about some of the other cars. We're excited about all of the cars. But there's the big potential that the 44 is now in. He's done their 3 laps. We're going to have a few cars here now with their 3 laps over, done and dusted, which includes, like...
Comiskey?
Yeah, yep. So there's going to be a few. Absolutely. Comiskey would be on a charge. Nida. Gee, there's still a few cars coming, isn't there?
Yeah, it'll be interesting, and they're all...
Yep, quite
a lot of
packed
conjecture
up
about what this course is going to do by tomorrow afternoon, and
absolutely,
it's certainly going to change, particularly up that other end.
And remember, we're all going to be on corrected time here, ladies and gentlemen. So as they come over here today, over the line, it's not going to be official or anything like that. Although the times will come up on the live scoring again. The 6108, no damage there. I'd say Team Hobbit are in for their 3.
Yep.
Now, the other thing that's pretty darn cool here, Dale, is that all the cars actually get jammed up over here. Or not jammed up, that's the wrong word. Parked up over here. And then they're going to do a ceremonial drive home at the end. So,
and how good is it that they can leave the showgrounds They don't have to put their car on a trailer.
Oh,
drive it down here to the course. The local community standing there watching them all take off this morning.
Honestly, the race is amazing, but that's the best bit.
Yes.
It is crazy.
And that they can drive back to the showgrounds and not have to load their cars up. And
the best.
Yeah.
If it's on a trailer, it's because you've stuffed up. That's the only time.
That's exactly right.
Yeah. So
you watch those fellas taking off the start line this morning on that bitch bit, and they think you could just see the smile on their face.
Yep. They're loving it.
So I think this is the 170, David Mendham.
Mendham, yeah, absolutely.
Just avoiding the mud there, but I tell you what, there's been lots of guys that have just, with all the action happening on the live stream, that have just silently sort of snuck around, but that's great to see the Mendham car in.
Yep.
As that looks like the 63 there, so that's Tom Darlington down at the turnaround point.
Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, that Mendham car is a really nice little car. They raced the pink little Jimco 2010 car as well, Josh.
Yep.
Then they've stepped up to that car. That's actually the ex-Sam Egan car out of Warrialda. And it's done very well at Warrialda, so beautiful turned out. Prolight, very fast class. Oh, no. Now, is that Midwaters?
Yeah, it does kind of look like the
Commodore?
The Commodore, yep. So that's a bit unfortunate there for Jack and Amy.
Now, they were over racing just recently in like a Bronco, weren't they? Racing over in America. Did Vegas to Reno or something? Anyway, maybe we might catch up with them at some point if they're floating around, but I'm sure they go over and they do a bit of racing with the Baileys, the family over there. What is it? Cole's the dad, isn't it? And then the young fella. No, Dave. Yes, yeah, so Cole might be the young fella. Yep, so I think they've been involved with the Ford team over there, which is Vaughan Gittin Jr. and Lauren Healy and all those boys. They've got some pretty wild Broncos, them lads. Talbot Cox having a crack there. Cracking so fast the camera can't keep up. That's what that was there.
Yeah, he's got some serious speed going there now.
And you can see and again, those guys out there are going fast, you know, but he just makes them look like they're standing still.
Right.
So.
As Darren Orr in the 10.15 completes his third lap as well. So a couple of our Class 10 cars proving they are competitive and fast.
I got to be honest, mate, and I'll preach it every time. There used to be a lot of, and there's always good classes, but Class 10's one I'd look at the moment. Like, it's a limited motor, that little 2.5, 2.4 four-cylinder, you know, that Hondas, Mitsubishis, Ecotechs. There's all these little four-cylinders that you can throw in there. And then you're really not racing, listen, we're off-road racing, right? There's a fair bit of checkpoint. I'm not trying to talk that down, but it's less about the checkbook, more about the talent, and I think that's a great thing.
And that is a great thing. And all these young drivers that are coming through the system, and you see them lined up there this morning.
Yep.
Talbot,
right here, right now. And he's pulling in. How good is that?
Oh, he'd be happy with that drive, I would think.
Oh, I didn't even realise, Joshua, that's the 138.
Yes.
Is Tony driving that one, Falaba?
Yeah, I believe so.
Yeah, and the 16.
So let's see how far behind him. Oh, look, is this Chapman?
Clayton Chapman right behind him.
Oh,
my goodness. There you go. The 15. The boys are in for the run.
Probably less than 10 seconds between them.
Yep. Now it's all going to be about how they dipped down into the river, because remember, this is corrected time. There's even a bit in that. Let's talk about it, Josh. Some of the guys the bitchman, they'll actually let the car in front of them go so that they can have a closing gap, and then other guys will be right on the back of them going through the time markers to try to get into the river and get around them straight away. So there's two trains of thoughts about how to do it, and depending on the gap of when they came through.
Oh, that will be interesting how that pans out now.
Absolutely.
Between those two drivers.
Corrected time's going to be very interesting.
Certainly Clayton made up a lot of time.
I think so. It definitely looks that way. The 605, and again, we talked about Cooper Weston is in now in the 61, so that's fantastic from them. See, is that Huddy in the shorts and the bright orange? I think it was. Comiskey, now this is good to see.
The Nortrans hat about to go in the bin.
Brett Comiskey, unfortunately, has had some rough goes with this Brentford truck. They've done a lot of work to it, done a lot of changes, and the fact that they're here now, that's a great thing. 6123 is in for the 3 laps as well now, ladies and gentlemen. If you're following along at home, that's the Pro R Polaris. Another one of our Can-Ams is in now. 682, ladies and gentlemen. Again, if you're listening all around the world, we'd like to welcome you to the beautiful Don River Dash of 2025. Make sure you do all the sharing and liking and subscribing and all those things that happen on YouTube and Facebook. And, but make sure you get the word out here. Hopefully you're down in the river. But if you're not, well, you've got the second best seat in the house, and that's in front of your big screen TV in the comfort. Make sure you is it time? What time is it? Is it time to crack a cold one at 10 o'clock?
Yeah.
Well, it's 10 o'clock somewhere, right?
Yeah.
Is it getting lower if it's 10 o'clock? That's pretty early. How about you have a coffee first? Kildy's in. That's a great thing as well. The 674 is also in, one of the Polaris of Splits Racing.
We also saw the 614 of Dan Dunn come in as well as another big rollover.
Right at the death of this race and in the final minutes, gone over.
What car was that? It's obviously a pro car. Side by side? No. So that's Darren Angel.
Kevin Knott has come in as well.
Yeah, Kevin Knott.
Jeez, I'm going to...
Wow. Gee, I hope it's not Seaton Battle right at the second. What car is that? One of the side-by-sides is there.
So it looks like we also see the 665 make their way in. That is Red Nut Racing.
That's on its side?
Yes.
Oh, no way.
If you have a quick look at the replay there, I believe that is Red Nut Racing.
With 100 metres to go, they both look like they're both out?
Yep.
Oh,
Both out.
That's
nice
crazy, the 34.
That's nice to see.
Yep. Gee, hopefully they can get that car back and sorted. Aaron Phillips and the boys finished. That's great for them, the 40. Damn, Kai Camilleri, he's one of our fast guys too, Dale. Has always been fast around the area because that's tied to Comiskey Mining Services, one of the sons.
But it just goes to show on this course, one little slip in that concentration, 100 metres to go.
Well, Dale, it was only a couple of years ago, let's say 3 years ago, Black Betty rolled coming over the finish line. Remember, that was Chris, I've forgotten his name, and came third, and so they couldn't put the car on the podium because it was wrecked on the track.
We've got a replay.
Here you go. Yeah,
so just all on his own, getting a little bit loose.
Yep, nothing to do with anyone else.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yep.
Boys will be shattered.
Yep.
You can see. Holding their head in their hands. Can't believe.
Yep.
So close.
Dave Laughlin's in now, the 608. Again, ladies and gentlemen, we're sorry, but the 40s come in. We'll try to get through 78 of Kevin Knott.
Yes.
So,
the 40, the 613, the 608, the 104, the Honey Badger is in.
So
the 626. So what a great bad shout out to the 626 there. That is Michael McLean.
Well, they're actually finished, aren't they? Because that's after, I think the first job.
Yes.
So both of these cars have finished their 3 laps.
So that's the finish line jump.
If they can get the 34 going again, he's on corrected time and they can race tomorrow. Because he finished this is exactly what happened with that Black Betty.
A long night coming up.
Korg. That's it. Yeah. Craig Korg.
Good South African family.
Yeah.
For those guys.
Well, and they're on the right team. Comiskey does like to get stuff sorted out. They're pretty amazing at making things happen. There was the year, remember, where Billy Geddes had those problems and so did PWR, Paul Wheel.
Yes.
And they flew a plane to pick gear up in Brisbane.
From Billy's place, I believe. Yes.
Yeah. So, no, we've sort of jumped the feed there, but that's them pulling up. So again, big shout out to McLean pulling up. 629. Middle Waters in now. Again, unfortunately on the back of a tractor, but hopefully they can get that fixed for the 449. 629 is in now as well. So that's, the McLean. 626. Yep, very good. And here's another side-by-side flying down over the finish line. And again, they're finished now.
Oh,
yeah, still hooking all the way to the end for Nixon.
Jump for the anchors.
The 6168. Again, one of those new Can-Ams with those big long arms, upper arms. Very cool to see. Yeah, Kai Camilleri, unfortunately, just walking back across. Hopefully, he's got some friends and family member there, and maybe a cold water. But it's so painful when something happens right like that. Mick Marson now about to come across the line as well.
The big fella loves it. as he said, he hasn't missed one, and he lives for this race. It's so special to him. So good on him.
That's such a good car too. Like, so that the story behind that car, he bought it. It's just a little single seat racer engineering car that they race stadium short course stuff over there. Okay. So he bought it over when his big car was getting built, and raced that in the interim, and it just turned out so good. Now he races it because he's in the same boat again, right? He's waiting for his trophy truck to get, or his trophy ute, as you said, to get built. And now he's, so he's got racing the little car, gets it out of the shed. He's always had a little car that does that sort of thing. He had the Grasshopper, which was a little Luke Ursic built car. Wow, the bonnet's off that one as well. 762. So again, I would say...
Oh, he's got nothing left on that tyre.
Oh, the rear
tyre. Driver's side tyre. Yep. He's on the rim.
Absolutely. There's nothing left on that. So he's on the charge there. That was the one that was bogged before. So they look like they're going straight back to the finish line too, mate. They're going back to camp. They'll be back at the showgrounds.
Yep. Another one coming down. Starting to get to the last of their V.
Yeah, that'll be Darren Angel, mate. So that one there. So he's another one that looks like, yeah, he might not have realised that he's at the end, but that's good. He's
coming. Lock up. He's coming in.
The 160. So one of our Pro Light cars, or our limited 3.5 V6 cars. Again, very competitive car that they've won overall back in the day. Here's Jamie Knight. Great to see the Knighter, the Gundawindi Motorsports president. This is another Australian-built truck. It was built in a 2-bay shed by a guy called Luke Hall. Luke raced it for a few years, and then Jamie stepped up into this. Jamie used to drive the old C20, the old Bennett truck.
Yep. Competitive.
Very competitive. Nice turned-out truck. Has done a lot of big races, like the Fink Desert race, obviously Gundawindi. They've gone for a 400-kilometre to a 500-kilometre race just recently, and I tell you what, that sorts the men from the boys a little bit.
It doesn't sound like a lot, but that extra 100,
it does. It definitely adds up a fair bit. So, unfortunately, Gundy just got rained out. We were there. All this crew was there, actually. All the Hut crew and us, and we were there down there, and it rained at the 11th hour, and unfortunately, here's the replay of the race. Yeah, just that kick.
Yeah.
Oh, yep, that's a pretty solid sort of hit too, unfortunately. Yikes. So I don't know how that car's going to turn out, to be honest, because the problem with that...
Twisted. Yep.
And the big problem is, mate, then you go back out and race at this sort of pace. Like, you really do almost need to look at the steering rack, right? You need to look at all the high mends. I think they've forgotten that they had to pull in.
Pull up.
Yep, they've missed it. So, but they're having a good time, so...
He's going to go for another lap.
Another check. So, yeah, it's very good. So, no, it's great to see all these cars. And again, they're now lined up over here. Now, did you get down and did you sample some of the coffee and the burgers? And they've got sushi down there.
Yeah, I know. I'm just about to head down
unbelievable.
Yeah,
it's pretty good that when you can come out and have a look and you can eat some sushi and all that sort of stuff. So, yeah, there's not too many events in Australia where you can be down in the river watching trophy trucks come down the main line and then go and grab yourself some sushi.
So I'm looking over here, all the drivers, and there's arms going around everywhere, and they're all telling their own individual story.
Absolutely. And I think that's one of the best things is the Saturday and Sunday nights, right? You sit around you got a little fire going there, and you start having a few cans, and then the stories.
The worries start coming out.
Yep. Remember when I passed the 614? He's like, you never passed me, buddy. The 440 now in. Oh, very good. Oh, well, there you go. The boss,
out.
Dale, you got to go
because apparently come into the box and he's kicked me out.
And I tell you what, when Talbot,
I was just giving you a rat, Talbot.
No, awesome. Well, Dale, it's been an absolute pleasure to have you. Yeah, you're always welcome in the box. Thank goodness, because Josh Curran said absolutely nothing. You got to sack Josh and bring this man in. He's gone.
Oh, we've had a great time.
No, awesome.
And well done, Talbot. Well done. We're watching very closely the scrap between you and Lachlan Chapman, so well done.
Yes, absolutely. Hey, Talbot, how's it going, mate? It's always great to see you at this time after 3 laps with a smile on your dial. Past champion, event organiser, a lot of hats that you've got on every weekend up here at Don, mate. And this weekend you've also, you got racer in.
Got the race, yeah. No, it's good. So 3 laps in, so we're in race mode now.
Mate, it was so good. We got to see out of the helicopter. We got to see some wide lines, some passing, some changes. There's everything. Oh, well, to explain to you, we were talking about, like, it's amazing here because we've got the, we were just talking about over here that Comiskey was on the far outside passing the cars. So I don't know if there was a line, but he was on the far riverbank over there. So it's just cool to see that, you know, you can use those options, the lines. Clayton Chapman did a line that I hadn't seen before, or sort of like in on a tight line. It was a new line because he was driving over grass. That's what I'm telling you. So, and you know, for the fact, one of these things about this race that makes it so absolutely amazing is the fact that, well, in your case, you were the rabbit in this case, weren't you? Like, you knew Clayton was behind you. Did you knew Battle, like, because obviously something happened to him on the first lap?
Battle, we never ever really knew where Clayton was.
Yeah, yeah.
Sort of that dealing with all the cars and stuff.
That's
and
right.
All the lines and stuff you're talking. Look, there's lines everywhere out there, and sometimes you're forced in lines you don't know even know they're there because there's so much traffic, and you sort of have a game plan how you're going to race the race. But then when it comes to race day, it's wherever you can find a place to go, you go, and
absolutely
throw the plan out the window and inside, outside.
Well, I was going to say, is one of the things that I don't know whether it's just that we're seeing more with more cameras this year, like with the helicopter is just absolutely crazy. But like down the far end, I didn't realise that there was an inside and outside berm. Is that new for this year, or that's there you go?
Because we put that in because had someone like get stuck on that berm.
Gotcha. So if there's only one line, it becomes a bit of an issue. Yeah. So that does make a lot of sense, but it makes for some great racing because, again, we sort of saw guys, you know, say they were going for the inside and then they realised that, you know, that was the slower line because of a slower car. They'd turn to the outside and then you'd get 2 cars. Absolutely amazing to see. And then, you know.
Good. So, yeah, that chopper footage will definitely open this race up to see what's going on out there and just see how hectic it is. Like, it's sort of hard to really describe, but at times there's 10 cars around you going different speeds and stuff. And
well, we hadn't seen even the helicopter opened up for down the back there where I didn't even realise you go down through almost like a rock section where there is a single line. Like you funnel down and then it's and absolutely amazing. And how much chaos went on there because
boulder chicane.
Did you? Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, but there's always a bit of thing in there. It's only pass through those rocks. So can't go anywhere else.
Yeah, because I think it was the single seat. Keane ended up a bit high and had to get down off it. And so it's absolutely unreal to see all that action.
Had everything. So the fast open stuff, that tight stuff. Bit of water stuff.
Absolutely.
Cool us all down a little bit.
Yeah, perfect. Now, as let's put your event organizer hat on. As an event organizer, you guys have got to be absolutely pumped. Like driving into the town this year, and it's every year it feels because I know we've had this conversation, but it's the biggest yet by far. Like you know, you go to the showgrounds, and like from the second you get in the gate, it's just like line after line. There's caravans, there's race car haulers, there's
definitely big and growing.
It's massive.
So so as a event organiser, but really it's the Overtaking Off-Road Club that puts this race on. I'm just one component of that. There's a whole team of us all putting in together and doing things. So without all the guys in our club that do all their little bits all over the place, that's what makes this race go. So
I love that you've said that because I was just saying on to Dale before, like the Overtaking Club is such a solid. Like I know you're too humble to say, but I'll say this right. You come to a Overtaking event, you get a national level event at almost every event. That blows me away. Do you know what I mean? Like, you know, you sort of go to like, I don't want to knock any other clubs, but you know, they've got a big event and then they've got like, you can come to any of them. They're great events, right? And that blows me away because, you know, like again, the Overtaking, if they've never been there, I'm telling you, if you've never been to the Overtaking race, you've got to get to that track. That's unbelievable at the Gun Club there. You know, this race is a brilliant race. Like almost all the North Queensland Super Series, because that's still the Super Series is the name, is just like one of those ones that if you're a local and you bought a 10 car, say like, I'll preach it. Like the car that Mick Marson's got, it's a racer single seat. Like if you grab something like that, you can tow it on essentially a car trailer, tow it behind your Hilux and go racing. What a way. Or the side-by-sides. I was a hater to start off with, but there's some fast cars out there in side-by-sides now, isn't there? They're good race cars.
Dan Dunn from Towers to Southeast quickly.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like they're not golf carts anymore.
And when you're out there with them, they're going everywhere, those guys. And some of those things, like even when it gets a bit rough and choppy for the bigger cars out there, some of those side-by-sides they can handle that rough as good as some of the bigger cars. So
absolutely.
Impressive.
No.
But sort of getting to the race, I see there's a little bit of a stack here.
That was Kai Cavalieri, unfortunately. So there was a side-by-side, because that's obviously Kai's car on its side. That's the Jimco.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and there was a, the side-by, it was the, I can't remember, but it was a red. It was an earlier Polaris, and unfortunately, it was a big one because we were talking about that. That's the only downside of us. Absolutely, and straight out of the car. Yep. The other thing as racers, like this one was exactly the same. 3 races stopped. How good is that? You know, again, the club always gives time back to the racers. We preach it all the time. It's almost worth you stopping because you know, you'll get that time back. Like they'll look after you. So, no, very cool. So.
Looked all good this end, like, the action, it's a good vantage point you got here, mate.
It's the best. Well, this commentary box is a little step up from our last year one, so the guys have really looked after us here this year. It's absolutely brilliant. Huddy and the boys doing a great job. You've got the local council on board. Like, they want to do bigger and better. So there's nothing wrong with that. Bike, next, so, that's exactly right. It's going to be a good time. So, talk about some bike boys. We got some half racers, half bike boys here. They don't know what they are. Well, we'll try to get some.
They're better racers than bike boys.
Oh, that's a bit cold-blooded. Here, come and jump on here.
Hello.
Here, I was going to say, if you want for a second, no, like at the moment, I've actually got Clayton Chapman and Talbot. Did you know where Clayton was? Clayton, did you? Oh, Brad, wrecking the place. Wow, we had this kid.
That might be mine.
Oh, yeah, you might need that.
I'm not a chopper pilot at this fella.
No. How good was that racing out there? We got to see some of the best footage ever. Out of that helicopter was unbelievable. Cool. Yeah, it was good. Like
we didn't see it, obviously.
Well, I was going to say, Adam actually had the iPad up there. He's
hey,
you need to stick that big TV and so. But like now you'll be able to go back and watch it tonight and watch the race. And cool. Again, you guys won't be able to go back and watch it today, like right now. Talbot's finished, but you've got another couple of laps to go, boys.
Yeah. Adam and I are riding the bikes in the team, so we'll run back soon and strap the boots on and hit the water with the bikes.
Yep, perfect. Now, how much information in the car did you have? Did you know where, say, Talbot and Smoothie and those boys were?
Clayton definitely knew where I was.
Yeah, we could see his lights most of the laps. So,
there you go.
No, we had no idea where he was. We thought he was broken down.
Yeah.
Well, that's pretty common.
Well, you know,
I need to go and have a talk to my navvy because I didn't. Because we got in, I said, Clayton pulled up. And I said, he didn't tell me he was there the whole time.
Yeah.
Well, it was a good battle, and so a lot of cars, a lot of dust, which makes it pretty. The traffic was hard work out there.
Well, we saw some 4-packs that you guys had to get through a number of times. And it was interesting because there was one where I think you got through really smooth and it held you up just over here.
Yeah.
And then there was one where you struggled. It was near the rock garden and you sort of got through a bit cleaner.
Yeah.
And it's one of those things where it's like the rabbit and the flying coyote race, isn't it? Like, you know, it opens up and then it closes up and then it opens up. So it's really fascinating to see.
Third lap it opens up a bit, but this one here just goes to show you how many more cars there are.
Absolutely,
more cars there are and the quality of cars and stuff. The last lap was still horrendous out there as far as traffic.
Full of traffic, and every car was not too many of them were that slow. You trip around them. Some of you battling the whole time. So.
Is this the biggest number of races that we've had out here this weekend? Is it the largest?
I
would assume it has to be. Looking at the camera,
at the largest race. North Queensland's ever had.
It's unbelievable, isn't it? Unbelievable.
It's awesome.
Excellent. Right. Well, I was going to say we'll get Adam on as well and get the pair on.
All right.
Awesome, Talbot. Thanks so much, mate. Had a great time. Again, awesome to see. Again, I feel you can tell races that are run by racers, right? You know what I mean? And we appreciate anyone that puts a race on for all us races, right? But, like the North Queensland series is just so strong.
Yeah, it's awesome.
Like, you go to any of the races up here, you're going to have a good time. You're going to have a fish burger or some decent food.
That's it.
And life's going to be good. And it's going to be a good time on Saturday and Sunday nights at the showground.
Yeah, it's always about enjoyment for the weekend, family-friendly fun, and
that's right.
just proper action. So, well-run events.
Walking around in the pits yesterday, doing the arena. The amount of people were there was so good.
Yeah.
Lots of actual locals are here. Typically, it's only just the families of the races.
Yep.
To see so many just general public, it's so good to see for the sport. So
absolutely.
they're doing such a good job here.
Yeah, no, it's good. And you boys back again, which is great. So you know, we were talking about it, like, it's pretty cool to see, you know, obviously Kent was out there, obviously didn't have a good run. He's not back, but, you know, past champion, Talbot, I know, it's good, but, you know, there's a couple of now, and this is probably the great thing, there's a couple of multi-champions there, you know, and that's awesome to see that, you know, you guys are chasing it as well. You obviously want to back her up. And
we'd like to have one.
Yeah.
We haven't got our name on one yet.
Yeah.
Sminsky got in today, you know, like he's fought
battling for years.
For a lot of years. It's so good to just see him finish.
Absolutely.
We gave him a big high five when we just caught up. So the camaraderie here is amazing too. You know?
Absolutely.
So
and even now, this race, and I'm sure you can talk on it, you know, prepping your own car and doing all your own work, and like it's a different challenge, isn't it? Like the way that the sand works, things like, you know, the Mason's a prime example. Like apparently they toasted a converter as the room on the street.
It smelled pretty strong coming past it.
And that's what I mean. Like, you know, how crazy is that a car that, you know, obviously does 1,000 miles in Baja, does a Fink, no worries, does a Gundy, no drama, but then you bring it up here, and that's what I mean. Like, I know that Billy Geddes told me, he goes, I've burnt things out on my geyser that I've never burnt out. He goes, it's crazy. And you guys, you know, when you first come here, you know.
Yeah, we do every other national event in Australia and not a cooling problem. Put it in the river for 10K and something's cooking.
It took us 2 years to sort that.
So it's if your car can handle the Don at full noise, you can pretty well go anywhere in Australia. So
and that's another thing that's so cool about you guys have got that thing dialed in. Now, obviously that 2J loves the sand. Man, the helicopter footage, when it started training, it was training. It was doing its thing. So, and you guys have got a number of cars. Talking about the Razorbacks, there's a couple of new cars out here as well.
Just the first one, Ben Powell's little Class 10.
Awesome.
I haven't seen if he got in or not. So
I haven't either, but I definitely saw it around. So
I don't remember seeing him out on track there. So hopefully he had a good run and it'll be sweet. So.
Oh, yep, absolutely. I thought that was helicopter. Where's the helicopter? Awesome. I love it. No,
we're going to get on a bike. So
absolutely. Well, I was going to say, you boys are going racing motorbikes now, so thanks for coming up in the box. Hopefully we'll see you back here. No, we will see you back here. Perfect.
We're doing laps, so between sections we might come and have a chat.
Brilliant, And so the story about that is one each way. So awesome, boys.
Awesome,
great to see you as always. And we'll see you back. Well, we'll see these boys riding motorbikes soon.
Hi, Mum and Dad. You're not here. Hope you're enjoying Sydney.
Oh, living the dream. All right. Don Driver 2025 will be back soon.
May with driver of the 834 machine, that big Brenthal all-wheel drive trophy truck, got Brett Comiskey here. Now, you were just saying last year the truck didn't even make it through sighting lap, had some engine issues. We've done some major revamps this year. And now you're up here, and I think you're one of our first Class 8s and also one of our first cars across the finish line for Section 1. Tell us a little bit about how your drive went this morning.
Look, just dropped into the river, just took it easy for a bit. You know, we had a few dramas yesterday on the look lap once again with the hose and a few other bits. So, look, just took our time, got through a few slow cars straight up, and then by the second lap we were on it. So that was really good. Car went good. I must commend everyone on the track. Everyone was really good getting off the track. I didn't have any dramas with anyone, so that's really good for those guys. Look, we had a good run, and the good thing is we're in here and have another go crack tomorrow.
Yeah, all ready to rock and roll for tomorrow. So tell us a little bit about some of the changes. We were talking about, I believe you've now got an Albans and a Warspeed, a couple of great Aussie companies that come along. Tell us a little bit about how you got involved with those guys.
Look, the American setup was just not working. The engine failed twice. So the car got sat in the corner after here last time we were here, and we had a real good think about what we were going to do. So we ended up going with the Warspeed. Troy out of Sydney, really good. We'd already had a good commitment from Albans to set up an all-wheel drive box. That was one of the biggest problems with the car. So we got that all put together. We virtually got it ready like a day before we went to Fink.
Yes.
That's a full rear wire of the car, all new computers, engine, transmission, everything. Yep. And I must commend like Dan, Garth Henneford, Wayne Sonner, all them guys, and Corey Howe, my navvy, for doing an awesome job. So, and now it's going really well.
Yep. Awesome, that's great. No, we saw some excellent footage, you guys. Plenty of water, plenty of splash, and plenty of overtakes from the chopper. So we're very excited, mate. Looking forward. So what's the plan for tomorrow? Do you think you've got much to do tonight, or just a bit of a service, look over, and then what's the plan for tomorrow?
Go for it. Today was the look lap for us. Settle in, see where we fit in the zoo, and tomorrow's just full noise the whole way.
Excellent. Well, nice and simple. We'll be cheering you on, man. Thank you very much for your time, Brett. We appreciate it. We'll get Mick to jump straight in here. So Mick, the one of our event organisers, now racing your little Class 10, the 1032. How was that going today for you?
Yeah, it's pretty good. The track was pretty rough from a lot of the guys pre-running. So I sort of had to temper it a little bit. But really, flat out is still flat out. Doesn't matter. So the accelerator was down pretty hard the whole time.
Yeah, it's a big boot that's getting put there on that throttle. So tell us a little bit about your run today, and do you think you got much to do tonight, or that's future Mick's problem? You've got to worry about the bikes to get through before you'll start thinking about yourself, and got much of a plan for tomorrow?
Not really. I mean, I didn't do a great deal of prep on the thing because we sort of been away and then we come back and didn't have a lot of time. So I'll probably kick the tyres again tonight. I'll give it a bit of a check over, but it's getting really rough for that little car out there. So I think tomorrow will be probably just survival mode. I think the holes are going to be twice as big as they are now after the bikes. And but it also pretty good finish rate, so pretty happy with that. Bit of carnage out there as we always expect, but you know, I think everyone who finished here has got a smile on their face, so that's good.
And that's one of the most important things. That's one of the things we always talk about, the Don River Dash. It's the competitors love this race. Once they come once just to check it back, they always come back 2-3 times. So credit to you guys. Looking forward to seeing the bikes this afternoon, mate. So tell us a little bit more about what your role will now continue on for the weekend with the bikes.
Well, obviously being the president and all, so I'll come over. I'm glad I got home because it makes life easier, and I can get back there, and I'll come back over and see all the sponsors and mingle with everyone and ask questions. You know, I'm always asking for an opinion. Sometimes you get a bit of criticism, and most of the time you get positive stuff. So I'll come over here, and the rest of the team and the committee are working pretty hard, as you do. You hop out of the car, but the race ain't over for the day. So we're all sort of back on deck, and in about an hour's time, and we'll be here for the bikes, and the bikes are going to be unbelievable this afternoon. So I can't wait to see that.
Yeah, awesome, man. Well, we'll let you go. Thank you very much for your time. We appreciate it, as we'll continue having a little bit of a walk around the pits here. We'll have a little bit of a look, but we got some good cars here as we sneak in over here. But we'll check out the 606 as we quickly we'll walk with Kai. So Kai, mate, unfortunately we saw that little bit of a finish line roll over there, mate. It's a shame. You were running really well. Obviously things going good, and then it unfortunately wasn't going great. Tell us what happened there.
Nah, it just must be a big hole there, and we just went over. Big crash, but yeah, me and Luke are all good, so that's all that matters.
Yeah, that's one of the things we noticed there is that you guys were both out of the car quickly, so a testament to the safety, the prep that you guys do on that car and everything like that. So, hats off to you guys as well. But feeling okay at the moment?
Yeah, all good. Hopefully we can get the buggy running. We're running fourth outright at the moment, so
that is the plan. Get it back to the pits, get it up and running. That's good, mate. Me and DC were talking it up. We said these are the kind of boys that they're across the finish line, unfortunately, but had the rollover after. But these are the kind of boys that their commitment to this cause of going racing, they'll get that car back and they'll go. So we're cheering you on, mate. Thank you very much for a little bit of time on your way. Thanks for coming and talking to the folks at home, letting everyone know you're all right.
Thank you.
Cheers. Thank you very much. So that is the kind of access that we're getting. Hats off to Kai Camilleri there for just quickly stopping and having a little bit of a chat to us there on the way to the medic to get checked out, but feeling pretty good as we're going to slip in here, and he's trying to get away, but we'll grab Kevin 07 very quickly here. So Kev had a good run today. Happy with how things are going?
Yeah, mate. No, awesome run. We settled in there. They had a little issue with the sensor yesterday with the water.
Yes.
Sorted that out, and yeah, no, good. I may have swore at the wife a little bit today trying to get some directions because it's gnarly. It was
yes.
The car's good though.
Yeah, awesome. So one of the things we noticed, V8 car. So when did you make the change from turbo to V8?
When the turbo died here a few years ago, I was like, mate, I'm going to make an artificial reef. I'm done on turbos.
Yes.
And then, so that was probably about 4 years ago. But that was when we went to the new car as well.
Yeah, at the same time. So, yeah, very good. So a little bit about your Navi experience today. Anything you're going to change for tomorrow, or just tonight when he's asleep, you're going to beat him with a broomstick for getting a little bit lippy?
I actually lose my seat these days too, so Jackson's actually in it tomorrow. So today's my day and it's his turn tomorrow.
Excellent,
yeah.
Very good. So what's the plan for tomorrow? Do you think you got much to do to the car tonight, or just a quick check over and turn it round?
Yeah, look, I think it's a real just quick turnover and check it all out. The car's grouse. I think we heard we're in 10th.
Yes.
So that's actually what my goal was, to be top 10.
Yep.
So we can settle in. So I think so, mate. We'll look at the radios because there's so much water. Yep. Everything's noisy and. Yep. But no, that thing's unreal. That was
lovely. And just float across the rivers. So you just float.
Yeah, excellent. Like we saw some excellent chopper footage of you guys as well there. You know, inside, outside. You know, looking for multiple passing lanes. So, any notes that you're going to give to the young fella that's taking over for navigating tomorrow?
I do, and we've created a few extra tracks as well, so there's a few options for him, so which will be good. But yeah, definitely just a few more clean rags this time, because that water, when you're passing people, when you're in the water and you're floating around, it just throws your head back in the seat. So lots of pressure.
Awesome, very good. Well, we'll be cheering you guys on tomorrow. Hopefully you can hold on to that top 10 position, keep the goal, keep the dream alive. But awesome, we'll catch up with you guys tomorrow. Thank you very much, Kevy. Have a good one. So we continue to just sort of wander around the pits. We see the Kildy machine here as well. That was Brett Kaminsky, the 834 as well, as we keep moving along. It in the 6108 machine as we'll come along across here. G'day, mate. How you going? Had a good run today?
Yeah, we had a pretty good run, I think. I don't know what our score, where we actually sit.
Well, you were actually fairly honking because you caught us off guard in the commentary box there. We were getting ready to call you through, and then we quickly realised you're on your third lap. So I think you guys have had a good run here. Now, this is your fourth or fifth Don River Dash?
Yeah, that's right. Third Don River Dash, yeah, but close enough. Yeah, but it's awesome. We love it. We love it here and keep coming back. So yeah.
Awesome, very good. Now, do you think you're sitting here very chilled, very relaxed? Much to do to the car tonight, or that's future problems?
No, I think the exhaust just fell off over around here. If you have a look, so I think we might have a bit of exhaust problem. Yeah. But.
Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah, you can see that the what do you call that? Like the muffler part of the exhaust has fallen off. So that gives you a little bit of an idea of how rough the track is. Any suspension changes or anything that you're going to make, or happy with the way the car's handling?
No, it's been really good. We had a great run. It was excellent. Yeah.
Awesome, very good. Well, thank you very much for your time. Appreciate it, and good luck getting the exhaust there. As but yeah, this great little Southern Cross frame here. The looks good, goes good, sounds good. So awesome, very good. Thank you very much. So we keep wandering along. So that's one of our unlimited cars there, the 48. We'll make a little bit of a way down towards to our, as we see everyone starting to disappear. And Tony keeps his back turned. He's not real keen on having, but Huddy won't. He'll get up if I don't get in your face. So Tony, one of our first Class 1 cars across the line as well. Had a good run today.
Yeah, no, real good. We just had a little bit of oil temp issues, so we had to manage that. And other than that, yeah, really good.
Excellent, very good. One of the things we've heard a few competitors say is the water this year has been a bit of a new added challenge to the course. How do you find a lot of that standing water out on the course?
Mate, it helped us because it cooled the engine down.
Well, isn't that funny with races? Something that one people find a hindrance, it actually helps another competitor. So, bit of a plan to investigate that tonight, or just a few drinks around the campfire and just deal with it again tomorrow?
No, we'll look at the data, go through that, and maybe put a new sender in it just in case. As soon as we hit the water, it just dropped the temp right out of the engine, oil temp, and so just got to look at it and see what it is. If not, we'll just manage it again tomorrow. Just drove around 3/4 throttle just to and kept it down a little bit, and where we could get into it, we got into it, and where we couldn't, we had to back off.
Excellent. Well, we wish you all the best for tomorrow, mate. Hopefully you get the oil pressure issue and you can keep that little VQ humming tomorrow. Yeah, for sure. As we keep heading along here now, we'll jump in with Chris Weston. How you going, mate? Looks like you had a great run today. Exciting times out there?
Oh, mate, we're bloody loving it. We were smiling and yahooing and laughing the whole way around. It was just great.
Isn't that one of the great things about this track? Seems like every competitor we talk to say just how much they love the event, the multiple lines, the reverse grid start. There's so many different elements. What's one of your favourite things of the event?
You're right. It's even though you're focused, you got time. Like you got time to talk to each other because you got the wide thing. And I think it's picking your lines. That's the best thing. Like if you're 4 cars wide, you can start out this side and come in there. And if they run a bit wide, you just cut in up on the inside. And everyone's giving each other plenty of room. So it's like game on. It's just game on from the flag drops. It's pretty wild. It's cool.
Awesome, mate. Yeah, no, a lot of the footage that we saw today, helicopters, drones, the live feed that is going. The guys doing an awesome job. You think you got much to do to the car tonight?
No, everything looks good for a quick look. I'm just give a quick service. Glenn Coops in tomorrow, so the car will be faster. I just get the car here nice and steady for him, and then I unclip the leash and let him go.
I like it. Let the big dog eat. Let it hunt. I like it. That's good. So, obviously, you guys regular competitors up here. You keep coming back to Bowen. Obviously, thoroughly enjoy it. Some of the highlights over the years for you?
Yeah, we set Bowen at the start of the year, so no matter what series, no matter what's going on, Don River gets on the calendar, and then we work it out. But we've had some good finishes, but more so, we've just had good fun. And you're up at Bowen. It's just a beautiful spot up here. So, and the live feed, that's the best thing I've got. My daughters, my friends, my aunties, my sister-in-law and brother-in-law, and my mum sitting at home. So everyone's on the text and is going, "Oh, he's done this," and "Oh, he's going so slow," you know, all that sort of stuff. So that's the best thing. People can sit at home. It's not just us in the car. Yeah. So everyone at home can follow along. It's pretty wild.
Yeah, awesome. Well, very good. We wish you all the best for tomorrow. Enjoy your afternoon. Rest, recover, relax. Enjoy it. Have a good one. So we tell you what, we see some of the damaged machinery here. Unfortunately, looks like these lads, one of our side-by-sides that rolled early in the race there, but luckily not any injuries or anything like that. Both recovered from the car pretty quickly. As we look, we're just jumping in. We're going to get involved here with people here. How are we going? Josh, very nice to meet you.
Savannah.
Very good. So you're driving this machine this weekend? Awesome. One of our great female competitors. Is this your first time at Don River?
4th year.
Wow, very good. First year racing or?
No.
Wow, I gotta keep up with things like that. So tell us a little bit about how your day went.
Yeah, good, nice. 6th in my class, so I'm very happy. Yeah.
Excellent. Much to do to the car tonight or?
No, she's all good. Just fuel up and I think give it a bit of a clean and polish, and I think we're good.
I like it. Give it a little bit of a clean and polish, so it's looking good for the live feed tomorrow. I like it. So what's your plans for tomorrow? Try and push a little bit further up the field, or you feel you've set a good pace today?
I think I'm happy with my pace. Maybe if I can go a little bit faster, but nice and steady, I think we'll be good.
Yeah, that's right. To finish first, you must first finish. So very good. Well, thank you very much for your time, Savannah. Have a great day. So we continue along the line here, as we got the 6-1-2-3, the 6-8-2 as well, the 6-1-4. But one of the great things that we got here is the Park for May system that we have happening over here. So cars actually locked in here, and then they will get to drive themselves all the way back over to the showgrounds. Now we're just going to continue to jump down this way. And I'm gonna jump in. He looks like a busy man, but Jamie Knight, how are we? Jamie, the Gundawindi Club president as well, mate. We were saying up in the commentary tower, you must have been like a caged animal after Gundawindi getting rained out, having the car all prepped, and now you're up here at Don River Dash. Tell us a little bit about how your race day went today.
We had a good run. We did shift the cable come off, I don't know, maybe second lap there somewhere, so we were stuck in third, which is the right gear to be in. In the corners and that was labouring a bit, but no, we had a good run, got through the water, everything seems right. We got a little bit of a vibration there we're just going to have a look at, maybe a uni joint or something we got going on, but apart from that, we're here, and we loved it. It was awesome.
Yeah. Beautiful. So obviously the shifter cable, have a little bit of the look at a uni joint and stuff like that tonight. Yep. You think there's much else you need to do, or happy with all the engine temps, all the data coming through and everything like that?
Yeah, no, this thing, it nothing run hot. It's got a real good cooling package in it, so we could just stay on it. I mean, our first lap was our quickest when everything seemed right, and then sort of felt a little bit of funny things coming on, so we just backed off a little bit to try and get it done.
Excellent. What's the plan for tomorrow then? Get it all fixed and then full send tomorrow? That's the go?
Yeah, we want to just get today done and just make sure everything looked all right, because there's a fresh engine too, so just want to make sure that all looked good. And then, tomorrow I think let's get up.
I like it. So a couple of the competitors here, there's a bit of a change here as well. Some people were using GPS, had different tracks marked. Other people were optimising and using the Navi eyes up, because obviously with the slower cars passing. What was your system for today?
No, we pretty much just eyes up. Yep. Yeah, let's just call it as we see it. And you can't always pick your same line, so let's just pick the right line. We were trying to avoid the deep water holes as much as possible, but sometimes you just end up in them. So
excellent, very good. Well, thank you very much, Jamie. You have a good one. We'll let you get back to working on your car, but Jamie, an excellent competitor. My two little twin girls have stickers of Jamie's car that were handed out last night, and the smile cannot be wiped off their face at this point in time. They are happy little girls. They've got some stickers. So I tell you what, there's plenty of work all happening here down in the pits, as it looks like the Bennett machine, the 189, we got a fair bit of action going on here. So we might just Look, we might just jump in here. We're going to jam the microphone in their face here as they're trying to, so I appreciate that. But what do we got going on here?
Mate, too greedy with the wheel travel, let it droop out too much and broke a CV cage.
Yeah, there we go. So for those that understand, these things actually have an inboard CV or an inboard CV and an outboard CV here as well. And unfortunately, too much wheel travel, so you're able to limit that through your limit strap. Yep. So they've taken it up a little bit here, but unfortunately they've broken a CV here. So, mate, for people that work on buggies, they realise that CV is one of the worst jobs. But this man here is a mad dog, no gloves, just getting it done, getting that CV joint. So you're confident you'll get it fixed and be out tomorrow?
Yeah, I've got it done now, man. Just putting bolting it back together. Yeah,
beautiful. And no other issues this weekend so far? Look,
yeah, shitloads. Yeah, steering pump. I had to loan one of those. Alternator. Don't know what it's doing, overcharge or undercharging or whatever it's doing, but just charge the battery and run that out, I think, eh?
Excellent, but so we will see you out and about tomorrow?
Yeah.
Excellent. Well, thank you very much. We'll let you continue to put it. Yeah, you know, I'm not scared. I'll rub my hand on Huddy a bit later on for that, but no, all good, mate, all good. Hey, Dan, just so you know, mate, I do actually every once in a while get CV grease on my hands. It has happened before, so... But I tell you what, exciting times here as we will jump in here. I won't shake your hand. I've actually got some CV grease on us. We've been pushed in. Sorry, who have we got here?
James.
And Lizzie.
Beautiful. So you guys obviously racing this big carbon engineering, racer engineering rig. So beautiful. Tell us a little bit about the car.
It went really well until we got water somewhere that shouldn't be.
Yeah, that...
limped home.
That seems to be a little bit of a moral. We were talking before, some people loving the water because it was actually cooling their engine temps down and their oil temps down.
Good for that.
Yeah. So that's cool. So are you guys fairly regular at the Don River Dash? Yeah, beautiful. So that's fantastic. Sorry, you were saying water issues. So plan is to try and find where the water's getting in and have a bit of a look tomorrow.
Yeah, we'll give it a red hot crack.
Yeah, and then big plans for tomorrow is just let her eat.
Try and keep it out of the water.
Yeah, beautiful. Very good. Well, thank you very much for your time. So that's, like we said, the water, it's proving to be a good for some, bad for others. But as we have a little bit of a look, looks like we got some of the West Lime cars parked up. Some of our Class 8 competitors here. But, geez, I tell you what, Park for May, so full at this point in time that we've actually had to start lining the cars up down into the pits there. So that gives you an idea of the amount of competitors. Gee, the attrition rate has been, a little bit nasty this weekend, but I tell you what, plenty of cars well prepped here as well. They understand what's happening at the Don River Dash as well. So we keep a little bit of an eye as we start to head back over towards the commentary tower. But we want to just give a huge shout out to all the competitors there that donated their time. They've just finished 150 kilometres of absolute brutal racetrack out there, and now they get ready to do it all again. They get to transport their cars back to the showgrounds and have a little bit of a look and prep over their cars. So we're going to wrap it up there. We're going to go to some hero shots, a little bit of our sponsorship, and we're going to stop, grab a quick bite to eat, a little bit to drink before the bikes kick off in the not too distant future. So we'll be back shortly. Thanks for joining us, and we'll see you again shortly.
looks like down here, and it's all thanks to our amazing sponsors.
These boys are superhuman.
The top 10 are insane.
Pointing out the camera, thumbs up.
That's cool footage, eh? You don't get that very often.
The crazy bit is that the corners are whooped. The flats are whooped. I don't know. There's just whoops everywhere in this track. It is amazing. Oh, a little bit wobbly.
How good is this?
This race, so poor bugger.
These bad boys are basically unlimited.
Look at the size of the suspension travel. We're talking about some of these trucks have 30 inches of rear suspension travel.
Weighs quite heavy. You know, once you've done it once, you know, you kind of hope to do it again, and once you've done it twice in a row, you kind of expect to do it 3 times in a row. So he would have come here this weekend expecting nothing less than victory. If you are not at the Don River Dash, what are you not doing with your life correctly?
Stranger. Stranger. Stranger.
This is what it looks like down here, and it's all thanks to our amazing sponsors.
These boys are superhuman.
The top 10 are insane.
Pointing out the camera, thumbs up.
That's cool footage, eh? You don't get that very often.
Crazy bit is that the corners are whooped. The flats are whooped. I don't know. There's just whoops everywhere in this track. It is amazing. Oh, a little bit wobbly.
How good is this?
This race, the poor bugger.
These bad boys are basically unlimited.
Look at the size of the suspension travel. We're talking about some of these trucks have 30 inches of rear suspension travel.
Is quite heavy. You know, once you've done it once, you know, you kind of hope to do it again, and once you've done it twice in a row, you kind of expect to do it 3 times in a row. So he would have come here this weekend expecting nothing less than victory. If you are not at the Don River Dash, what are you not doing with your life correctly?
Stranger. Stranger. Stranger.
This is what it looks like down here, and it's all thanks to our amazing sponsors.
These boys are superhuman.
The top 10 are insane.
Pointing out the camera, thumbs up.
That's cool footage, eh? You don't get that very often.
Crazy bit is that the corners are whooped. The flats are whooped. I don't know. There's just whoops everywhere in this track. It is amazing. Oh, a little bit wobbly.
How good is this?
Such a bad run for this race, the poor bugger.
These bad boys are basically unlimited.
Look at the size of the suspension travel. We're talking about some of these trucks have 30 inches of rear suspension travel.
Is quite heavy. You know, once you've done it once, you know, you kind of hope to do it again, and once you've done it twice in a row, you kind of expect to do it 3 times in a row. So he would have come here this weekend expecting nothing less than victory. If you are not at the Don River Dash, what are you not doing with your life correctly? Oh, how good are these shots here at the 2025 Custom Lithium Don River Dash. We are minutes away, T-minus 5 minutes and counting.
Joshua, and we're looking at the Custom Lithium. These boys have come on as the naming rights sponsors. Have a look. All wearing their shirts. They're down in a VIP area, and they are absolutely killing it down here.
The drone
Have a look.
flying.
The boys down there and girls at Custom Lithium. Big shout out to all of you down there. Again, it's awesome that we've got some fantastic sponsors that are chasing. They love this race. We were talking to Andy in the box before and, in the box last night, and it was just brilliant. Those guys are out here racing, supporting and getting on board. So for all your lithium needs, if you need anything for your caravan, your canopy, your vehicle, Custom Lithium, you were saying, Josh, you actually got to speak to them.
Yeah, off-grid
Australian
solution.
made.
Yes.
Yep.
Australian design, Australian manufacturing, stuff like that, all produced here in Australia. These are the types of guys you can ring up and go, hey, I've got this problem. Can you provide a power solution for me?
Joshua, the thing is, I think that they know how to chill down a cold can.
Well, there looks like
Those
there's a few
boys,
cold cans happening
they know
right there.
how to keep it cold. So if you're looking for anything, the Custom
The
Lithium
crew.
boys, the crew, they're a great crew that race together. They sponsor vehicles. They're out here, and they're the naming rights sponsor for Don River Dash 2025. And I'll be just quietly, they sounded like they were pretty excited about doing all that.
Have a look at the great area they got set up here. Yep. Marquees, tables, beers, a few wild dogs roaming around.
Dogs?
Yeah.
Hey,
you can even give us a wave. How good is that?
I think, Josh, one of these things that you need to talk about it too is that, you know, if you come on as a naming rights sponsor, they really do look after you. They give you some prime land. They give you a location. They look after you at the showground. So, you know, if you're interested in becoming, getting involved in sport, Don River is one that's just worth having a look. There's lots of great races. We keep saying this around Australia, but this one just keeps going from strength to strength. 7 years. It's not even at its 10th year anniversary. And I'm going to go as far as to say, top 3 best races in Australia for off-roaders, and you can guess the other ones. That gives me some room. But I'm telling you, it's in there.
And are you going to name a position in that top 3?
No,
not
game.
Ambiguity is the key.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying to you. But what I guess I'm trying to pitch to everyone that's sitting at home.
I tell you what, just while we're talking about top 3, what I will say though, hands down, number 1 best live feed in the country.
Snap. Just called it out there, young Joshua.
I have.
And we're involved with a couple. Listen, there's a lot of great live feeds too, just quietly. But yeah, you got to admit, how good are these shots? Joshua, I know that there's some people that wish that they saw a bit more of whatever. Let's just say it.
Yes.
But 5-10 years ago, we were listening to the radio.
Yeah.
There was an internet coverage on a forum about 3 weeks later.
Yes.
Look at what we're watching. Look, we've got we've got helicopters, we've got drones, we've got FPVs, we got in-car.
Yes.
It was 2 or 3 years ago we truly just dreamed of having in-car cameras.
10 years ago, to keep up to date with what was happening as a race, it was typed updates on a forum.
And big shout out to Julie and Roger. They've now retired from doing that, the offroadracing.com thing. And I mean, you're dead right. You used to get on and they used to have basically a spreadsheet of information of who was in, who was out in their lap times. That's all you saw. And now look at this footage over from the showgrounds. The bikes lined up. It doesn't get any better, ladies and gentlemen. And guess what? You're not paying a cent for it.
Free to air.
You're not V8 supercars.
You're paying. NRL on a Saturday.
What about if I want to watch the motocross, Joshua?
It's a separate Super Motocross TV subscription. I actually got it because I love it.
I know. We're dirt heads. That's what we're saying.
Yeah, that's right. This is free to air. Look at these bikes lined up on the start line.
Yeah, unreal.
Look at this. This is...
You're lost for words.
I'm in shock.
He's truly lost for words, and I'm not joking about that.
We were only talking about it last night. Like we said, a couple of the first years we come up, we used to set a caravan up at the showgrounds away from everyone so we could get a good night's sleep.
Away? How can you get away anymore?
Now there is no away at the showgrounds.
Well, Joshua...
As we see Trig.
Oh, the 30. That's one to watch out for. As is any of those guys on that front line, right? They're going to be very, very fast.
Yeah, so you did touch on it. One of the different things here about the motorbikes versus the cars, not a reverse grid.
Correct.
So the fast bikes will be off the line.
Yeah. And listen, that's just a safety thing. Having fast bikes come through the pack it's a very different thing when you're talking about how many 350 bikes here this weekend?
Yes.
Yep. So, with just purely the number, we're going to get, I tell you what, we're going to get the excitement with or without a reverse grid with this. But again, the multiple lines, the multiple berms.
Yeah, that's something I'm excited about. Like you said, you were
Joshua,
talking.
they are off the line. They're starting to leave them on the ceremonial start. They're riding down the bitumen. We are on, ladies and gentlemen. Again, the custom Lithium Don River Dash. We have a number of fantastic sponsors that have helped us out all up and down the list. Abbott Point Operations, the Bowen Council. Again, all of that information is on there, but we are underway with Don River Dash 2025 with the Moto Boys. Unfortunately, not joined by Ivan Long this weekend, which we love Longy, but that's because he's out there. So we'll accept that as a good excuse not to be here.
But again, he did 1 week with us.
Yeah, he knew. He said, stuff those current
Never
boys.
again.
No, but listen, if you've got a bike guy that is floating around and wants to come up and have a chat, a rider, tell us some experiences, we're very happy to accept them up into the box and have a bit of a chat. It'll be a good time. Don't you start, Joshua Curran. Don't you start. We're going to... Oh, my goodness. We're getting off the line with the motorbikes. That's what I'm saying to you.
I like it.
And it's going to be a great weekend of racing here because, honestly, the weather is actually primo for it. There is a breeze now. I know that's a bit rough for the spectators down in the Don, but it's exactly what we need for the motos. Clears the dust, clears the line, and these guys are going to be charging. And, again, charging from the very get-go, from the second they hit the river. We're going to see all our fast guys out and about. What on earth are you doing, Joshua Curran? That is a squiggly line. Watch out for Josh Curran. He's had a cold can of Solo.
Hey,
yeah.
Oh, no, that's two.
That's
I thought my race number was a question
mark.
mark.
Oh, my goodness. Guys, you can see it's gone significantly downhill here in the commentary box already. But, yep, missed it. Anyway, we're off the line with these moto guys. And the number 2, Josh. Very fast moto guy, obviously. Again, lots of these fast guys off the line early. And I love you. I love about motorbikes.
Man.
Thanks, mate. I was going to say...
It's nice for you to finally admit it.
Oh, my goodness. I was going to say I love that all the bikes are different, right?
Yes.
You got your KDMs, you got your Hondas, you got your Yamahas. Huskies are here, gas.
500s, 450s, 300,
a lot of
two-strokes.
two-strokers here. That's right. They're all set up different. Man, it was so interesting. Some of those guys had them set so high, obviously taller riders. You know, their seats honestly were above my hip height. And then you see some of the that's not the right word, the lower guys, and they're like quite down, got low bars, almost a bit Ricky Carmichael-ish.
Yeah, oof. Been listening to a good podcast.
That was a good podcast.
Yes. But anyhow, first of our bike competitors in. So if you're in the Spectator area, put your eyes up, look to the left.
To the
I'm
east.
not going to say east or west because I've already bombed that, but we have a battle straight up already. 2 bikes close to each other.
Off the back, Joshua, look at this. These boys are motoring.
Oh, getting a little bit of a moment happening there already.
Absolutely.
But the boys attacking hard.
So again, off the line now. That actually looked like the 22 nipping off there, but we've got a couple of the fast boys that actually they've set a pace early, Joshua. Those guys look like they ran down the bitumen very fast. Now, again, we were talking about this gap in the traffic.
Well, like you said, there's that little bit of a game. Do you
give yourself a dust break?
Yes.
Yeah, and I almost consider that as just being smart. They don't pass going down the bitumen. Wow, look at the gas there. They are making good moves. Even the standing water, Joshua, very interesting here this weekend, how that changes the game for a few of the riders. Again, it's so interesting too, these big enduro riders, right, Josh? Like, you know, often motocross is the little guy, right? If you can be 65 kilos, ringing the 450, but historically the big boys like Triggy is a big solid guy, big farmer. From down in I think he's a Riverina boy, isn't he? Down there in the area. I'm sure someone on the live stream will be telling me he's on the 30. Anyway, the moral of the story is that a lot of these big, strong bike boys really excel in the Finks, in the Haddars, in those races, you know? There's been a significant change since the era of the king, Ben Grabham, the multi-time, one of the greatest ever to strap a set of boots on, Josh, and he's here racing with us at Don River this weekend. Oh, mate's pulling the wheelie in front of the crowd too. I tell you what, this motorbike racing, this is some real deal. Now, I apologise if we're just going quiet for a second. We're just trying to work through some timing and laptop. We got everything going on here, don't we, Josh?
There's
phones
a lot of screens.
And iPads and big screen TVs and.
But you can see the way that track already starting to roughen up. The boys up in that attack position there, getting a little bit loose as we come past. Great shots from the scissor lift right in front of us here.
Yeah, keeping the front light. Now, Josh, these guys would be running steg pegs, steering dampeners, full custom suspension. So, like, they're a very specific setup for a desert setup, aren't they?
Yeah, like you said, they run a very similar setup to they were talking about the Hattah Desert Race. Run a very similar setup there because they talk about the roughness, the harshness of the Don River Dash, due to the fact that there's no road section, there's no rest, there's no recovery like you get at Fink. It's 150 kilometres. It's 3 laps in a deep sandy riverbed. We're already seeing a few passes start to happen here. They feel that they get a good confidence level. Like I said, talking to some of the competitors last night, they were talking about using the first lap as a bit of a siding lap, suss it out, because they know that even from the pre-run during the week, it'll become a little bit different due to the fact that the cars have now done 150 kilometres. 3 laps this morning as our bike section underway. How good is this? They come through thick and fast. We see a few of our competitors already sitting down, conserving energy. That's what you need to do. As some guys sitting on the start line still burning nervous energy.
Pretty crazy to think, isn't it? That, you know, some guys are almost getting towards, the turnaround point. There's some guys still waiting to get out of the showgrounds. There's going to be a lot that happens here.
But that gives you a bit of an idea of just the pace. You see the background blurred there on the live feed as our scissor lift operator gets great shots. Couple of multiple lines starting to already appear right in front of us.
Righto, Josh. Yeah, starting to look at some of the times we did go green. So I am on racemonitor.com. There's a list. And, yeah, again, we've got something like number 3, Jesse McMillan Moore's here. Number 4, Tyler Radford. Thomas Kruger's here as well. Robert Arbstead in the 79. Number 9, Jackson Verstegen. Number 10, Nathan Elliott. And they're going to be all of the fast guys off the line early. Jake McGrath here, Eli Engelbright, Jock Holland, Todd McCartan. I'd say there's going to be a bit going on here for a little bit, Joshua.
Yeah, tell you, that shot there that we saw before out of the drone there, you see the way when they come into the water, quite smooth into the water, but then quite large acceleration bumps starting to form on the other side of the water as the cars check up a little bit for the water and then accelerate hard and fast out of that water.
Jesse Ryan's here as well, Josh.
No.
James Heenan. All names that have raced very fast before. Campbell Hall's here, Levi Stevens, Riley Larkin. So all these guys have got Don River experience. So Declan Gibbons was racing here. So, yeah, it's going to be interesting, Josh, as you said, the water, the chop, all the things changing. And again, it's just shuffling into a position that you're, what's the right word, comfortable with. You know what I mean? Like you get a race pace and start working the line, start understanding where the track's going.
Well, I think that's going to be one of the things for today particularly, is it's going to be finding where the pace is at, where your competitors are willing to compete, how much risk they're willing to take as well. Give you a bit of an idea of what you have to do on Sunday to be on that podium. But I tell you what, they all want to be named King of the River.
Yeah, nice. Yeah, absolutely. The King of the River would be a good thing. Imagine having that on your mantle. There's a lot of great races.
on the podium too.
Yeah, true. Mickey B helping you out. That's what it's all about. Look at these bikes still rolling off the line. 614, the X85, the 601. That actually looked like one of the Grabo bikes there. So plenty of bikes racing. Now, we keep talking about this Grabo. You can do the Ben Grabham. It's called the Grabo's Trail and Track. And it is the experience. And what a way to do it. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're sitting along going, gee, I wouldn't mind having a crack at this, get in contact with Grabo. You can rent the bike. They do the full pits. They come up early with the pre-running and all that sort of stuff. And it's one of those things that it's just absolutely worth getting on board. They set the bike up to suit you with the suspension. And listen, you get taught a few little tricks by none other than the king, Ben Grabham. So what a way to do it. It's one of the things that I would really... Everyone that I've ever heard that's done it, Joshua, there's never been a complaint. I just hear blokes going, I'd never do it. Well, Seaton Battle. That's the story.
Yes.
He went and did Fink with him, and Seaton goes, I don't know why I ever did it myself. And Seaton is a fast guy. So, you know, like it doesn't matter what your level of skill set is, there's something that can be done, and it's a great way to go in, fly in like a rock star, race with Ben Grabham, and then go home clean and clear. Well, other than any lack of talent skills that may happen.
Yeah, but what an excellent, like you said, I think that's one of the things that you always say, it's a money can't buy experience. And an opportunity and information is having someone like Ben Grabham teach you how to attack a race course like this, what you want out of your suspension, what riding position, how to chop the throttle, how to get on the gas, maybe ride the rear brake a little bit. All these tips and techniques that you would get from learning off basically one of the greatest to ever throw a leg over a motorbike in the desert.
Yeah, absolutely. Heck, he taught Toby Price how to ride. That's what I hear. It's at least what I'm pitching. But the moral of the story is that's exactly right. What a way to do it. A lot of cool bikes out here, though. I'm seeing plenty of Team Green out here, Joshua, as well, which is always great to see. Always good to see an old DRZ out as well every now and then, and a few Katos. And no, let's be honest, there's lots of KTMs, which is fair enough.
Lots of KTMs.
Lots of Yamahas, as they might say in America in the 70s.
But I think KTM have earned that right.
Absolutely. Yeah, they put a big effort into their desert racing program, and it really does show. Like you said, well-deserved. But again, two bangers out here, a couple of big four-strokes, a couple of smaller four-strokes, plenty of 254s running as well. Not a bad bike for,
We saw earlier this year, the Fink Desert Race, plenty of the 254 strokes being very competitive for overall positions, inside the top 20, the top 30, places like
Absolutely.
that. So, particularly here at the Don where it's a lot of sand riding. Yeah, you're down on a horsepower a little bit, but you're also a much lighter bike. Much less fatigued when you get to the end.
Much less to hold on to.
Yes.
Yep, absolutely. I do agree, Joshua.
Almost to the point, too, not quite as scary.
Yep.
Not, you get a little bit crossed up on your 500. Your wrist gives the throttle a little bit of a crack.
Yep. Well, listen, there's a lot of men that'd like to say that they could hold on to a 500 fall, but I think they're lying to themselves most of them. I'm telling you, I'm lying to myself.
Unless your name's Eli Tomac.
True, very true. Yep, but that's exactly right, Joshua. There's some good options of good bikes around there. Again, the 300 two-stroke has made a big comeback. Great bike to ride, great bike to work with, and a great option to come and ride the Don.
Absolutely. I had the opportunity to ride a 300 two-stroke, a gas.
Yeah, you do seem like a bit of a two-stroker.
But yeah, was thoroughly impressed. Very different from, say, a YZ250 or a CR250. Was a beautiful bike to have a little bit of a putt around. But even those are probably, I'm not being funny, they've come a long way from 98 and 90. I think a lot of us are stuck in this 96, 97 thinking, and they were a good thing back in there, but when the four-strokes came along and dominated, but now they're a good thing. They're easy to work on, great maintenance costs, all those things. So, yeah, it's a fantastic now that you are. There's not a cookie cutter. You can come here and have a good ride. I think that's exactly what we're getting at, Dan. You can pick a couple of different options. You can choose your own adventure, like the Hardy Brothers books.
Well, I'm sorry, mate, to cut you. What I was going to say, though, is there's a few things that you'd do, right? You'd make sure your suspension was on point. You would not come here. I know this is crazy, and I'm sure there's people that do, but you're making it hard for yourself. go and get a steering dampener. If you haven't ridden with a steering dampener, you have to have one. And then I think the other thing is, I'm not saying you have to, but a set of pegs, of Steg pegs or Desert Labs. There's a lot of different brands doing them now, right? But these pegs that lock your legs in, there's pretty much riding before them and then riding after them. You don't realise you need them until you get them. This old mate would have his nice blue boots locked against the pegs there.
Absolutely.
He's got the throttle wound, the steering dampener's cranked, and that makes such a difference to your fatigue level. So, again, don't listen to me. Go and talk to Grabbo or any of the other boys that do it. But the one thing I'm telling you is if you're thinking about coming to Don River, invest in the steering dampener. Invest in the spec. You don't need the slip-on pipe, buddy. The 500's already got too much power. Invest in those things that's going to take away the fatigue.
Wise words of wisdom.
It's an old man.
On a Saturday afternoon.
I've been doing this a long time, brother.
Come out of the womb. Commentating off-road races.
Well, I'm just trying to preach that they should be at the Don. Next year,
It's absolutely where...
it's going to be amazing.
Absolutely.
28.
The 10-year anniversary.
The 10-year anniversary's coming up. I'm looking forward to it already.
If Mick hasn't sacked us by then, we're thoroughly looking forward to that. Like you said, talking to Chris Weston earlier in the day, Don goes into the calendar and...
straight away. September,
that's
it's Don.
And then we work the rest of our lives around that.
Yep. Well, there's some big things coming up, isn't there, too? Think 50th anniversary this year.
Yes.
Like as in next year, the next one that's coming up. So it's going to be some really good times in off-road racing. I feel like even down to, mate, the motocross mantle at the moment is wide open. We're seeing some new races in the cars. We're seeing some new buggies. We're seeing stuff. Mick Marson's getting a new truck. There's all stuff going on.
Yes.
Up and down. And the off-road racing, it's never been better. Oh. I thought he was about to bite it right there. But anyway, got it done. Is that the number 2? That's Jesse McMillan. No, is that a 3? 5, you're telling me. Righto. Which is Thomas Kruger.
I think 5, Dan.
Right, I like that.
I'll tell you what, how good are those drone footages?
The FPV drone footage, it's amazing. So there's the 3, Jesse McMillan Moore.
To my man down there at the turnaround spot, you are crushing it.
Now, first bike's in.
Yes.
So these guys, you'll see, they've actually barricaded off now. It used to be that you could do a couple of laps, like do 2 and 1 or 1 and 2 or whatever, but they do come in every time now. I'm assuming you can ride straight through if you choose to, right, Josh?
Yes, but it isn't mandatory through the pits.
Just give the boys a bit of a break, give the hands a bit of a break.
Have a look over the bike, a little bit of fuel, a little bit of a hydration.
Yep. That's a good little break they've got there, Josh, at the moment. He's actually off the bike and having a look at something.
So if they turned around... No, you wouldn't turn around early because then that kills your lap.
Yeah, but maybe because they're working on it. So maybe we're on the wrong track there. That's not a front runner. They're working on that, and he's got to go back out and catch up. Because that would make sense if the 5 was still down at the turnaround point. That would mean that he's like 15 minutes in front.
Yes.
And we've got no other bike. So I'm guessing that is actually now... I apologise for calling that in. He's just snuck in because they're doing some bike maintenance at the pits. We're still looking for our number 1 on-road bike. Oh, and there's a pass right in front of the drone. The boys railing the corners. The corners.
Few ruts.
Not the ruts.
Starting to form out there.
Look at this. Inside-outside line. How good is this?
Yeah.
This is fantastic footage here, ladies and gentlemen.
Isn't that one of the great things? Like you said, it's actually... That berm there hasn't formed by accident. That's actually... an initiative by the Don River, by the off-road club that runs this.
Well, Josh, did you hear them mention that Talbot Cox at 3 o'clock was out here for 3 hours last night doing some track maintenance to make sure that there was some sections where the water wasn't getting affected. So, that's the level. These boys are out here racing, but, they're also driving dozers and making this race happen. Absolutely brilliant.
That is absolute commitment right there. And then goes out, I'm pretty sure he's sitting either first or second at this point in time if we have a little bit of a look. But, geez, how good is the action here at the Custom Lithium Don River Dash? Look at that. What are we seeing? 10, 15 bikes all within the one frame.
Yeah, listen, we'll love to, and we apologise if we're not calling your guys' number at home. We appreciate that everyone wants to get the shout out, and we will as much as we possibly can, but you have to understand there is that much action happening around here. We are fans. We are loving this riding. as the 781, I think that might be, is made a couple of passes and headed down towards the western turnaround. But what a shot there you see. And again, right in front of us, in front of the Spectator, I can see 15 motorbikes, Josh.
Yeah.
It's absolutely crazy. And it's interesting how they get into packs too. It happens at almost every dirt bike race, is that all of a sudden you're in a race with them, and you sort of speed up, slow down, get a little bit of time, however that works. But absolutely amazing here. And this is going to go for the next 3 laps.
This is just like highlight reel stuff, isn't it, right?
It really
now?
is. Yep. So that's the road crossing down there near the bridge, Josh. So again, if you are in a car, you can drive around and have a little bit of a look at the separate Spectator information. Now, again, I feel like I'm stitched up here, Josh, but that's on the Don River Dash. There's actually a map. Is it on Facebook? I've seen it before.
On the website.
A website, so they can go and have a look and see some of the different locations. But there's probably no better viewing location than down in the VIP area where the Custom Lithium boys are, and down on the Spectator stands. You know what I mean? And gee, old mate's only one-handed it, getting himself a drink in that deep sand. That's wild. Got the drone, had the look back, now get back on the gas. That is some absolutely honking footage. But yes, there's all sorts of information again on that platform on donriverdash.com, .au, I think it is.
.com.au, yes.
Very good. And then, there's obviously Spectator information, live feed links, everything that you need. And that's how I'd recommend you watch this race. Get down into the river. Also bring an iPad, bring the TV, bring a generator, bring a Starlink, however you want to do that, and get yourself set up so that you can watch the live feed. Joshua, Karen, look at this footage that these boys are doing. I hope you're as excited as I am. These drones, these helis, the different stands.
Yeah, there's a lot of work that has gone into this live feed. A lot of work that's gone into all the bikes here that are competing today.
Yep.
A lot of time, effort, pre-running.
I thought we were in trouble there.
A little bit loose, but that's how vicious this race course is, isn't it? We're just running down a relatively smooth from the air.
Yep.
Looking straight.
Well, the other funny conversation I had with my young fella, young Rai, and we were talking before about, the one that we see is probably only one of 100 a lap,
yes.
Right? So, that's not even a real moment for them. We just think it's a moment. He's just like, that's just another minute riding my motorbike on the Don River Dash. And I know, it's just that sort of track. Man, those boys are riding good. That's a solid run there. But you can see just how rough it is. They don't get any breaks whatsoever. And you really get the true view of the terrain doing this. Oh, this drone, Joshua.
Yeah, my man. He's killing the game. So that is the Western.
Was that 244 there, that motorbike? Oh. That's silence because we're just loving this.
We're just fans. We're enjoying watching the live feed. We're watching this as you guys are. Isn't this incredible? You can be at home right now and seeing all the information, seeing all the footage as people that are here as we are that's commentating. We're watching the live feed with you guys. We're enjoying it. We're all in this together.
Yep. Hey, now another quick shout out to all the impressive sponsors. Again, get on the internet for a look at the full list and go and get on the Don River Dash Facebook page too. 2025. Plenty of information there. Give the guys a good shout out. Give them any constructive criticism and all that sort of stuff. Is that Jesse McMillan Moore, the number 3? But they are hooking along there. That's a great ride. Pat McDonald. Earth Moving also heavily involved in all the track prep and the cleanup and the works there. But yeah, again, all of these guys are going to be hunting to see who comes through first on the corrected time. So off the line, Josh, we're at 12:30, correct? So we're about 23 minutes into the lap now. And again, look at this. This is I do believe it's our first bike on course at the moment. That footage out of Smoothie Cattle Co.
Yes.
Helicopter. Shane Hutt up there providing all of this action here. Wow, the little look back of the head there. Just keeping an eye on the other competitors. Really just making it look easy, Josh, isn't it? These guys are truly artisans when it comes to riding a motorbike.
Artisans?
Well, it just feels like, they know where the bike is, they know how it's going to react. Really, to watch the top, let's say 20, and listen, if you're in 40th, 50th, you're a fast motorbike guy, right? You're one of the top guys in the country. But then there's the top 20, right?
Yes.
It's true of Fink, it's true of Hatter, it's true of here. They seem to find another gear. Like when David Walsh can wave and pass.
Yes.
When Toby Price can swing a Dakar bike. When Jesse McMillan Moore and Tyler Radford can go at it at this level. We've got the Thomas Krugers, we've got the Triggs. There's just these guys, they just seem to have another gear that us mere mortals don't have.
No. The ability to turn the brain off, I think, probably one of the big things here. But like you said, the names you just rattled off that we've seen here at the Don River Dash in the first 8 years, it is truly a race now to be held.
Now, Joshua, sorry to cut you off, the only person I know that knows how to turn the brain off properly is Ivan Long. He turns it off very easily, that man. There's monkeys, ting, 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 and there is throttle wide.
Yes.
I love it.
So bright yellow bike, pink riding gear.
I actually saw him ride through before. Yeah, so that's Longy, is it?
Yes.
Brilliant.
Yep.
We'll be cheering loud. Longy joins us up in the commentary box every now and then. And
shout out to some of our camera operators as well. These are the unsung heroes of the live stream.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, it takes a small army to get this sort of production going. Oh, yeah. Wow. Straight there, number 4, and that is Tyler Radford. So, Tyler Radford currently leading. There you go, in A Pro. Man, that was very, very quick in there. Yep. So, if you're following along on racemonitor.com, it is live in the Don River Dash 2025. And it will obviously update all the times as they're coming through now. So that was a 24:27 with a 6, Joshua. 24 minutes, 27.6 seconds for
Good.
Tyler Radford.
Very good first lap.
Very good. Again, looking at all the action there. Plenty of yammies. Pretty crazy. Do you know that Jesse McMillan Moore, who we've been calling for a little while, is now riding veterans, Joshua?
No.
Over 30s. Isn't that crazy?
Stop it.
When we call Ben Grabham through as a Masters and stuff, it blows my mind.
Hurts my feelings.
Because Jesse McMillan Moore was just a young buck.
Young bull.
Young bull. That's exactly right. So it's crazy to think how these guys over the years have grown, adjusted, trained. The growth as a racer too. Knowing when to twist the throttle, knowing when not to.
Now that's a nice, healthy little lead there. I see a look down to the left. I see a little bit of a cloud of dust there, so I believe that our first competitor is off the line as we see the Smoothie Cattle Co. chopper in the distance. I think we're going to see our second bike in and across the finish line. Oh, plenty of air there across that jump. And that is a nasty little whoop because it has taken a few people out, and that looks like the 682.
Yeah, so that's Brent Story, mate. So that's a great ride from them. And again, riding in A Pro. So Brent Story. Now, I'm going to just muff this story because people are going to be screaming at me, but I kind of feel like, Josh, Story is tied to a Yamaha dealer in, I want to say, Mackay or
yes.
So
now,
someone's going to tell me a story about this.
About Brent Story?
Yes. I'm sure that, again, there's people on the live feed yelling at it right now, but there's definitely a story of Brent Story that he's a fast guy.
He was running very competitively last year.
That's right.
And then had bike issues.
That's exactly right.
Yes.
So it's all starting to make sense, and with a 25.03, should be very happy with that. And on the Yamaha, sorry, I'll stop doing that. On the Yamaha, I own a Yamaha, guys. I love WR450, so please don't think I'm taking the muck. I just laugh at 70s American commentators.
As bike number 3 in and across the finish line, lap number 1, and that is 19 in and across the finish line.
Yeah, which is Levi Stevens, Josh, and Thomas Kruger is right there as well. with a 27.07. So 25.44 for Levi Stevens, Josh.
Yes.
And again, Thomas Kruger, but unfortunately he is essentially a minute and a half down. So he's got a little bit of work to do. Now, Robert Armstead is through with a 27.27 as well. So that is 79. And yeah, again, have a look at that. Tyler Radford going the other way.
That is full attack mode right there. You can hear the motorbike on our sound mic, I guess you'd say, that gets the sights and sounds of the Don River.
Absolutely. Josh Eli Engelbright through now in B Expert, so he'll be leading the class in the 295. Eli Engelbright. Might even be Engbrecht. Maybe some German descent in there, Josh. Oof.
The Germans are known for the descent.
Oh, whoa. Oh, look at that footage. So good. That'll be Todd McCartan in the 29.
And then the 98.
Right, the 98.
We keep a bit of an eye. The 98, then the 96 as well.
96 has actually had a great run there with a 26.50, Josh. Declan Gibbings. 98 at Campbell Hall with a 27.18. So the 71, you reckon, Josh?
Yeah, and we also saw the 47.
Right, Cody Stevens, which is a big name, and has had a great run, actually up in 5th. So again, we're starting to talk corrected times now, but no real change to Tyler Radford, Brent Story, Levi Stevens. A good race there too. I'm going to assume that Levi Stevens and Cody Stevens, brothers, and the 19 and the 47 running tight there. So Kyle Toparone is also in with the 27.20. That is 478, which just came in there. Yep. And again, Robert Armstead will round out the top 10 with that 79.
The 22 machine in as well.
Yeah, Christian Springer. So a good ride there. And Nathan Elliott is also in with the number 10 bike. Wide line. Was he going to go straight around there? And I reckon he's on a Grabo bike there, Joshua. He's like putting in his flat tyre.
Or has flat tyre? Has he lost a steg peg? No, flat tyre.
Hard to tell, but they're working on it. He's off when they're yelling at it, so... And again, that looks like one of those Grabo bikes with the 10, so the 17 through now as well. That's Jake McGrath. And the 577 of Casey Larkin. All the way to the end, the 577. Again, this great shots out of the helicopter. The boys battling. Have a look at that, Josh. 870. Now, Josh, another guy that I was hoping to see through by now was the 30, right?
He was starting quite down in the pack. Yep. I think he said he was starting around about 80th.
Okay, oh, gotcha. Righto.
I think.
So the 50 of Jesse Ryan. So there's one. Shout out to Andy Ryan and the crew. Jesse Ryan is through for the first lap with a 29.42. He had a great think, Josh.
Yeah,
Jesse Ryan.
Riding a 250.
Yep.
4-stroke at Fink as well. So probably safe to assume he's riding a 250 here as well.
Yep, well, he's in B-Class Expert. Again, racing against the likes of Jake McGrath and Joshua Muhammad. 870 and 13. So there's some good racing happening there within classes as well.
Yeah, like you said, we were talking about it in the cars. You know, there is that class racing and that overall racing, but yeah, exciting that there's so many different classes, so many different competitors. From, once again, we talked about the cars, but in the bikes all over the country. We're talking to people from Mildura, Victoria, South Australia, the 82, charging hard all the way in as well.
Yep, Reese Crutch. And he's done a good lap there. He's actually up in 12th on corrected time. So probably fighting some traffic and bits and pieces, but doing very well.
A little bit of a swap there as well for the number 2. Not the question mark. The number 2 is in.
Bailey Wallace. running just inside, so 30 minutes and 11.
Is the 129. The 509 as we get these great chopper shots. The Smoothie Cattle Co. chopper chasing our competitors. Incredible footage here. See that chopper up high in the sky, the drone scooting around, all the fans lined up along here at our main spectator viewing point. There's food, there's drinks. It's the place to be.
And in case we missed it, again, the 509 of Mark Richards is through now, Josh, as well. We did mention Jake McGrath, Jesse Ryan, Bailey Wallace, Riley Larkin. So all still, in the pits and out through and onto their second lap. James Heenan, Robert Armstead. So again, all guys having a good crack at the moment. But it is Tyler Radford leading the way at the moment. Oh, and like that, the 127, Joshua, Ivan Long is in the house, puts himself straight into third position. That bright pink is flying.
So that is obviously a good run from a little bit back down in the pack. What do you say, third position on corrected time?
With a 25-25 through the crowd. That's a good lap for Ivan Long, as always. Listen, who would ever write that man off? Unfortunately, heartbreak. When was that? 2 years ago, Joshua, where he's down the back corner. He'd made it all the way around, was on the very last lap and in a stonking position, either second or third, on the hunt for first. And unfortunately, tyre came off and jammed up in his swing arm.
Yeah, so couldn't even finish on the rim.
So heartbreaking stuff, but Longy back here for redemption and having a good crack.
But yeah,
109 through now, Josh.
So good to see we're getting a good flow of competitors making their way in, completing their first lap. For, like Dan touched on earlier, they always have to pit, so every lap they got to come in. As the 682 makes his way into the pits. But yeah, so every lap they have to come in. They can pass straight through.
Would it maybe have been the 692 of Glenn Vallender?
Sorry, yes.
It is hard to, listen, we'll call it. Everyone's doing stylised number. There's Triggy coming in.
Now, I'm going to say a little bit of an accident there. There's no seat on Triggy's bike, no visor on his helmet as well. So I'm going to say a little bit of a drama there for Nathan Trigg.
Jam.
Not the way he would have wanted to start his race weekend, as the 86 also come through.
Yep, and that's Damon Meyer and Nathan Trigg running a 33.51, which is, definitely down from where we'd expect him to be. And Liam Wilson coming through with a 33.11 in the 5.75. And did we have the 5.50 come through as well, Josh? Stephen Green? John Harkness through as well. Again, it's all happening here. Liam Wilson through.
The 6.59 and the 5.75. And then also the 9.02.
Mikhail Donato. And I'd say that's been a good run. That's actually put them up into 20th, Josh. So they're out of position. So great ride. Again, we're going to try to keep up with all the action coming through here. But the first of our two shows. Yeah. 2.48, Joshua.
So the YZ 250.
Jake Lawson through with a 32.24. So a good ride there. Have a look at some of this camera footage going on here. We're watching all the turnarounds and all the action. 285 possibly through there. 288 maybe it was. Michael Graves. Aidan Woodfield's in now as well. Again, one of the two strokes. So a bit of a race happening even within this. The 512. Again, that is Aidan Woodfield, so Look at the action that we have. Again, the guys having a great run there, flying down. They're headed towards the west, going down to the far inland turn. This is the far inland turn that we just saw. The
C61. Yes, I thought it was 661 as well, but no, C61 across for first lap under as Longy powers off the other way. Tell you what, solid effort by Longy there to go bright yellow bike, pink riding gear. As the drone gets so close, we can almost touch the action.
Christopher Condon was C61 too, Josh, just so you know.
Do we see the K22?
K22. That's Kobe Gallagher.
And the 628.
Which is Milton Axford, 3403. B-class expert. Great ride there. Again, hats off to anyone that can do a sub. Heck, can finish this race to start with. I'm being serious. But anyone doing a sub 35 is absolutely on a cracker. Top 50 at the Don River Dash 2025 is a solid effort. Darren Hollop is in now with a 33.07 with 36th position in 222.
We also just saw the 111 across the finish line as well. Sort of taking their hands off there, giving the goggles a little bit of a clean.
Well, that's Benjamin Russell, Josh, and he actually ran a 32.07, so I'd say he's had a fair ride coming out of where he's been. So the 834 now just coming into the pit, and that's Corey Cooper, 35.46, his first lap. No doubt getting warmed into the track. Again, the outside line here. I think that's a KTM.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how this plays out throughout the weekend. Is the outside line the priority line? You know, as what's the right word I'm looking for? As the track continually changes throughout the weekend.
Yeah, the faster line, because, you know, essentially you're looking to shorten up the racetrack, right? The less Ks you can do, the faster you'll be. However, there is also a good line. So, yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how these progress over the course. You can already see the guys running an outside line there to avoid the rain and the water. Not the rain. The river.
The river. The wet patches.
Correct. William Hawker through. Julian Galindo. Leonard Snell. Ryan Newman. Cooper Miller is in as well now. So plenty of riders starting to come through. 561 of Bill McGregor. Oh, big jump there right in front of the crowd. It's always fraught with danger, Joshua.
Well, that's one of the hard parts,
The
isn't
115, Josh, is that... you'll think I'm being crazy. Is that the 15 tied somehow to Adam Maguire? And looked like a Honda, but anyway, I might be wrong. 115, I'm looking for the number. Ryan Grayling, so definitely not tied to them. It was only the 15 that caught me.
Yes, absolutely. Dan, it's a very good judgment call as
and a
well.
Honda. The 6.
I know that Clayton and Adam are team riding as well. Yes.
Pony Express in it, 605. And yeah, again, the assumption there is, guys, because their race car number is 15, they will have some form of 15 on their bike, I reckon. Oh, yep, got it done. And again, probably us, and Aaron. He's like, I've done this 50 times, brother. Don't even worry about it.
Yeah,
574, shaking the hands out. There's a lot of numbers up here now, Josh. I'm looking for the 574, but they must be a little way up the list. They actually are. Jay Smith, he's had a good run. So we're currently calling out about, let's say, 60th position. He's actually in 47th. No, 41st. So, yeah, he's had a cracking run there. He's out of position. Again, I love these high-speed shots, Josh. Little two-stroke. He's on the go, too. High seat, steering dampener, attack position, elbows up. Oh, this is coaching from way back.
Well, it gives you the idea of the level of commitment these guys have on the bike. Like you said, there's no roll cages floating around here. If these guys have a bit of a nasty one, it's the body on the line for these guys.
Absolutely.
Geez, there isn't it always the way we see, we had a little quiet moment in front of the commentary booth, and then I think in the space of about 15 seconds, we just had 7 bikes roll in as well.
Yep. Joe Bauer, Todd Tomlinson in the 787, the 094 of Jason Austin. Still plenty of bikes coming in.
But just beautiful shots here from the Don River Dash. It is just an outstanding race weekend. A lot of the car guys come and wash our bikes. A lot of the bike boys come over in the morning, keep in touch with what's happening with the cars.
Well, I was about to say, Josh, I was actually just having a quick look very quickly. Obviously, we're in the middle of the live feed about some information I was looking at, and then I just did a little quick scroll on the Don River Dash 2025 page, and the information there's guys chasing oil plugs and tyres and dampeners and bits and pieces, and there's all sorts of stuff, photos, friends. So obviously we love getting shares, but it's also about this camaraderie, this action that's happening. Have a look at that pit shot, Josh. It's so good to see all the racers out there. They're fueling the... Oh, no. They just dropped the motorbike right in front of the crowd too. But again, when your legs are that jelly, hey, Josh?
Yes.
But again, the pits, it's really one of those events where all the family are involved. There's guys doing fuel stops, changing tyres, and we saw that bike come in before and he was adamant. I think it was the number 10 bike. Something wrong with the back of the bike, so they were trying to work on that.
So a few of the bikes that come past us sounding a little bit noisy. We saw the McCosker rig lose a muffler in the car section. I wonder if we were losing a few exhaust, a few pipes off some of our motorbikes.
Absolutely. Now, you know what we haven't seen here this weekend, Josh, is that XR650.
Yes.
Here's a good shot of the double lines over there too. One bike on the inside, one bike on the outside for all our live crowd. And interestingly, quarter heap on the inside, right? Then it's slowed down. The outside line was obviously faster in that situation.
But we did see that line sort of play out the same with the cars as well.
Absolutely. Again, some great riding on show here. Again, all of these guys get my adoration. Doing the laps here at Don River is not easy. That's something only the best take on. Something you'll be telling stories about for literally the rest of your life. Your kids will be like, Dad, I've heard. I know about the time you raced Don. And like, let me tell you one more time.
Yeah, sit down, son.
Have I got a story for you? But again, it's everything. It's the pit stops. It's the racing on the track. It's the showgrounds. The feeling of pushing your bike through scrutineering. So absolutely unbelievable. What I'm trying to get at is it's a good time. Callum Brackley's through, Bradley Williams through, Bill McGregor's through, Corey Cooper, as we talked before, Jason Austin, Braden Edwards, Tom Tomlinson, which we called before, Drew Fisher, Brock Harding, Shane Scott, Cooper Miller, Joshua Bond. I hope it's not Joshua and it's just a typo, but Joshua Bond. Chris Holman's through, Tyrone Liddell, Scott Hansen, Nick Balmerstead. I think George Shaw just come in there in Clubman over. 37 is a good ride there. Sean Rowe looks like he's come in. It's all happening so fast here that my screen pretty much can't keep up. Kyle Miller, Tyrone Palia. William Tapp just came in. Michael Maloney, Thomas Jacobson, James Nicholson, Peter Harding, Shane Matthews is through, Jamie Leon's through. So as I said, it is all happening now. 774 is through as well. And I suppose, now we're starting to see the shuffles, the numbers. We're down in those, out of 100 sort of riders. 187 took to the the green flag this morning. So only about halfway through, really. The 27 now through as well. Jamie Leon through. The 238 now through the 18. I think that is on the green. Bit hard to read, but... Again, lots and lots of riders coming now. Sheets or Michael McGurr. .251 through now, the 913. I think that was the 652, Josh. 417 now on their foot. No, the KO7 it might be actually.
Yes, KO. 247
is through again into the pit. So again, I apologise, ladies and gentlemen, if you're listening to your favourite rider. We're trying to call all of them through, but as you can see from our live stream, on the horn, get out of the way.
69, 751, and the X44.
But again, it is Tyler Radford currently leading. Brent Story right behind him. And then a mad charging Ivan Long, Levi Stevens, Declan Gibbons, Cody Stevens, Jackson McGrath, Thomas Kruger, Eli Engelbright, and Campbell Hall. That'll be your current top 10 after the first lap. Who really knows what's going on out there right at the moment, though, Josh? This poor bugger. CO4. Probably not as bad as it looks, Josh, but...
that was just the front number plate hanging off, yes.
But it looked like a yard sale.
The 586, the 686, the 378, and then the 949 and the 898.
Yep, absolutely.
So literally calling them as quickly as they come through. That is the groups that they are coming across in. Everywhere we look, plenty of action. So also just having a little bit of a look. Looks like some of the information has been released for our cars as well. So our top three, Clayton Chapman, Talbot Cox and Daniel Hughes.
28 is through now, big two-stroke, the 599. And again, these shots showing the pits, showing the chaos. Oh, mate, look at this. There's a rider. He's oh, no, first rider onto the second rider. That's right, we'll have some teams going now, right? But old mate got off that bike, looked like he needed a stretch. He's like, what are we doing here, bud? But again, this is all the stuff you don't normally see. Look at the helicopter footage.
So that is number 4.
Radford back in again.
Now it looks like he's given his bars a little bit of a hit there as well. Trying to work it out. A quick look over the shoulder. Wants to see if his closest competitor there behind him. And it does look like it is. This is the 682 of Story.
Yep.
Right behind Radford.
Ranking. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a race on our hands.
We have a race.
Brent Story is pushing Tyler Radford. Brent Story's now up on corrected time, Josh.
Wow. As we
go.
As we see the 8, 6, 7 and the 65 across for their first lap. So this is where it will start to get a little bit convoluted. We got people on their second lap.
Well, the next bike that we're really expecting through should be the 19, Josh, or Levi Stevens. Ivan Long is still a little bit back in the pack because of his starting time.
Yes.
But he is faster on corrected time. So we're looking for a yellow bike with the pink gear. That's Ivan Long. He's on corrected time. But we're also looking for Levi Stevens, the 19. And you're going to know when he comes in because he's going to come in fast.
So the 3-5 completing their first lap along with the 2-8-7.
287.
Good number, that.
Yes. Great race number.
Also,
wonder where we were going. Had to remember.
Also the G30. G unit.
Okay, scary.
We did that really in sync, bro.
Concerning. Yeah. Anyway, listen, other riders out there as well having a good ride. Another one of our KTMs. What are we looking at? The 197. And again, have a look at some of this footage out of the helicopter, Josh. Really doesn't get any better than that. That's the 4 off and running. So again, this is our current race. Oh, leader on track is probably the right way to say it. Tyler Radford.
Now the 15A across, so I'm going to say that.
Very much could be. That the 15 would make sense.
And at the A?
Look at the pace that he's putting on, Josh. This is poetry in motion, watching Radford bring the neck out of that KTM.
Well, he would have had a little look over his shoulder, would have realised Story close behind him, because Story was close enough that Tyler would have been able to see him.
His pit crew would go, he's here. We know this. Now, Levi Stevens obviously battling a little bit of probably traffic here, Josh.
Yeah, this is going to become the interesting part. The 2, 6, the 7, 6, 4 across, we call them in as I get the 5, 8, 9 and the 7, 7, 8 as I get back onto my train of thought. Yes, this is the interesting part. They've had clear air out the front, but now they are battling traffic as that looks like Story charging back the other way in close proximity to Tyler Radford there, and now the 19.
This is the 19, so Levi Stevens through there. That's a good ride. Now, the other bike that was quite close, Josh, was Cody Stevens at the 47. Cody running right up the front as well, and that's obviously a family of racers. Declan Gibbings and the 96, also one to keep an eye out for, as well as the 109 of Jackson McGrath. But we're also looking for a charging yellow bike, right?
Yes, the 127. Yeah, that looks like Tyler Radford. Yes. that orange and blue gear.
Yeah, wow, look at it. He's right there. Whoa. And this shows you guys, this shows you how fast he is compared to top 100 guys. Again, I'm not dumping on any top 100 guy. They ride, wow. Yeah, and what you guys can't see out of this heli footage is that right behind him is a Brent Story, who is like a red rag to a bull because
He will
that's
see
number
that
one position.
I was going to say, and he will see that chopper, and that will give him a little bit of an idea of where he is on corrected position. The
he
chopper
knows exactly where Tyler Radford is, and he'd know.
We see the
Amazing.
11, the 11, the 9, 1-9 across the finish line as well. I'm going to say this is the 47 that we've been looking out for as well.
Cody Stevens. So again, Cody, what time? So he ran at 26.52. Good, solid run. So, interestingly, boys, because I always like this sort of stuff.
And girls.
And girls. Sorry, I apologise. Yes. So the best time of Brent Story is actually a 25.03. Tyler Radford's best time is a 24.27. So Tyler Radford is faster, but with the two combined, Brent Story has run more consistently.
Yes.
So Tyler Radford's second lap was a 29, which is hurting. So
I wonder if he did get caught up a little.
Caught up in the
now, I
traffic.
did notice, like you said, when he was coming in, banging the bars.
Yep.
Maybe
now
a little
remember,
bit.
he's also the first guy to pass all these
Yes.
cars, right? Bikes, right? So does that make a difference? Brent Story, they know they're awake by the time they know there's a car coming up. A bike. I apologise, he's saying, but a vehicle
Yes.
coming.
Yeah. By the time, because you're not sure if you get the 295 in and also the 98.
Yep, which is Campbell Hall, and so that was Eli Engelbrecht before.
And looks like he is missing a large part of his muffler there. You see the making
That's
a fair
the
bit
thing,
of noise.
hey, he's probably been pre-running here for the last X amount of months, and the muffler's never fallen off.
Yes.
And this time, on this race, on this day, and motorbikes, they are a bit of a thing where they need, the right pipe on them. It does make a difference to the way that the power's delivered. So
79 in and across for his second lap, and the 3.20 for their first lap.
Excellent.
You see the turnaround point there. But isn't this the thing? There's so many races that break out.
Yep.
250th position, they're still racing.
Absolutely.
And that's what makes this event
Well,
so
they're still
great.
battling their family. There's still a time. The 986 through as well. Is that the 500?
500?
Yep. So if you're, again, looking for your riders, look at this helicopter footage that we've got on the live feed. Absolutely insane. The 4X in now into the pits. And again, these guys are nearly, they're halfway through their race day, and some of these guys are only coming in for their first pit.
Well, Tyler and John
second lap.
Onto their
They're
second
more.
lap.
They're well over. Yeah,
they're
you're
well
right.
and truly over halfway. This is their final lap.
Yep.
This looks like the 71.
Absolutely, yep, the 71.
Now missing his seat.
James Heenan. Gee, that's crazy that's a real thing this year, isn't it?
Yes.
The 992 now, I'm going to say that's one of our fantastic female competitors. Caitlin on the back number. I reckon we got another young lady there in the 669.
The 478 as well. Yeah, definitely. That's the third or fourth bike we've seen come in.
No seat.
First or second lap, no seat. Now that's going to be. Hopefully they've got a spare seat they can get onto it for the last lap for James, or that's going to be a lot of standing up required because it's a rough racetrack. I can't imagine what it would be like sitting directly on the rear swing or like on the rear frame.
Ouch. Yep. No, absolutely right.
Monkey butt city.
And it's only the first day. You still got a race tomorrow.
But I tell you, you look at I know they are just about to say it, you don't see him sitting down too often, but there you see Tyler just sitting down, taking a little bit of a rest.
When you can, right? We heard Grabo talk about it. Any chance you get, you need to make the most of it. And again, what a talent. Like, these guys are so good that at some points in this river, and I'm telling you, if I ride this river, I'm death gripping those bars the whole time. These guys are taking their hands off to get a drink of water. It's absolutely insane.
Give the goggles a clean, pull a tear off or a roll off, whatever they're running. But that footage there, that just gave you a little bit of an idea of the pace of these guys versus the everyday punter. But that's the great thing about the Don River Dash. There's plenty of room for everyone. The guys that are here doing their everyday race, even though it's a lap race, They know that there's plenty of room, that there's guys coming up behind them, but they're good enough to be able to, pick the right line and get around them safely.
Now the 10's in here, Josh. Now the 29, I saw was it the 88, I think, come into the pits as well, but the 10 was the one that we saw looking for something on the back end last time, remember?
Yes.
Nathan Elliott. So obviously got going out of the pits and going very fast. And yep, that's Ivan Long, isn't it?
And the 22 in as well.
So Ivan Long still third on corrected time, still running. He did run a 29 there, Josh. So now I'd say traffic starting to be a bit of a pain for them. Still in third, though, which will give him a good spot. But again, this is where it's going to be hard. If Brent Story, the 82 of Reese Crutch in now. So a few guys running some great times, 27, although that just ran a 31. The 50 in now, Josh, I think starting to see a bit of a pattern here that a few of these guys are really getting stuck in traffic, right?
Yes.
Like if your best times are 25, 26, 27, then all of a sudden you're doing 31s. It's not because you've run out of talent. It's because there's a lot going on the track.
Well, I think that's the thing too. It might depend on where you run into that traffic as well. That can be a really big...
Now, was that the 17? Jake McGrath?
Yeah, and also the 50. Was that Jesse Ryan?
Yes, absolutely it is. Yes, Jesse Ryan in as well. Different, really, isn't it, when you start thinking about it? Different compared to, like, say, you think you're running at the front, you're Jesse Ryan, you're not dealing with that traffic for the whole race.
Absolutely. That is, one of the unique challenges, but a lot of these guys also compete at many other races. A lot of them come from Hattah as well, which is a lap race as well. So these guys, not unfamiliar territory to them, but just one of the exciting challenges here at the Don River Dash.
Yep, absolutely. No, absolutely awesome to see this race progress. And again, we're in the 7th year. How much this race has grown in 7 years from the first one to this one. Absolutely. Again, I say we dreamt about this stuff a little while ago, ladies and gentlemen, this live feed with this drone footage and the helicopter footage. Where else do you see this? My goodness. Free, live, all the action. Josh and I are just happy to be a little bit involved with it. I tell you what, we love this stuff. Again, just sit back and watch it. Tyler Radford twist the throttle. It is a thing of beauty. He's on his way home now for the last little checkered flag. He'll go over it's actually the first spectator jump where the timer is. And he's making the charge now. Again, the custom Lithium Don River Dash 2025. Big shout out to all our sponsors, but a huge shout out to Custom Lithium that's come on board as the major sponsor as Tyler Radford was sooting down there. Again, great shot here on the live feed. You can see over to the right the pits, all the action. The 927 now across the line into the pits. Again, what a race that's breaking out right in front of us. That looks like the Yamaha of Brent Story. I'm just trying to catch all of this up. I think we might have missed that, ladies and gentlemen. I think Brent Story has potentially passed Tyler Radford on course. I'm sorry if I've mucked that up, but Tyler Radford looks like he's clicking gears there on the live feed. But I almost feel like there was a Yamaha in front of him that was running a little bit faster even, which is absolutely nuts if that's true. We're going to see this any second now. These boys, they're up on their feet. There's no more throttle now. I don't know if I'm reading this right, but Radford seems to keep looking down to the right a little bit. I wonder if there's not something going on with that bike. Still riding faster than any other human I know. But again, this is what's so amazing when you get to hear all these stories up and down the field. Plenty of bikes now in front of the stadium area. And again, we've got that mix of bikes now. You can tell the pace of the front runners, the top 20 out there, the Cody Stevens, the Levi Stevens, all out there running hard. They're on their final lap. Some of these boys are just heading out for their second lap. And again, it's just whether we see Brent Story first or whether we see Tyler Radford first. This is the number 2 in now. Wow. So that... The number 2 seemed a little out of position there. He's flying. The 692 in, going on to their second lap now. We've also got the 612, ladies and gentlemen, the 612. The 577. Also through, going on to their second lap, I believe. Again, great shot there of all the pits. And that's going to be the Yamaha of Brent Story, I'm sure of it. That live footage out of the side of the helicopter, thanks to Smoothie Cattle Co. And again, I'm just trying to work out where he is with position of Tyler Radford. What a ride they're having too. Yep, so yeah, they're just about to turn around down the far end. Again, the western end. Go through that little rock area. Oh, sorry, they've already been through the rock area. Now again, I'm trying to work out where he is in position to Tyler Radford. Okay, and then we've got Ivan Long, although he's a little bit back in the pack, although on corrected time. Sorted and running hard. Again, just shouting out some of these bikes that come through. The 499's through now as well. Plenty of riders still racing around the pits. Again, I've got all the time on race-monitor.com. Go to the Don River 2025 live times. Everything's there. The 264 now in the pits. And again, if you're tucked up at home, listening for one of your riders, hopefully we shout them out. But again, hopefully you got the big screen going. The 550 now. You got the Don River Facebook page open, and you've got the live timing of race-monitor.com. You go to the live section there, and the Don River 2025 has all the information. I think something good was happening there, Joshua Curran.
Something good was happening, Daniel. I was, the 5.
No.
Cut across there.
That's no good.
And holding his arm a little bit there. But something good was happening, Dan. I was just outside for the moment, just taking a little fatigue break, managing the hydration levels. And, mate,
managing the hydration levels, yeah.
All I could hear outside was a big 4-stroke on the bopper.
Yes.
As it headed westerly direction.
Yes. I'm loving this. Talk to me, Joshua. Talk
the
to me.
The 659.
Yep, 659 is
across, so that's his second lap.
Now, I looked up the 5, and then you got me distracted.
Sorry, my bad.
No, that's all right. I'm sure it's Thomas Kruger. Yep, Thomas Kruger. So, unfortunately, come in there, had finished his lap, but definitely cut across the track there and holding his arm. So, hopefully, well, it's nothing too serious. That's what I can tell you. But not a great thing. Yeah, it's pretty impressive, Joshua, all the action up and down. Now, I don't know if you know that I'm excited, but the chopper is now chasing Brent Story. And I kind of feel like from the positions that we're looking at, it's possible that we're looking at Brent Story coming in first. On track and on corrected time, which is absolutely crazy.
That is a hard charge. That is a man that is on a redemption mission as well.
That's right. Tyler Radford, I mean, no stranger to be standing on the top. So absolutely crazy the pace these guys are running here this weekend and early. And I think this is what it shows, is there's no strategy, and I don't mean that. The strategy is hold it on the throttle lock.
Yeah, absolutely. Like you said, suss it out and just go for it, because the competition is that fierce here at the Custom Lithium Don River Dash that it is outright attack from the moment they get into the riverbed.
That's right. There's 20 guys that are going to hold it on the stop, so you've got to do it to be competitive.
Which is just incredible, the strength to strength this race has gone from. And not just in the car section, because a lot of the event organisers are car guys. We've had Mick and Talbot up here. They put a lot of effort into this race. They are car racers. But they invest a lot of time and effort. They learn about the motorbikes. They want to make sure they provide a good racetrack for them. I bumped into Mick when I was outside before, and he said they've already got a bit of a plan of attack together to get a bit more water off the track, make it a bit better for the cars and bikes. So they're going to be here tonight working on the track. Talbot's sitting second outright in the cars at this point in time, and he's thinking about how he can make this racetrack better, safer, more enjoyable for everyone.
Unbelievable. Yep, it really is one of those things that's it's just absolutely amazing what they do up here, and the team at the Burdekin Motorsports Club, big shout out from us. I know we're just a pack of fans, but you guys are absolutely killing it out here. So to put on a race of this magnitude, as the 288 makes its way in as well.
We also saw the 111 cross for his second lap as well.
Brilliant. Always great to see more and more riders. I think this race, people are starting to be able to watch the footage too, right? They can get a good feeling on what's going on. I don't know. Look at the size of those whoops on the side of the sandberm. Absolutely nuts, the way these bikes and cars just chop it up.
You think to yourself, I'm just going to rest in, get around this corner. You sit down. Oh, unfortunately, a little bit of an accident there. Facing the wrong way on the track. I'm going to say he's had a little layover there in the water. See our marshals on track doing a great job out there with the yellow flag. The 6.75 across there for his second lap as well. Hey, was he giving a little...
I think he was doing he's praying. He's doing a bit. Yeah, no, and listen, I get it, brother. I get it. He's like, have you seen this track out here, boys?
And I tell you what, we are seeing the track out here, as well as we chase none other than Mr. Story. Now, I tell you what, if he does get across the finish line first, and we're going early here, what a story he is going to be able to tell after being...
Unbelievable.
I'm a wordsmith, Daniel.
Absolutely. I meant the race. The race was unbelievable.
Oh, sorry.
You are a knob.
I thought you were talking about me.
Very good. But yes, Story having a crack here. You could even say he's really turning the pages on his own race.
You could say he's writing his own history book.
Anyway, the moral of it is that he's cracking along here, and Tyler Radford also having a good race. I mean, this is far from out yet.
Sorry, was that the drone chasing John and then whipped across the other side of the track with Tyler there?
No, I think they're a bit further back.
Yep.
You've been too busy coming up with jokes outside to be watching what's going on.
Mate, I don't write the jokes.
Have you got a writer out there?
I don't write the jokes. The jokes write me, mate.
Gotcha.
You are naturally gifted.
Funny looking.
There's a couple of jokes in every can, I think.
Anyway, Brent Story is cracking along here. Look at the way that they attack the water too, Josh. It's commitment.
I don't think the front wheel touched that water puddle there.
The 601 through now. I think they're going on to their second lap, I'm pretty sure. Onto their third lap, sorry. Finishing their second lap is what I meant. I tell you what, this big open section, Josh, they cannot be too far from the finish line now, right? This is the run running up towards the bridge.
How cool is that we talk about? The Don River Dash literally crosses under the highway out of Bowen.
Yeah, the Brucey. We are literally, when you see that bridge shot, that is the Brucey on the way to Townsville or on the way to Bowen, depending on which way you direct it. So when you've towed the caravan up here, ladies and gentlemen, you've seen the Don. You know how, like, when you gaze out and think, man, I'd like to go riding in that river?
No.
Talbot... No. No? Well, Talbot Cox, his eyes gazed upon the river, and all of a sudden he said, let's make this happen. We are racing, and here, 7 years later, This is what it's become. It's absolutely phenomenal. Train bridge first, Josh, just in case you didn't know. Train bridge, and then road bridge. Bruce Highway. The Brucey always cracking it up. Again, look at this riding position. Well back. He's obviously had a little bit of sand experience. And there you can actually, that's a great shot. The first jump was actually the timing marker. He's coming up to the second one and about to come into the pits there. Oh, and there we are, Joshua, in the commentary box.
Living it up thanks to Mick. Bit of air conditioning.
K22 through. The 115 through. Now, Josh, I wonder. I know that is not Adam Maguire and Clayton Chapman.
No, it's not.
You looked at me very concerned there, mate. It was a joke. It was a joke. Who else were there? We've got the 574 through now, Josh. The 284. It is interesting, isn't it? You sit down for that second and you try to work out the kinks.
Triggy in again. So Triggy's still doing his laps. No seat, no rear fender. I tell you what, that is commitment from that man there. I'm going to say had a little bit of an incident there. The no front visor is the giveaway there.
Yeah, very tough. Never going to be good when it's your first lap, right?
Yeah, and unfortunately pushing through hard.
Currently sitting in 50th outright. But again, the first lap was a 42, right?
We see the 26 across, having a bit of a look down as well. But yeah, this is going to be the hard part for Triggy, obviously having a little bit of a buster there. And now he's put his body through torture today to get through this section. Tonight, when he starts to rest and relax, that body's going to stiffen up, going to start to lock up.
Yep, absolutely. Man, some of these guys, they're, again, sitting well back, front end nice and light. Look at the closing pace of this. Now, again, we're obviously fully committed in the commentary box. That's got to be Brett's story, right? As he absolutely menaces that Yamaha down through the Don River on its way through. 628. Through now, having a good run. And again, that helicopter footage. What an amazing bit that we have here. 591 on screen coming in. Looks like they'll be going around for their second lap now, or finishing their second lap onto their third lap.
Shaking the hands out there. It's a brutal racetrack.
Absolutely.
As we enjoy these great chopper footage here, supplied by Smoothie Cattle Co. Brought his chopper up so that we can get this kind of footage here that we're seeing live at the Don River Dash. There we go, under the bridge. We are not far off from seeing our first competitor across the finish line. The argument will be, who's the chopper following? Is the chopper following first on road? We keep a little bit of an eye out, and then the question will be,
yep,
has Tyler Ratford succumbed to a crash or an accident, or...
No, Radford was definitely still up and riding. No question about that. But he did. That was the one I was mentioning before about he was looking down. It almost looked like he had something going on with his bike.
Yes, when he come in. So that is our first bike coming across the finish line.
We're all looking intently at Race Monitor to see the corrected times and see what goes on here.
Now, very smart. He got across that first finish line jump there and started to back it off for the second one. So, geez, I tell you, that is a man that looks like he has put 100% commitment and effort into his lap.
But still shiny, Josh. No dirt on the helmet, no big issues there. And it looks like he just ran a 27.23. His best time was a 25.03. So I think that his best lap was his first lap. But a good run there overall, and yeah, absolutely amazing. We're really looking for the number 4 now, aren't we, to see what's going on there? So again, we've got a bit of a gap now. Oh, as the Rockstar pulls up in the helicopter, Joshua.
Oh, it must be nice to be Shane Hutt. Now, this is interesting. Tyler has dropped off the back a little bit there. Like you said, he was looking down like he had a little bit of an issue as we see the 484 also coming in.
Yep. Yeah, we really were expecting Tyler Radford in by this stage. He, again, in that helicopter footage, kept looking down to the right, so I wonder if there was something going on with it. Not sure. Right brake, rear brake, not really sure what that would be about. Is that the 4.5? I think it was 4.
A little bit
possibly?
of a handwritten.
I've got to be honest, I was going to say taped on plate. You can't hate us for that.
Jeez, what a run.
4.69.
Story opened up a large gap here.
Absolutely. It's really going to make it that now you're going to have to put in real work, right? Longy, Levi Stevens, Cody Stevens, Declan Gibbons, all in the hunt. But Brent Story has stamped a mark on this on Saturday. I know what I mean.
He has set up his race weekend with an incredible ride here on Saturday afternoon. Beautiful, sunny. He's put that local, we're calling him a local, Mackay, we believe out of Mackay, the 104. Believe he stalled it on the way there. Now got it started again, so that was good news.
X85 in now, the 184, the 736. Again, all of these guys finishing their second, going on to their third. .622 in. Again, really are looking out for who comes through now. Is it going to be a Stevens bike, to be honest with you? The 19, maybe?
Yes.
Cody
Longy is Longy on a hard... I know he was a bit down, but was Longy on a hard charge. The 4.44 through on their second lap complete.
6.05 also through for another lap. The big desert pegs on that one.
Yes, stegs on stegs.
Joshua, this really is crazy how much of a mark of authority Brent Story has put on this race on day one.
Yeah, it's actually
Now, you know the other thing? You know I was talking about the XR? He's back. That's an XR right
the
there.
909.
So good. I was a bit disappointed when I didn't see the big XR 650 racing this year, but there we go. We got an XR. Wonder if we've got the full Flannel Boys racing, 231 in now as well. Will be a second to third lapper. The 665 in. The 839. Sorry, the 869, I apologise. The 285 through, the big two-banger. KDM.
Yeah, a couple of our two-strokes making their way in as well. This looks like the 506. No, the 606.
Yep.
And the 585.
Perfect.
Thank you. But wow. Still kind of in shock, Dan. Story.
Yep.
That is the story.
277. The 19, here you go. So, yep, it is indeed Levi Stevens through. So we have Tyler Radford gone, which is very heartbreaking because an early, strong runner.
Yeah, at the end of that second lap, you could see he was looking down, was giving his bars a little bit of a bang. Hopefully nothing too crazy.
Very interesting the way this has changed very quickly. And again, I expect Cody Stevens is going to be coming in shortly as well. He was running some good times. So again, we're looking for the 47, well as the 96 of Declan Gibbons. Here he is, the 4.
No, that's a big buster. He's down, holding his arm. No visor on as well. The visor off the helmet gone. I'm going to say that Tyler had a pretty nasty get off there, I reckon.
Yeah, absolutely. 207.398 now in through. And again, I'm sort of keeping an eye out for 47 of Cody Stevens is what I'm looking for. So, yeah, that lap there, gee, isn't it crazy? Tyler Radford's worst lap, which is obviously hurting, 33.
That's
the man's
crazy
still
fast.
an absolute animal.
So I was just getting a little bit of info off Huddy, who was chasing there. He said, looks like maybe he might have ingested a little bit of water. Bike not running properly. It was after he went through, splashed through a bit of a puddle, was looking down at the bike, trying to get it to run properly. And maybe thinking about that, bike not responding the way he hoped it would, caused a little bit of an accident
100%,
there.
and that makes so much sense. You know, something's in your brain, and at this level, you can't operate like that. It's absolutely crazy. So this will be the 47, so that's the Stevens bike ride. So Cody Stevens. So our uncorrected time is Brent Story, I apologise, which is the 682, then the 19 of Levi Stevens, then the 47 of Cody Stevens. How cool is that? But the bike that we're looking for probably really is the 127 to see where Ivan Long ends up. Again, yellow bike, bright pink gear. Keep an eye on that.
Yeah, so just got the word off Huddy there. Tyler Radford, the number 4, they were chasing in the helicopter at the time. Massive get-off was the description that he used. Was relieved to see him sit back up almost instantly. That is something about these bike boys. They're wired differently. They are tough.
Yep.
He said the second he bounced, he was back up. So, unfortunately, big get-off there for Tyler. But hopefully we see him back tomorrow. But, yeah, like you said, a big get-off, a big crash, and still running 33-minute laps. I couldn't do a 33-minute lap
if
in
they put
peak
a rocket
physical
on it.
condition.
Yeah, that's right. That's exactly right. 96 through there as well. So plenty of bikes coming through. But again, it's Ivan Long that we're pretty excited to see now, to see where he fits into this pack. Declan Gibbons on the 96, obviously, as well. His last lap was a 30.48. So that's a good ride there. He's run a good consistent time, total of 7 and 10. Sorry, I mean that he's 7 minutes 10 to the winner. Eli Engelbreit just came through on the 295 too, Josh, as did Campbell Hall on the 98. And again, we are looking for the 127 now, right? Ivan Long in the veterans, Josh. Crazy. F-class.
Well, that's going to be the interesting part, isn't it, Dan? Where does Ivan slip in to this little battle group of the top 3 here? Like you said, it was already in third in corrected time. You know, but look at Tyler Radford. That explains. This is a crazy race. So much can, you know, we talk about a 50-kilometre lap. So much can happen in that time.
Absolutely.
It's exciting, though, isn't it? It's just unbelievable. The quality of the footage,
Joshua,
the live stream.
Believe it, mate. Believe it. Don River Dash 2025. And if you're sitting at home, you know what's going to be even better? Don River Dash 2026. Book your accommodation now. Get your backside, trackside. It only gets better.
Well, I think you hit the nail on the head there, Dan. We are so close to town, we have phone reception. We don't even need a Starlink. We've got your laptop out. We've got a couple of iPads, a couple of phones going here to try and keep track of the information. We're not connected to the Wi-Fi. We're just using...
Don't need to be.
Free Telstra. Well, not free Telstra.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Telstra, if you're listening.
Yes. 478 came in pretty well there.
The 71, so that's James Heenan in.
Yes,
still
absolutely.
with no seat, so not able to get that repaired in the pits.
And here's Longy, Josh.
So this is the interesting time to check.
Yeah. Well, it's actually put him in second, Josh.
Yep.
So there you go, the 127 of Ivan Long, 3 minutes and 14 to the winner. And now he's going to have a clear run tomorrow.
Yeah,
I think that's going to be the interesting watch.
This is what we're going to be watching now. This is what I mean. Like, we talk about Brett's story. There was quite a large gap, but there is that one bloke that's down back in the pack, like an Ivan Long, come out of 80th position, now sitting in second place.
Yeah.
What an absolute ride
But you know what's crazy when I look at that footage, Josh, is because we saw it out of the camera. So even if Ivan Long can get around Brent Story, right?
He's still got to put 3 minutes on it.
He put 3 minutes 41 on that guy. Like, the pace was insane. There was nothing left in that Yamaha. The 251 through now, as well as the 589, the 238, the 980 also through. And again, we're starting to talk about guys that have finished. Campbell Hall is now done. Eli Engelbrecht, Kyle Tuparan. James Heenan has done his third lap. And again, all the other numbers that we're calling out, they've done their second lap and moving on to their onto their third. Yep. So the 874 now through as well. So, yeah, again, as we were talking about, Josh, James Heenan through. There's plenty of good riders here. Declan Gibbons.
Well, you throw that out there.
You know what's crazy? Tyler Radford, even with whatever's going on, is sitting in fifth.
Yeah.
He can get warm tomorrow and get going again.
Yes.
But that's the big if.
That's the big if, yeah. How much damage is done to the bike? How much damage is done to the body? How much damage is done to the mind mentally?
Yep, true. Yeah, that's a big one with the motorbike guys too. Having the brain in the right gear, being sorted. And again, it bites you so hard when it's not. So, big shout out to Tyler Radford. Absolutely unbelievable pace that he was setting at the start there. And then again, it does make sense that kept looking down. Like, I could see something. He was just not happy with something on the right-hand side of that bike. Obviously trying to look at whether it's got an air filter hanging off it or panel hanging off it or what's going on. But he got it sorted. Bike number 10. So that's finished a third lap there, mate, as well. Nathan Elliott.
And the 249 as well.
Right. I think he might be on his second lap.
Yep.
However, Robert Armstead is through.
The 82.
Oh, yeah, the 82's on pace.
So that is his third lap. The 82.
Actually, Josh, he's actually in 11th place outright at the moment. Got a 10-minute gap to first place. Pretty darn impressive. And the 29 of Todd McCartan has come through. So that was the 10. Oh, yeah, the 109 is on its second lap going on to third lap. So Christian Sprenger is in. The 22.
I also see the 29 across. I'm going to say their second lap.
Yep.
And the 584.
Sorry, did you say the 29?
29.
No, that's Todd McCartan.
Oh.
He's through. And Jesse Ryan just came through on the 50 as well. So a little pack of
sorry,
fast
22?
Guys. Is Christian Sprenger.
Yes, so
he's
across.
Through. Yep,
yes.
Third lap. So, yep, some very fast guys there. Yeah, again, Andy Ryan's. Do you reckon he likes being called Andy Ryan's son?
Do you like being called John Curran's son?
Yeah, I do, actually.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah,
Probably
there
right.
you go.
We also see the 17 across the finish line as well.
Yes. 17. Jake McGrath. So has finished all their laps for Jake McGrath.
And the 630, shaking out that throttle hand.
Yep.
No, the G30. 630?
That gets us. There is a G30 getting around. Because remember, get
your ass in the car.
Nick Cannon, take your school shoe, buddy.
For those wondering a lot, yes, yes, we're quoting Leonard Washington.
Yeah. Well, nice ride here. Looking very comfortable on the 109, Joshua. But again, only in for a second lap. Going out for the third lap. I was just having a look. I'm double checking that there's... Oh, Joshua, do you know what I'm just about to say?
What are you about to say?
There's some boys coming through, and girls, and they're still doing their first lap. They're about to head up out on their second.
Oof.
So that's a big day, isn't it?
Yeah, that is a long day. Not an Ivan long day.
It happens.
Now, this is going to be a bit of a tough one to call. Across the finish line here, That is the C04, no front number plate. A little bit of a thumbs up as he rolled through there, though.
Yeah,
so
lucky it might be more bike damage than person damage, which
Yes.
is always what I know we like to see no damage, but that's a bit of a good thing.
we also see the X63.
Yep, X63 is true. And again, another bike rider, 378. Bit of a head shake and looking down towards one side of the bike.
Doesn't look like a flat tyre or anything like that. Doesn't mean there's not.
It might be a flat or at least a low rear, maybe. Looks a little waddly in the back, but yeah, we're going to find out. The 103 now through.
And the 287.
287.
Good number, that.
Is a good
solid,
number.
Solid number.
Fast number, you might say, Josh.
Faster number.
952.
952.
Don't know what it was faster
And the
than,
the 197 in as well.
197. Hey, that's awesome. Huddy just got a bit of a shout out, so we're calling it out. Young fella, loves reading ADB magazine and getting autographs. They've come all the way from WA. All he's dreamed of, Joshua, 13th birthday tomorrow. And Sebastian.
Young Sebastian.
So a big call out to young Sebastian. He's come all the way from from WA to come to the Don River Dash. Absolutely loves it. So, Sebastian, if you're listening along, big shout out to you, mate. You are an absolute freaking legend.
So WA to Don River, I've just basically put Perth in there. We're talking about 4,600 kilometres.
Yep, and all he wanted to do was come to Bowen and watch this race.
Well, shout out to Mum and Dad for getting him over here as well.
True too.
But young Seb, mate, you are an absolute legend.
And hopefully you'll be racing one day.
Hopefully
soon.
one day we see you on a bike or in a car. So we've also got a little poster. Mate, we got a little present here for you because it's your 13th birthday. Come on up to the commentary box. So we're down right at the end of the pits with the VIP section there. You'll see us just before you head into the motorbike pits. Seb, if you're listening, mate, come on down. We got a little poster here for you. A nice little cardboard Fluta memento from the 2025 Custom Lithium Don River Dash for you. What a way to celebrate your 13th birthday.
Absolutely. Yeah, it doesn't get much better, really. Don River. And again, how crazy is that? Josh and I were talking about it back in the day. You used to go to the ADB magazine, didn't you, mate, and find out about these races, read up. It only come once a month. No
What?
YouTube in those days,
What?
mate. Read up and hear about your heroes like Ben Grabham, Travis Robinson, Shane Hutt, guys that were just, the heroes of the sport back in the day. The 916 also in now. Again, going to be one of those Grabo trail and track bikes, I believe.
Shaking it out.
Wondering why he made the decisions in life that he made. Wondered why he's having that second beer last night.
But yes, fantastic to see a lot of our great female competitors here as well.
Yeah, we got a good mix, haven't we? Like, there's really, the youngs, the vets, the pros, the females. Like, it's just such a great race. You got stitched up. I apologise, Josh. I knew that she'd raced a couple of times when you said it. You haven't been calling the side-by-side class for a little while. And
No.
yeah, so it's great when we've got these ladies, particularly returning ladies. They now got the experience. They're running at the front of the pack. It's so good to see. And we see it at Fink. We see it at Don River. We are a very much inclusive sport, whether it's believed or not. We just want to see people having fun. Doesn't matter whether you're any nationality, any gender, come racing.
It's the place to be right here. Beautiful weather, slight little breeze, keeping the heat down. But I tell you where there is plenty of heat, in the middle of the Don River right now.
Yeah.
Our bike competitors well and truly sweating it out.
Yeah.
The 6.92 across the finish line.
Again, another big shout-out to Custom Lithium here this weekend, taking on the naming rights sponsor. Absolutely fantastic. They've got the VIP area down there. The twos through now, feet, arms, legs, everything off.
Hey, so this is one of the great things here with what we're doing with this live stream. Huddy just come back with
down there, ladies and gentlemen. Ratford with a huge one there. Again, just
so
the
back live in our footages.
Yep, so just the pop-up down into... Yeah. Just stuffed the front end. Unfortunate. That's tough. And at that level, that's what I mean, like the pace.
Well, I think one of the things that we throw in there as well, the extremely soft sand of the Don River as well. You see the way he quickly ground to a halt.
Amazing, though, Josh. Again, he got up, finished the rest of the race. Superhuman. Tyler Ratford, our hats off to you. Didn't just finish, finished in 5th outright. We're going to see what happens over the weekend. He's not out of contention. That's the crazy bit. He's only 7 minutes back from our leader after that.
And there's still 150 kilometres of racing to go. The big question would be, can he get the body up for tomorrow?
Yep. Getting out of bed tomorrow morning is going to be difficult. There's no question about that. It's difficult when you don't do that. With these guys talk about they do ice baths, they move, absolutely unbelievable footage that we have here out of the helicopter. So again, back live here at the finish line. Plenty of guys still coming through. And again, there's plenty of bikes that are going around for their 3rd lap now. Some bikes leaving for their 2nd lap, which is crazy, but the 6890, I actually think most of the guys will be out on their 2nd lap now. Guys and girls too. Totally non-discriminatory language that we're trying to use here. Commutative. But it's a good ride here from all of these riders out here battling the Don. It's just one of those things, this track. It's so viciously brutal. And again, as we just saw, it can bite you so fast. And there's so many riders that will have a story like that. You know, we saw Triggy, unfortunately, obviously had went for a ride on his 1st lap, and that's always difficult to come back and do that. So very, very difficult. The 335 now going. Again at the pits, the 659 in through the pits now as well. And again, looking the other way from the pits, there's bikes headed the other way. So again, big shout out to all of the sponsors, the people involved, everyone wearing a yellow shirt, an official vest. This race could not run without you. The Grandview Hotel, Pat McDonald Earth Moving. There's so many great people involved in this race that make this happen. The community of Bowen as a whole, absolutely unbelievable the way you guys get behind the race. Out here partying, spectating down the showgrounds on Friday. It was just packed everywhere we walked. We were seeing people just having a great time. The 764 in now, the 828 also through. Again, you see these live shots. This is live. Trying to have a look back at the back of the bike. Was he looking at the back of the bike or maybe looking at the person behind him, just double checking what's going on behind him? And again, look at the spectator area, Josh. Just packed full of thirsty, hungry spectators cheering on their mates. Look, they've got the tents out here.
2:30 in the afternoon, mate, and the crowd is still going strong. Hands down, one of the best crowds that you'll see at an off-road race here as well. Set up on the banks of the mighty Don River, enjoying a cold beverage, an Asian treat,
sushi,
chicken burgers, all the good stuff, mate. It is the place.
Ice cream.
To be. There is ice cream.
Yep.
My little girls enjoyed an ice cream not long ago. There's the 675 across. Now I'm going to say at that pace that he's coming in, that's the completion of his third lap.
One in as well now, Joshua. And again, Josh, bike's still heading into the river. That's a tough day. You know it's a tough day. Going around that far corner, that's the western berm. Again, this FPV drone stuff. Have a look at that shot, Joshua. So good.
Yeah, shout out to all our camera operators that have been out there in the elements, in the conditions. It's funny how Huddy, apparently they just did a name draw for who got to fly on the chopper, and Huddy's was the name that came out. So it's almost amazing. Miraculous that Huddy got the chopper job. But no, shout out to all our camera operators out there doing a great job all day. Johnny Dropsaw flying the drones. Our drone operators doing an excellent job. Up in a scissor lift there as well. And I tell you what, the turnaround point there, Brady Heathcote doing an amazing job. The shot's on screen right now. That's our FPV drone. So look at that, getting right down close to the action. I was a bit nervous to shout him out. The last time I shouted him out, he got so close to the and the signal dropped out that we thought that he actually may have touched one of the bike competitors, but he didn't. This is incredible footage.
Absolutely. Oh, so good. A few more bikes through the 575. Look like it come through the 500 now through as well. Plenty of these guys finishing up their third lap, and they'd be pretty happy with that. The 222 and the 601 now through. And again, big shout out to Gundy Tourism and all those teams. Huddy, you're looking after us too well up here. This is the problem. You'll never get rid of us. Again, round down the far western turn. Abbott Point Operations. And again, the Grand View. Might be a few cold beverages down at the Grand View later on, I think. Such a great establishment. One that I've patroned a few times.
Frequented many times.
Yes. Right there.
Good view? Is there a good view at the Grand View?
On the water, Joshua. I'd almost say it doesn't get any better.
Seems to be the way we describe most places here in Bowen. How do you find Bowen? Oh, yeah, head to the main street and head towards the water, and that's the place to be.
Wow, what's crazy about it, Josh? We talk about it. It's not just Bowen. Like, if you want to make a bit of a trip out of it, you go Airlie. Yep. You can rent a bareboat.
Yes.
You can go to the Whitsundays on a...
Barra Crab, Clearview on your way up.
There's so many good options in this community that you can just stay and enjoy. Clayton Chapman was telling us that he's been up here since, like, Sunday.
Stay, play, and race.
Exactly. How good. We saw plenty of those shirts getting around on at Scrutineering night. That's another thing. They've got some fantastic merch at the Don River Dash. We all know that everyone loves a bit of merchandise, right? And again, I think that, you feel it. I'm going to mention it because we're going to start, there's plenty of comparison. Like, Fink, the whole town's behind Fink. Well, the whole town's behind Bowen, right? You feel it when you cruise down and you walk through the Woolworths. They're there. They know that all the motels are booked out. There's race bikes. There's cars. It's just so good. The showgrounds is packed.
I hear that they shipped in an extra couple of cartons of Jack Daniels this weekend. They heard there's a few fiends coming to town.
So that's from WA?
From that general area, yes.
Yep, nice. I like it.
And I ain't talking about Seb.
The 512. Does Seb like a black rat?
Yeah, he's 13, mate. Who doesn't love a black rat at that age?
Whoa. We are not encouraging. The 512 through. Now, that man wants a black rat, I'm sure, after this weekend of riding.
Oh, we're getting a little bit loose now, these lads.
Right at the end, too. The 199. Good number, that.
Good number.
Probably can do a backflip.
So I wonder if the lads understand that where they're getting a little bit loose, unless he's only on his second lap and still got his third to go.
No, I think he went straight into the pits there, Joshua, so I'd like to think for his sake they're not working on it. He's not going out for another one. That's job done. He looks pretty fresh too, so...
Did look quite well rested, quite well relaxed. But that is the challenge of the Don River Dash. Got to manage your fatigue. It's not just a one-day race. It's a 2-day race, 300 kilometres. As we see the 115 in, I'm pretty sure that's the third time we have called them across as well. So that is the end of his day one, Saturday in the Banks. Time to rest, relax, recover. Maybe get down to the Grand, get a few drinks, a little bit of hydration. Now, plenty of the back subframe hanging here off this motorbike as well. We'll get a number here. That's the 577. Sorry, not the back subframe. That is a front fairing there for funneling air into the radiator on these machines, as we see the 927 across the finish line as well. We keep a little bit of an eye at the 320. Geez, I tell you what, it's been a while. We just go back to talking about Mr. Story. It's been a while since we've seen anything other than a KTM on the top step of this race. So if he can represent, have we ever seen anything other than a KTM on the top step?
I was just thinking about it. Who have we got? Toby Price.
Seaton
Battle was on a KTM. Liam Walsh. Dean Ferris was on a KTM.
Yes.
Are we seeing history? No, that's up with the mocker. That's up with the mocker. But you're dead right. As far as I know, this could be a first, which is absolutely unreal. The 389. We talk about it. KTM had such a good stranglehold for good reason too. Those guys put in the work. They built the design. Hey, this is good to see. That's Triggy in. Nowhere near where he wants to be, obviously, and we all understand that, but he's fought it out for the 3, right? 992.
And just having a little bit of a look at Triggy's bike there. He did have a seat retrofitted and taped onto it there.
It would do because, again, the second time it came in with no seat, surely on the third lap they'd be half ready and have something organised, right? And then hopefully by tonight they've found someone. So probably if you've got a few KTM bits sneaking around, and there's probably a few boys down at the pits, at the showgrounds having a look for parts. So 694 through now.
Well, it's definitely one of those ones. Hey, if you've if you've had a little bit of an accident and you're not riding tomorrow, you'd be more than happy to give your parts up to help someone to continue on. And that's one of the great things about a lot of our bike competitors and our car competitors. We see the 458 and the 26 across the finish line as well. Mate, they want to race. They want to see their competitors racing. They want to see as many cars, as many bikes across the finish line as humanly possible. As the 454 comes in as well. And also the 657. So starting to get a little flurry of machines happening here at the Custom Lithium Don River Dash. It is the place to be. Oh. Early September, beautiful weather, beautiful location, beautiful race event.
Yeah.
Beautiful commentators.
Whoa, I don't know about that one. But yeah, you're absolutely right. The weather's perfect up here at the Don River Dash. And the commentary is about to get a lot better. The 863, the 236 out of control. Again, we look down towards, and we've still got drones in the air, still got cameras out on the racetrack.
How many batteries do you reckon how many batteries are our drone operators going to go through this weekend? There would have to be. Yeah.
Wow, that's crazy.
With the wind blowing the way, these drones probably burn through a battery in 10, 15 minutes. So you think about, we've kept drones live in the air for 8 minutes. There you go. Huddy just gave me the nod. 8 minutes they're getting out of a battery. So that's every time they, what's the right word I'm looking for? We've been racing since 8:30 this morning.
Crazy.
Every 8 minutes a battery change out is happening. Per drone.
Yeah, these boys are putting in work. There's no question about that.
Quick math.
The 223.
2 plus 2 is 4 minus 1. That's 3. Quick math.
Wow.
Everyday man on the block.
223 is through. We're also getting some great footage here of these bikes riding through. And again, you're seeing the water sit around, the grass, the green. It's interesting because we talked about looking for traction out on the edges there, but you don't want to be in the digglies either. So it's an interesting race, this. And these guys, we were even talking about guys, you mentioned it, Josh, that some of the competitors were talking about how they've got some notes now that they've changed their lines. They've marked extra lines that weren't there during pre-running. So pretty crazy to think. Wonder if some of the real serious guys, Josh, are out tonight having a little look. Particularly for the vehicles. Now, it's also going to be interesting to see who gets back up, gets their rigs racing again.
Like you said, Kai, Camilleri, they're talking very seriously that they will move heaven and earth.
Well, when you're in fourth outright.
Yes.
And you've got your corrected time. It's not like you wrecked before. So, yeah, I think that you'd definitely be at least looking at it.
Bit of damage to the front. 834 across the finish line.
With a bit of damage to the front.
Yes, that's exactly where we're going. But like we said with Kai's buggy, a bit of damage to the front, but the rear end looking okay. The motor cage, where the gearbox mounts.
Yep.
All the trailing arms looking all front, or looking in good condition. Just the front.
So, Josh, talking about it, you'd want to look pretty seriously at the steering rack, make sure there's no damage there. Because, something that, you go back out and race and you've got a cracked upright or something like that, and then you do another one.
Yes.
Not a great day. So, something that, you
don't want to compound one crash into two big ones.
Exactly right. So, 328 through now as well. 574, very, very bent set of handlebars on that bike. And the way that he's riding in does not look good. So 574. Now listen, he's up, he's riding. That's great news, but I'd say, hey, he's had a big crash. See him there on the live stream. The 869 looks pretty solid though. No real dramas there. Again, just looking up and down our live stream and cameras and
All the action going on. The 628 now in. Again, another one not looking too bad. Doesn't look like they've had a roll in the ground or anything like that. And honestly, that's a good weekend at Don River if you can stay away from the dirt and the sand. You've done pretty well. The 469 across the line now. The 496.
Yeah.
Wow, that's definitely dyslexia. 496
on the brain
across. Wowzers, no. Now, what's going on here, Josh? Is he stopped right there?
Maybe a few fans in the crowd. Or run out of fuel.
Run out of fuel just there? The 484. They are pushing it right at the moment. That's unbelievable. So, yeah, unfortunately, all the way across the line, everything's sorted. He's either... Not sure what's going on there. But doesn't look injured or anything like that, so that's a good thing.
Yeah, like you said, just pushing the bike. Maybe a mechanical failure. Run out of fuel. Gee, that would be a bit nasty, wouldn't it, if you run out of fuel, considering you do have to come into the pits every lap. So close as well. You can almost taste it like an ice cold black can
of Cane Cutter's champagne.
Yes, it's almost like Talbot's just going to magically. I think if you crack 3 in a row and say Talbot cocks into a mirror 3 times, he just magically appears.
Yes, fantastic. So again, just looking at the numbers here, I think that is 094. So if you're joining us again around the live feed, I hope you're having a great time. Honestly, we enjoy this race. I hope it comes across how much we just love this. The 231. We don't take it too seriously, although we know that there is some serious racing happening. 623 across the J17 and the 285. But again, we do love Bowen. We do love the Don River. We get to do a fair few races around there. So unfortunately, again, old mate, that's the 104. Josh, he's just pulled up. He's like, no fuel, not happening. Pretty inconvenient.
Horrible place for it to happen.
Yeah, not interested in pushing it. I think I'd just be...
walking straight up to the custom Lithium VIP area, grabbing a cold can. Now, this gives me... Here we go, Dan. This will test your...
Here we go.
What year? Ryan Hughes.
Oh, yeah.
Broke a chain. A couple of 100 metres to go from the finish line of a pro motocross race.
Yep.
Pushed it all the way up the hill.
Yep, absolutely. That is a long time ago. The 909 across the line, and that is the XR650.
Also the X50.
Yes, the X50's across the line. Josh, the other year that it gives me vibes is the year that both the Smith boys, when they were both racing, Todd and Jacob, and they ran out of fuel. I actually believe it was Bo Robinson that gave them fuel, wasn't it? Or someone up there on the top of the hill.
Yes.
But they ran out of fuel like about a kilometre before the finish line jump.
Yes.
And they actually had to push them over the hill. Then when everyone realised there's a bit of fuel splash and they finished the race, and I think they were like in the lead or leading or very close to the...
They were definitely in podium positions.
Podium positions, yeah, that's a better way of saying it. But it was a very, very interesting race. Back when the Desert Edge team was... like that was KDM era, don't get me wrong, but Desert Edge were battling with them.
See a couple of lads coming down now.
Yeah. Yep, he pushed that bike away. He said, yeah. You know what? You want it?
Yeah,
it's
you're up. You're up. But hopefully that is his third lap, and he is across the finish line there, banked all his laps. Hopefully if it is just a fuel issue, they can rectify it. Hopefully nothing too major, and we see the 104 back racing tomorrow.
452 in now, Josh.
As we are now joined in the booth by Ivan Long, mate. Hey, first off, Mad credit. Thank you very much for the bright yellow bike and the pink riding gear. It made it easy for us to recognise you while you were out and about racing this weekend, especially because you were pushing through the pack. So well done, mate. Give us a little bit of an insight to how your race day's gone so far.
Yeah, it was not too bad. It was a bit interesting. I started off 86, I think I was. So long way back. So that first run was pretty sketchy on the first lap there, but after that first lap, the track was starting to come towards us. So it's really good, really comfortable now. We did a lot of testing for suspension and stuff like that. And,
yes.
We're in a good window. So as the race got a little bit better, the bike got better. So
awesome. And then did you find the competitors good out there moving across, being able to give you a bit of room? They were looking out for a faster bike, or still had to pick and choose your lines pretty drastically out there?
Oh no, she was pretty hectic.
Yeah,
there was a few times there coming up to the water sections, coming up at 6 gear wide open. And the guys that are there just S-bending across the water. You're like, oh
yeah.
That was good though. So I managed to actually give them plenty of room, and I think a few guys would have absolutely shat themselves. So
absolutely
6 gear wide open through the water, and they're just sitting on maybe 30, 40 kilometres an hour trying to go through.
So when you say 6 gear wide open in your bike, what speeds are we talking about there?
155, 160.
Yeah. So the closing distance there, the closing speed there is obviously pretty drastic, but happy with the bike setup. Like you said, you haven't raced competitively for 2 years now, so this is the first time back on the bike. How's the body feeling?
Oh, the body's pretty sore, actually. I must say that. Yeah, the arm pump in the first 2 laps, man, was just, so bad. But,
yes.
We worked really close with Steve Jones with TuneTech suspension, and man, I just gave him a bit of an idea how fast we're going, what are we doing, and we sent a track shock. I rang him on Monday, and I said, look, this bike, we're going to need a track shock. So we pretty much bought another track shock and air freighted it up here.
Yes.
And, he was on the money. Definitely on the money. As the track got rougher, the shock got better. So
So you're obviously then excited for tomorrow. Like the track will start to roughen up and really start to come into, say, your element. You're excited for what you think the racetrack is going to progress into for yourself?
100%. It's especially the bikes is starting to bring out the whoops now.
Yes.
A lot of the cars, man, far out, the ruts that they make out there is unreal. So, but they've pushed a lot of the water out as well. But they brought in other spots. They've actually made the whoops deep enough where there's water actually coming into the whoops. So, you've got to be pretty selective. So we're starting to carry a lot more momentum, going outside, inside, picking smooth lines, and then sometimes you have to cross over the track. But coming through the field, man, far out. I just lost count.
Yeah,
bikes that was fast.
Yeah, and are you enjoying some of the changes, say, that they've done? We were talking to Mika or Talbot earlier on, and he said, like, down at the turnaround point, they've actually made that inside-outside berm, like the 2 separate lanes. Is that something that you are able to utilise to your advantage when you're trying to push through the field?
Definitely, this year has made a big difference on the track. Like they've pushed in like 2 or 3 lines there. That turnaround is actually quite good. I was railing outside the whole time. That's a hell of a hoot, that berm there. So, honestly, they've done really well with the track. So considering, 3-4 weeks ago, it was looking a little bit dismal there because the river was still flowing. So,
yes.
They've done an awesome job.
Yeah.
Like, hats off to them. They've done an incredible job, and the guys that are on the dozers, graders, just pushing sand around, they've done an unreal job. So there's a few sticks sticking out.
Yes.
But you've got to be a little bit careful there. But I reckon the dozers might have a little bit of spots down there to just touch up for tomorrow for the buggies and that and mud holes. But apart from that, the track's pretty good.
I bumped into Mick before outside, and he said they're actually planning on, as soon as the bike's finished, they're going to head down. There's a few little sections they know they need to tidy up already. But so what does the afternoon look like for you now? Go back, service the bike, and then service the body as well?
Yeah, definitely. We might have a few frothies anyway. So.
Oh, beautiful. Yes.
But we'll probably get a ice bath happening and plenty of carbohydrates. Try and rehydrate. So I had a bit of trouble with my lower back today because it's just out of conditioning really. So just been working with my own company. So it's been difficult with that. So you don't really get much of the off bike training. So,
yes.
Just been doing a lot of swimming and stuff like that. But a lot of the calisthenics program and stuff. Have been doing a lot of that stuff instead of actually like running and cycling and things like that. So it was just sort of an event. I just wanted to actually see what I'm like, see if the fire's still there.
And what's the verdict? Is the fire still there?
Yeah, it's still there. It's still there. So it's going to be interesting. So this is sort of the building blocks for Think next year.
Yep.
So, I really wanted to just see what I'm like and see, is I'm feeling comfortable. Do I feel like the Think is actually on the cards next year? And so for the 50th, I'd definitely love to have a go at it.
Excellent. And do you feel like, say, tomorrow the body will almost awaken a little? Like you said, it took a lap or two to sort of get the body to wake up, get used to what you had to do today. Do you feel like tomorrow you might be able to push a little bit harder, a little bit earlier on? The body will wake it up and sort of feel like it's back into that muscle memory?
I think so. There was a few things I worked on in the last couple of laps there, just technique-wise. So just because I've been off the bike for 7, 8 months, it's I literally haven't even ridden my bike for that long. Wow. And then so I come down here about a week earlier. It was mainly suspension to try and feel comfortable, but also the body position. It took me 2 days to get my eyesight in because the first day I was actually getting eyeballs bouncing in my head.
Yeah, wow. Yep.
And I was only doing 120, 130 Ks. But,
yep.
Makes a big difference when you actually come down, spend the time testing, set it up, and now today it's because I feel comfortable. I can push that barrier a bit more.
Yep.
And we'll recover and get ready. And now I've got a lot more confidence in the bike. So. It's a brand new motor as well, so
yep.
I'll build that myself. But so might have to hit Cal up and see if he wants some motor building tips there.
Yeah, absolutely, that's for sure. So, no, pretty good run today. Obviously, like you said, you've settled in. Is it where you thought you might end up, or you just came into the weekend, no plans, no goals, just to get the body back moving, get the feeling back? Even that blows my mind that you sort of touched on before. You said you've almost got to train your eyeballs to be strong enough to focus while you're riding the bike. So was the plan for this weekend, are you exceeding expectations or there was no expectations for the weekend coming in?
No, honestly, I had no expectations. I just, being off the bike for so long, I had no idea where I was going to be, and especially with the kids, how fast they're actually going. It's, to try and come out and actually raise that bar and push your limits. It takes a little bit of confidence, especially in the machinery. So if you've got confidence in the machinery, you can push that barrier a little bit more. And I definitely feel that, especially the last lap there, I could really start to, gel with the bike and gel with the track and get the confidence that the suspension's going to do what it wants to do.
Yep.
But yeah, it's, I think it's actually, I think expectations I was only coming in to be a top 20 rider.
Yep.
So that's why I entered the over 35 to 45 class.
Yes.
I could have entered the pro class, so there you go. So,
Yep. So then tonight, any changes to the bike, or it's just a service, fresh air filter, fuel it up, have it ready to go, or do you think you'll try and work with the suspension guys and try and chase the track a little bit, or just leave it how it is, you're confident in it, and race tomorrow?
No, we'll do a couple of things to the dampener. I had a little bit of twitching going on with the dampener, so it sort of gets you a little bit upset when you're going down the straights. It sort of twists and then it upset. So when the front does that, the back sort of follows.
Yes.
So we'll actually try and mess around with that. And then I'll get a couple of different dampener options there, different oil weights and that. And then maybe firming up the shock a little bit. So we did blow through a few big holes there. So, but most of I think it's really just dump the oil and we'll check over things, make sure it's all good. So I'm just stoked my motor is actually supplied.
Yeah, because that's obviously what you built. Well, thank you very much for your time. We appreciate you coming in, having a chat. Come and chat with us a bit later on and stuff like that. But we'll let you get going so that because like you said, you're doing everything yourself now, servicing, building the motor, everything like that. Let you recover and start to get ready for tomorrow. But thank you very much for your time. Appreciate it.
I'll give you a heads up as well. We might be able to drag Callum Norton in tomorrow in the booth because he's had a DNF today, unfortunately. It would have been nice to actually see where he's at.
Yes.
But I had a bit of a yarn to him. It's like he's keen to jump in the booth tomorrow.
Excellent. Well, send him on up our way. That'll be awesome. That'll be a great insight for all our listeners at home tomorrow. Something to tune in as well. Callum Norton, an amazing bike rider, incredible insight. And we loved having you in the booth last year as well because you just were able to provide that insight to what these riders are going through that Dan and I were not able to do. So thank you very much. Yeah, definitely send him on up. We appreciate it. Thank you very much.
You guys make sure you have a few beers after this through.
We're good Queenslanders. Yeah. So thank you very much. Appreciate it, mate. You have a good one. Rest, recover, and we look forward to hopefully calling you home tomorrow. We don't want to put the commentator's curse on.
We'll see how we go. We'll give it 110%.
Excellent, mate. Excellent.
Yeah, if we're feeling comfortable, we'll push
hard. Yep. Very good, very good. Love it.
Thank you.
Yeah, cheers. Thank you very much.
Worries.
As we bring in our number one position, Brent Story, mate. Throw the headphones on. Mate, congratulations. What a ride.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
How you feeling? How's the body?
No, we're all right. We're all right. That was utter chaos. Hey? I started about 12, and that first lap, there was just people crashing left, right and centre in front of me. It was chaos.
Yes.
So I was just happy to go.
Yeah. Yeah, excellent. So 12th off the line and then pushed pretty... Mate, I think by the start of that second lap when you came into the pits, or on the first lap, sorry, I guess you'd say, completing that first lap, you were sitting in second already. So obviously was that part of the plan, push hard on the first lap or survive the first lap?
So I was pushing and I was happy with the people I was passing. I knew where I was. And then young Jackson, number 9, he had a really big crash in front of me and I thought, I need to stop here.
Yes.
So I stopped for a bit, waited for the UTV medic to come, and then got going. I thought, I've lost a bit of pace here. So I had no idea that first lap where I'd come in physically.
Yes.
And especially because the guy was in first, he had come into the pit and left.
Yes.
And so I thought, oh, well, I'm nowhere at the moment. Then we just pushed.
Yep.
Next 2 laps.
Yep. That's a good, simple race plan. I like it a lot. So how's the bike? In good condition, or haven't had too much of a look at it yet? That's a problem for later tonight. Just enjoying the first on road.
Yeah, no, definitely the bike was unreal. Always had a quick look over. We'll just go over the routine stuff, but no obvious breakage.
Yes,
pretty good for this race. So we're really happy.
And the body feeling good?
Yep, feeling good. We'll see how I feel in the morning.
Yes,
but track wasn't too bad. We've certainly seen it rougher on day one, and so the water was, it was what it was. But as far as actually physically demanding, I don't think it was too bad today. I know tomorrow.
Yes, yep. So, as I was just saying, is there much of a plan to make changes to the bike, or you're confident in the bike, or you're going to try and chase what you think the track's going to evolve in tomorrow, or just what the bike, how it's reacting right now, so just leave it and ride it to the conditions?
For sure. We'll just probably go change the final drive gearing a little bit because we're probably a bit optimistic in the speed.
Yes.
And we were just labouring a lot, especially with this wind the way it is.
Yes.
So we'll just change the final drive. But other than that, suspension and everything will leave identical. It handled really well, and I don't think we can make much of that.
Yep, excellent. So just to fill it, because Dan, you're based out of Mackay?
No, so we're Townsville-based. Townsville-based. We raced a Can-Am this morning.
Yes.
Sitting third in that. And then, jump out of that straight onto the bike. So.
Yeah, excellent. So are you still racing the Can-Am, or using the Can-Am as a bit of a siding lap, get a bit of an idea of the track conditions, or just love the Don River so much that you're like, I just want to be out there as much as I can. So get me in a Can-Am, get me in get me on a motorbike as well.
For sure. No, we really enjoy just being out there as much as we can. And the nature of this race is a lot of sitting around, which is not my nature.
Yes.
The thing though with the Can-Am is I just have to go in with the mindset that we're probably not going to finish.
Yes.
So we go as hard as we can.
Yep.
And if we break, we break.
Got the chopper on standby so it can get you back to the start finish line. Yeah.
100%. But the bike, we put in an effort and we expect a result.
Yes.
But today, for whatever reason, the Can-Am went well and we made it back.
Yes.
Tomorrow you just don't know.
Yep, absolutely. And then we just had last year you were running relatively competitive and then had a bike failure last year.
Yep.
Was there any changes that you've made to your program from that, or like lessons that you've learnt and you're feeling more confident at this point in time?
For sure. So we ran a moose tube in the rear, and unbeknownst to us, that's not the move. So we've just gone with heavy duty tube. And all that happened was the moose just got so hot and separated.
Yes.
So we had half a lap to go day 2.
Yep.
I think we'd moved into maybe second
or third. Yeah, you're definitely in a podium position. Yeah,
something like that. And, we know, because we're pretty new to all this desert stuff, so we just had to work it out.
Yep.
And we didn't know that mooses couldn't hold up. We now do.
Yep.
And, so hopefully this standard style heavy-duty tube will get us there.
So a bit more of your background was racing motocross or enduro and stuff like that, or motocross?
Yeah, probably more motocross.
Yep.
I had a crack at Fink a couple of years ago, but made it about 5Ks and went in the hospital. So, we haven't done too much. We went and did Kalgoorlie last year after the Don.
Yes.
Cool. So we're doing a little bit of desert racing, but predominantly motocross.
Yes.
So we're just learning more so how to keep the bike going for this kind of
Yeah, obviously very different, like a lot of wide open throttle, a lot of high speed, stuff like that. A bit of a different, and mate, we were just saying too as well, pretty stoked to see that there's a Yamaha up the front.
Yeah.
We're actually trying to do some quick math and work out if anything other than a KTM has actually won the Don River, and we don't think so. So we don't want to put the mocker on you, but you're riding a little bit of history at the moment as well. So
I'm stoked with two things. One, a 450.
Yes.
And
yes.
two, something Japanese, you know.
Yep.
It's really cool to see. You know, not to take away from European brands like those 500s quick here.
Yes.
I just think that the motocross style bike does suit this particular track. Not all desert racing for sure.
Yep.
But, you know, this style of racing, the deep sand.
Yes.
I feel like the motocross bike isn't as much of it as.
Yeah, so how do you find the track? Because obviously, like we were just commenting saying, it's 150 kilometres of pure sand riding. There's no road sections to get a break. There's nothing like that, say, compared to what you do get at Fink or Kalgoorlie. Is this one of the most grueling races you do? Like, and even comparing it to, say, like a short, sharp, intense, because a motocross is 30 minutes. Yep. So compared to that, how do you find the difference in the physical output for your body?
Yeah, so like, you know, ask me that tomorrow, but as it's right now, I don't find it too physically demanding.
Yes.
Comparative to, say, like a Fink.
Yes.
But it is super scary. You can't go quick without having a moment.
Yep. Well, that's one of our other things we say is quite often you'll see someone have a moment here and we get a bit excited in the commentary booth and then we think, well, they've probably had 40 or 50 of those moments. You know, there's probably one every kilometre, every lap. So by the time they get round to us, like we think, geez, they look cool, calm and collected under pressure, but they're just used to having those moments. So, well, thank you very much for coming up into the commentary booth and having a quick chat to us. And hopefully we get to call you in tomorrow as well, having a good run. But, go home, rest, relax, enjoy a few beers, whatever it is that you need to do. But we look forward to seeing you tomorrow.
Awesome. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Not a problem. So, yeah, what a great story. What a pun. What a great story there going on. Like we said, come from a motocross background, now switched across over to doing things like the Fink Desert Race, the Don River Dash. Brett Story, that is a fantastic effort there. Like you said, had a few little moments, even heard from the insight there that he pulled over and helped a fellow competitor that was down and still sitting top of the table right now. So that is an awesome race. We knew he wasn't far from Bowen, but we did have, we were 180 degrees out in the direction we said. He is a Townsville man. As we get back to calling a little bit of the live action, the 9-1-6 and the 5-8-8 across the finish line. But a massive thank you there. A couple of our top 3 competitors there making a little bit of time to come into the commentary booth and have a quick chat to us.
Joshua, I know how it is, but I love the fact that you said, hey, Ivan Long, are you meeting expectations? He's in second, brother.
Yeah.
He's in second.
Well,
He's
that's what I meant.
well.
Like I said, we had a quick chat to him last night and he said he hasn't raced in 2 years.
Insane, isn't it? And when he talks about the types of pace that he's doing, 155, 160 k's an hour, and like you said, had to get the eye in. That's nuts.
Isn't that a crazy concept that these guys almost have to physically train their eyes to be strong enough to hold stable while they're racing so that they can see where they're going? It's just mind-blowing. Mind-bottling.
I train my eyes all the time.
Couple of cold, crisp Monster cans in the morning.
G55? No, G55, I'm sure it is.
It's G units.
See, that's what I was saying. I train my eye, Joshua.
Yes. I like it.
So I must admit, ladies and gentlemen, if you ever want to trick commentators, the stylised numbers that we are running these days used to be very easy to see the white background black numbers and letters.
Yes.
Very difficult now. I won't lie to you. They start putting chrome numbers on colours.
Or black on black.
Yep, very difficult.
There is a lad that has black on black. We love it. It looks gangster. Yeah. It looked very good last night at presentation at scrutineering.
Very difficult to commentate.
Hard to commentate.
But yeah, it's very cool. Good to see all these guys riding. And hey, Brent Story, what a talent.
Yeah, absolutely. From Townsville?
Yes.
So I was just saying we're 180
I
degrees
knew it was
out.
Sun City. I was on that mark, but
And doing double duties this weekend as well.
Unreal.
Racing a Can-Am as well.
Yep. He has done that in the past too, which is so impressive. Yeah, I think it was last year actually that he was quite competitive in both his class and outright on motorbikes. And it looks like he's probably going to do that sort of thing again. The 780 through now, as well as the 986.
And isn't that some of the cool stories that we get by getting to talk to these people? Ivan Long building his own motors for his race bike.
Yeah, pretty cool when you're at that level, isn't it?
Well, you can't get the motor guy on the phone and ring up and yell at him and go, buddy, you botched
it.
Yeah.
You can.
Just go straight to a mirror, start yelling at yourself.
Yeah, well, I'm sure Longy probably does a bit of that as well every now and then. There's a lot going on in there. Yeah, Josh, a good thing, in my opinion now, I know we've seen a few ambos and bits and pieces get around, but like it hasn't been too much craziness here this weekend, has there? Overall, I know that there's been some big crashes. That one was pretty wild of Tyler Ratford, but overall, and again, I don't want to put a jinx on anyone, but we seem to be having a good run this year, which we like. There's been some reasonable sort of vehicle crashes and bike crashes, and that's the name of the game of these races. The 103 in now. Again, can't stress this enough. While we've got a couple of minutes here, big shout out to all the sponsors. If you get on the Don River Dash website or on the Facebook page, but again, and it's on the live stream, shout out to all of our sponsors, particularly Custom Lithium. They have been absolutely awesome. But we appreciate them and all that they do. And it cannot be said enough that these races do not happen without these awesome sponsors. Everyone involved, the club, the AMBOs, the SES, the people that do road closures.
That's right, the local council doing road closures, volunteers that are manning checkpoints, radios, calling the event in for race control, keeping everyone in the loop as to what's going on.
Yep, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely nuts.
And that's what it is. It's an absolutely nuts race.
It is the 65 now. Gosh, another one. Oh, right there.
Did he just have a moment?
No. Yeah, he drove across that hump, but it just got a little bit funny. Because he was looking down at his radiator, inspecting the damage on that bike. So I'd say he's had a few little moments, unfortunately. And, yeah, one right in front of us. You can see all the pits now starting to empty out. The boys doing their services and bikes and working on things. That's the commentary tower on the live feed. Spectator, the VIP area. And again, all the bikes starting to make their way out now. Again, ladies and gentlemen, if you're waiting, we do thank you very much for joining us at the Don River Dash in 2025 on Saturday. We have a full day of racing tomorrow. It's going to kick off at the same time.
Yes.
So, yeah,
same bat time.
Yep.
Same bat channels.
12:30 for the bikes. Got 3 grueling laps to go. Still got plenty of bikes still out there, and the 764 is in now as well as the 778. But I suppose we're just saying thank you so much for joining along and following your races and your teams. No doubt there'll be some great footage getting up. There'll be highlights, packages and bits and pieces, not only officially, but we always see some great in-car. You know, tonight's the night. Tonight and tomorrow night, there's all sorts of action at the showground. People playing the big screen and playing the in-cab and the rear views and all the action that they've had on their cars. So the 812 is now in, as well as the 214. That looks like might be the 274 now. Look at it, 2-banger KDM. So again, big shout out to them.
Yeah, great to see like you said, the 4 strokes, the 2 strokes, the big dogs.
Look at this drone shot. Sorry, Josh, I didn't mean to cut you off there, but obviously this is what we're talking about when we're talking about the road crossing. So normally they shut this down so that you obviously can't drive across it while the race is going on, but this is normally an access road. Then there's the Bruce Highway Bridge. Then it looks like the train bridge and then the Bruce Highway Bridge, doesn't it? Logically, because I can see the vehicles travelling across. You drive through and have a look. Kane, what a shot there we have. So good. And that's how close to town we are. That's the all the road going to, well, you'd be headed to Rockhampton if you were doing that. Maybe down to Bris Vegas. Mackay even.
Serena?
Guess you could go to, who goes to Serena?
Barracrab, Clearview.
Clairview. Not Clearview, Clairview. Yes, excellent work, Joshua. You're really pitching it for the Queensland community. But again, such great footage here and still riders coming down. See that centre access road where all our event officials have access. And obviously they're racing down the left-hand side of the river and then back on the right-hand as we're viewing it now.
Yes.
If you flipped it around, you'd have to flip it around.
Oh, no way.
Yeah. I know that's some heavy thoughts for you, but centre access. That's my point.
Yes.
So we can always get to people.
Yes.
Always recover vehicles. It's a very, very nicely laid out racetrack.
Well thought out event.
Well thought out in every way. Power lines there, mate. 66, 132s.
That'd only be 11 kV, I reckon.
There you go. Yeah.
Not high volt, not massive transmission lines. No. Yeah, no, that's only 11 kV.
Because you've got your eyes tweaked in. I'm hoping you're wrong, brother. I'm hoping you'll get slayed on the internet right now.
Oh, we get slayed on the internet no matter what.
No matter what. That's right. I hate to say it is crazy too. We were talking about 25 minutes ago how big the crowd was. She's gone.
She's gone.
We're the last ones here, but we're calling them home because we love these riders and racers. And it truly is. That's one thing that we will say. It's about everyone here. The 11 across the line. Now, that's an older-looking gentleman, too, which is absolutely awesome. Probably just wants to come and run the Don River race, right?
Yes.
We live for that. We know that feeling well. 2010, Joshua.
Yes, absolutely.
Posted the envelope.
Yes. None of this online stuff. But put the hand on the heart and say, in 2025, I attacked the Don River Dash.
I finished. You imagine the feeling crossing that line. The 178. Now across the 11th. Look at as he struts off that. Cold drink, feeling pretty good, I reckon. Yeah, have a look. The double thumbs up. I love that. Absolutely awesome to get to the finish line. He's sucking down that water too. I'm not knocking it either. He's like, what am I doing?
Do you think that's the first time he's been brave enough to take his hands off the handlebars?
It's the first time I would. That's what I'm telling you. I remember thinking I'd drink heaps of water on my think run. Never took my hands off the bars. Am not Toby Price. I will tell you. Am not Ivan Long. I'm the guy they're talking about.
Yeah, that they were blazing past. That guy that was doing 30 to 40 kilometres an hour.
Dan Griffin.
The 7-8 across the finish line.
Great run there. Oh, look at him waving the flag. Great shots. Underground racing. All the crew, the 665, waving the flag. Oh, and that's the XR too, the 500. So good. Sorry, the 909. Had the number wrong there. I knew it wasn't a 500 XR. Your 650.
Yes.
But I thought the number was 500. Does this make sense?
Yeah. Does this sound like
it's actually the 909. It sounds like I'm dumb, is what it sounds like. I'm telling you, there's a motorbike out there with 500. Pretty good. I'll tell you what, ladies and gentlemen, again, if you've hung with us to the very end to call through your rider, you are a champion. You can see the breeze flapping there. It's not ideal. It's ideal racing conditions, Josh.
Yeah, that's right.
Not necessarily ideal commentating.
And probably not ideal gazebo owning weather.
Correct. Or working on your motorbike in the dirt sort of weather. Might get a little bit of dust blow. But overall, I reckon, do you know what I do reckon? It's ideal. Crack a tin and talk with your mates after 3 laps.
Yes.
I actually would say that it can't get any better.
No, go for a drive down to the beachfront. There's some beautiful parks down there. Nice, shady, grassy areas. Take the kids down there, let them go for a bit of a swim. Use the ocean almost as your personal ice bath.
Absolutely. We've got some of the riders waving along. But a personal ice bath, that's the move. If you haven't got one,
just go down to the ocean.
Now, listen, actually, now that I say that, do we swim at Bowen? I probably wouldn't swim at Bowen, just quietly.
Oh, a couple of the Mexicans can. We can afford to lose a few of them.
Wowzers. Is there a croc fence?
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
Are we far enough north?
Absolutely. Would you swim at Mackay? Listen, I'll back this up. Anyone listening, if you're listening to Josh Curran, do not take crocodile advice from him. We are absolutely far enough north. Rockhampton is the edge that I would... Yeppoon is touch and go at best. Anyone local, what I really want, let's take a poll. Who thinks it's absolutely insane that they're doing rowing regattas for the Olympics?
Yeah, no, you're right.
In Rockhampton. I think that is the wildest thing. If you ask any local whether they should row in 2032 in the Rocky River, what's the answer, Joshua?
Nah.
Absolutely not. You would not find one of us swimming in that river. Anyway, it'll be very interesting to see how that all goes. So this all gets us back to don't swim at Bowen unless there's a croc fence. And they may be, because they do it at Dingo Beach, they do it at Airlie, they do it all sorts of places. But if it's flooded, forget it.
Or floor it.
Or floor it. 4X. The 4X bites in.
Singing aye, yippee, yippee, aye.
919 is in. 4X.
We also see the 621 across the line.
Yep, bike still looks good there too, Josh. Sure, the body's feeling a little bit weary, but overall...
Yeah, it was incredible, some of the insight there that we got from Brent Story as well, our provisional race leader for day one. The 686 also crossed the line, but he was saying crazy the differences that they have to make between their off-road racing bike and their motocross bike. Like you said, things like moose tubes, you just assume they're the way to go, but they can't handle the heat, can't handle the speed. Slightly...
So they've gone away from mooses for the desert racing.
Yeah,
Isn't that crazy? Because not so long ago they were the choice, right?
Yes.
Late 2000s, like 2005, 6, 7.
Yep.
Everyone was running mooses. Now they're away from them.
Yeah, now he was just saying they run a heavy-duty tube.
Yep. Ultra heavy-duty?
He just said heavy-duty.
Might be a secret in there.
Yeah, he might be. The old left hand.
Yeah.
Switcheroo.
No, I just run a normal tube in mine.
It's just a 450.
Just a 450. Yeah, that's impressive. But anyway, the moral of the story is that even shows you, I heard Longy talking about damper settings and bits and pieces.
Yes.
And you know, like most guys, most average humans don't tweak their damper weight oil. But he's talking about making changes to his damper weight oil, which is absolutely amazing, the level of tuning that these guys get to. We're talking about the steering dampener too, just in case anyone was wondering there. So that's the bit that holds the, basically the headstock. It bolts onto the headstock and holds your bars in a... Well, it basically absorbs big shocks. Makes a lot of sense when you call it a shock, like a damper.
Yes.
But it does really do exactly what we're talking about it. Some dudes lock them right up and make them so that they almost don't swing. But when you go to like the Scots, which is an Olin style one, you know, you really can still steer them. It just takes the impact out, doesn't it, Josh?
Yeah, well, they have high speed and low speed. They are multi-stage adjustment. And then, like you said, you can also go to the fact of changing the weight of the oil that you use as well.
Yep.
So, yeah, but I mean, that is the level of commitment that they're talking about. They are looking for the finite amount of adjustment there to make sure that they have an optimum setup.
Yep, crazy.
And that's what you need when you are swinging off your 500 in the Don River at 165, 170 kilometres an hour.
Yep, crazy numbers. Again, beautiful shots here. Still looking down the river. Again, there's still riders coming back. Still plenty of racing going on. Probably a beautiful time to ride.
Ash, got the whole Don River to yourself, or pretty much to yourself, which is a bit of a juxtaposition to the chaos of about an hour ago, as we had bikes on their second lap, bike on their third lap, all jockeying for position.
Yeah, and again, beautiful view here, mate. Look at this. This is golden hour out here in Bowen, isn't it? You see the farm. We were talking about the beans and the strawberries, obviously the mangoes. Bowen, known for its Bowen mango.
Now, did they say 70% of tomatoes in Australia?
That's insane, isn't it? Absolutely insane. But yeah, massive tomato farms. We're actually looking over the tomatoes and strawberries as we speak.
Maybe a bit of tomato butt here. Monkey butt.
What are you talking about, boy? My goodness. But
so
we'll
saying
look
it's
back
red, but saying it's red raw.
Yes, you didn't need to explain it.
Well, you didn't
bad
see the
joke.
laugh.
Bad joke first time. Bad joke second time. Out to the ocean. I was saying.
Hey, here's bike number 500.
The one I was looking for before.
Yes, just what
it's red.
It is red.
Yeah, I thought it was that 650, but clearly I was wrong. It's only like we've called 300 motorbikes today.
Plus 300 plus.
303 times. The 623 now over the line as well. But as I was talking about, like, you know, maybe you're the likes of Danny Brown or something and you're sitting on your yacht in Airlie. You just float her up a little bit. Come hang out with... Actually, Wellesley's up here.
Is he
around.
really?
Yeah, so...
Wow.
And Andy, so...
Are they really?
Yeah.
Well, why are they not here?
Well...
These are the questions that need to be asked.
We should definitely have Wellesley in the box for the race. But anyway...
What about that Hardman guy?
Not here.
You're saying he's seconded to like an international male model?
Very possible. Very possible.
Because he is. That's the caliber of people that we have in off-road racing. International male models. It's a crazy, crazy world. You should have seen his car get flocked at Fink.
Yeah. It was almost... You
couldn't
They had to part the crowd to get him off the start line.
You couldn't get close to the 45.
Yes. The 927 now through. We're not talking about a 45 Land Cruiser either, ladies and gentlemen.
And people think we're genuinely joking when we talk about how good-looking Daniel Hardman is. But it's fact.
It's actually been studied, is what I heard.
I think they'll carve, like, marble statues. I think if he was alive when...
That and Dan Brown's Gundy backflip will be things that will last the standard.
Are you saying they should be painted onto the roof of the Sistine Chapel?
Absolutely.
Hardman's face, Danny Brown's backflip.
Yep, perfect. Yes, some fun times to be had in off-road racing. There's no question about that.
What do you need to search to find that back? Is it worst backflip ever?
I think...
If you listen along and you're just looking for, like, you're waiting for your rider to come in, YouTube, the worst backflip ever.
Yep.
And you'll know, like, I'm not going to describe anything.
I feel
you'll know when you find it.
I actually feel Lee Wells has it on just speed on he has the link in his notes or something.
That's actually a good idea.
Yeah. Yeah, so you can just share it at any time. The 927 there, the crew having a drink of water, pumping the thumbs up. Everyone's pretty happy after they've made it that far. Again, there's all sorts of highlight packages and everything from Don River Dash. So make sure you check all of that out. Again, all the times, if anyone's still chasing, is on race-monitor.com. That is the live times. It's under Don River Dash 2025. So it has all the bike times if you're looking for your rider. Has information there. Hopefully your riders had a great day. Still plenty of riders out there at the moment too as we're looking through.
There is about 50 kilometres that they can all be hiding in at this point in time.
Yes. Although I tell you what, Josh, we've got
a fair gaggle across the finish line?
No, there's still some that have only done one lap and 2 laps and...
So I guess, though, what we don't know is the riders that are pulled out due to a DNF.
Yep. But I'll tell you what, we've got 157 home out of 186. So not too bad.
That is a very good effort.
Now, it might be different to see if 157 line up for tomorrow's race. Might be a few that have no interest in starting their motorbike again for a couple of months. How long did your motorbike sit after Fink, Joshua? Yep, that's the answer right there. I believe there's a Husky that did Fink that still hasn't started.
6 to 8 months, I think.
Yep.
After Fink, yeah.
Had enough of riding dirt bikes?
Yeah, absolutely. Just for a little bit, yeah.
Fair enough. Roundy still hasn't started his motorbike. That was 7 years ago.
6:07.
So good.
As we see the 800 across the finish line, that is the 8:00.
Yep, so good. If you're chasing the 8:00 is back in the house. We're going to have a good night here again down the
Grandview. It's the place to be.
And the guys from Pat McDonald's, Earth Moving, they're going to be doing a little bit of work with Talbot, Bowen Rail Company, Abbott Point Operations, and a big shout out once again to our custom lithium sponsors. And I mean that they've come on board and stepped it up every time, better and better and better. And the big thing about them is that they are right in line with our, let's say, core values, which is keeping cans cold in the back of your ute, making sure the caravan's sorted, and any other off-grid sheds, fishing huts. Custom Lithium have got everything you could possibly need, as Caitlin 992 is in, Joshua. Caitlin.
Yes.
992.
Sorry, yes.
Motorbike, just rode in.
Yes.
Oh, John Curran would be proud. Suzuki banner flapping in the breeze there. It stood the test of time. Everything else has fallen over. Suzuki.
Can't start it in cold weather because the carburetor isn't tuned properly. High speed, low speed idle.
Couple of pumps of the throttle.
Accidentally flooded it.
Actually, I got a bit of a classic. You know what's amazing about it is, like, I've never seen it. Do you know anyone that can drink 20 litres of fuel and still be okay?
No, I've never seen anyone be able to do that.
Jerry can.
Danny Curran. Shut the gate.
Jerry can.
Shut the front gate.
Hey, this is the sort of quality that you could expect.
Save the Father's Day jokes for tomorrow morning.
Tomorrow morning, Father's Day. You're dead right.
Dad jokes on Dad's Day.
Yeah, that'll be a good time. There's no question about that. The old Father's Day. Plenty of dads that probably just their Father's Day gift to be finish the Don River Dash. I know that would be my Father's Day gift that I'd be really looking forward to. Righto, so again, as we start seeing our spectators and a few of our motorbikes making their final run home, the ambulances are starting to come off track. Ladies and gentlemen, it has been an absolute pleasure, and I truly mean that, a pleasure, trying to keep you guys entertained on Saturday at the Don River Dash 2025, the 7th year. That's where I was going with that. That's right, the brain, mouth, not in conjunction there. What I'm saying, though, is it has been absolutely brilliant. What a race, and it's only halfway there, Josh. We've got more to go. Sunday morning, Father's Day, as you mentioned. Get Dad up, get the big screen. The 80-inch TV's got to be on. The cup of tea, the crumpet. Get him out of bed and get him watching.
What do you crumpet on Father's Day? Vegemite? Honey?
No, strawberry and cream.
Strawberry jam and cream.
Yeah, I think so. I think
you
that's-
are a fancy man, Danny Curran.
Well, if you're going to go a crumpet,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Or a croissant.
Yes. I like it. Well,
yes.
thank you very much. Plenty of action up and down the field. Like you said, we're only halfway through what 2025 has produced here at the Don River Dash. Don't forget, tune in tomorrow. First cars off the line at 8:30. Bikes off the line at 12:30. Thank you very much for joining us here at the Custom Lithium Don River Dash. We will see you tomorrow. Goodbye.